Hello. Today is the day. What is the day, are you asking? Well, today is one of those days where you see me, Scared, and Zakota on the host desk. But also, there is another important thing to say, and that is today is the first day of the final part of the tournament. The finals are right around the corner, and we are still waiting. Who from those 4 teams that we have in front of us today, and we will have tomorrow, some of them still standing, who will make it through? And to answer this question, we will see today's matches that will bring us a little bit of clarity, a little bit more insight into how it's gonna roll out. Thank you for joining me, Zakota and Scared, and I welcome you to the desk today.
Zakota, how are you feeling right now, man? Tell me about it. You go first. I'm gonna follow your footings. That's what happens even in the game, man.
I mean, excited, I would say. First of all, excited. Thank you for the warm introduction. But, you know, as Warren said, it's going to be a grim day for one team today. And I already cast my prediction. I already know. I mean, I have a plan of what's going to go in, you know, my brain. But tomorrow is going to be the most exciting day because we're going to see the team's going to fight against the loser from the upper bracket. And that's going to be the actual last stand of a team.
One of the big things which you rightfully mentioned as well, right? Because it's a journey that started all the way back 2 months ago in the Thunder division, which is now moving forward towards the last phase, which Warren rightly mentioned, into the playoffs, the last 4 games. The upper bracket finals is going to be today, and then we've got the lower bracket elimination match as well. And tomorrow, again, we'll have lower bracket finals, following it up all with the grand finals itself. So last 4 teams, the top 4 in Europe, Warren, and I think so I've got my favorites.
Well, of course, everyone has their favorites. Probably all of the viewers already have their favorites. But we as the casters should be trying to be a little bit objective. On the objective side, I would rather say. Of course, we are still fans of the game at our hearts. So sometimes it can slip up. But let's check out what we will have today. That will be glitch code and jackpots. Right around the corner in like 10 minutes prox, and then at 19:00 GMT +1. For anyone that's in different time zone, this is the time zone you need to check for. Memento Mori against MetaShift. Out of those 2, what do you think is the more exciting match, Zakota?
Oh, well, I would say it has to be... It depends, because I think people are really looking forward to Memento Mori versus MetaShift, but I'm looking forward versus Glitch Code and Jackpots. But it all depends on today's Glitch Code roster, because we've seen, I believe it was last week, when they had 60 instead of Troboy, and that really made a huge, you know,
I agree
impact
with
because
you.
they lost the game to Fake Time.
They did. It can be clearly
And-
seen in this leaderboard. Scared, could you walk us through their journey of those two teams?
Yeah, that's one of the big points which I also wanted to mention, right? Glitch Code and Jackpots is going to be very exciting out here, considering it was Glitch Code who sent Jackpots all the way in the lower bracket right in that first stage itself, while Memento Mori, on the other hand, were the ones who sent them back down too. So, yeah, it's more or less like a matchup where it's a revenge chance for Jackpots, while Glitch Code are ready to take back their throne into that upper bracket. On the other side of the spectrum, Memento Mori, MetaShift haven't really been defeated at all, with the constant wins coming in from their side. MetaShift's only loss was registered all the way back into the open qualifiers, that too against Misa Esports. So here's the big thing, right? I think so, MetaShift and Memento Mori is the match that I am looking forward to as well, and I think so MetaShift will have a better chance in that.
Ooh, already throwing out the prediction. But before we talk about that little bit more, because that's something that's still in the store for later today, let's talk about the rosters that we have for this upcoming clash. Glitch Code. Zakota, tell me more about the roster, because for me, my personal favorite is right on the left.
I mean, Vlados, Troboy, Sei, Godze, and Gabri. Troboy and Sei are both players from like Meta, from like actually MPL. So both of them are experienced. And Troboy is the runner-up to MENA Championship. So he's going to M7. But Vlados also has experience in MCC, in other regions as well. So he's also a really old player in the community. So he have a ton of advantage upon the members, some members of Jackpots. Especially over Jackie, I would say, and Walkie, because Kingsta and the rest of the guys are a bit more acclimated to the esports scene. But I mean, Godzi, an up-and-comer roamer, he's been proving himself a little bit.
Especially in that last series where we saw him. Before that, it wasn't so good, but that last one, that was something that I love to see. But let's stop talking for a bit about Glitch Code and talk more about Jackpots. You mentioned them, Zakota mentioned them a little bit before Scare. Walk me through the roster.
Yeah. Is the big thing. It all starts with the Walkie himself, no pun intended here, who's now playing into that goal lane. And that's all on the back of the addition of Jackie into the jungle, right? And yeah, it was Walkie who mentioned himself back in the interview where he said King and Malfurion were the two additions into the team, and he thought they were way better than Pelmetronio and God Believer. Well, in the last interview where we had him on podium here, he mentioned that yeah, King things were not really working out that well, so we had to introduce Jackie in, and I can play in every other lane. I can play in the gold lane as well, so I can help team better there. And to be very honest, with the way how Jackie played with the Ling last time, I would have to say that he is a pretty solid addition to the team, considering if he can play an off-meta jungler like that, well, Robo's got some challenge here.
Challenge, that's the right word for what's upcoming, because this is top 4. You cannot be expecting things that happened before, because when it was top 8, when it was top 6, you could have been thinking, alright, well, some of the teams were not so ready for their opponents, but this is top 4, and you had plenty of time to prepare. And let's look at the head-to-head of the teams all together and their stats. Zakota, what do you think about it?
I mean, Glitch Code has a little bit more playing time, but that's also a bad thing because they lost more games than Jackpots did. So it already shows. But a thing we didn't mention yet is that this is gonna be a rematch. Glitch Code beat Jackpots 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, promoting them to the lower brackets. And, you know, it's unexpected for a team who promised never to lose once, losing. And it's, again, they crossed paths. So it's gonna be a really spicy matchup, but the average time to mean extremely close. It's only a 40 seconds difference. The lore control is in Glitch Code's favor. The turtle control is 1 difference, and the first blood is double.
That definitely speaks numbers about how Glitch Code are on the aggressive side, whereas Jackpots look like they have their games a little bit more under control, a little bit more of a slower approach. So slow and steady against fast and explosive, that could be the story for today. Maybe.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Scare?
Here's the thing. I was actually looking at the Lord control and the Turtle controls, right? Yes, Turtle control is almost even, but this is also considering the fact which Warren Gu as well as Zakota rightfully mentioned, the Jackpots have played 2 less games. And even after that, they're just 1 Turtle behind and a few Lords behind too. So it's something you've got to watch out for along with the gold lane matchup, right? Because Waki was the man who was playing in the jungle previously. That's why we see the Hayabusa as well as the Fredrin, while Vladosi has been sticking to that gold lane throughout the event. And you can already see that in his average KDA coming in along with the damage to turrets. It's still pretty high as compared to Waki. But the big thing about that, Warren, is the fact that there are certain times when I would want him to focus a little bit more on the right itemizations.
So there is some little bit bitterness in your voice. Do I hear that right? You might think about Vlado, disliking his item choices. All right, so we will keep an eye on that, but we should also keep an eye on the rest of the team too, because it's just not the only gold laners. It's not only the gold lane players. There is many more others that need to perform. Dakota, we saw this head-to-head. How do you think Waki stands up against Vlado when he rolls swap? And we just saw a little bit, so I know you don't have that much data, but what do you think about it nonetheless?
I mean, again, to put in perspective, Vlados has a ton of experience, especially on gold lane. That's his main role. While he played gold in the past, played jungle now, swapped back to gold. He's just an all-over-the-place player. And again, I think Vlado's gonna have the better laning advantage. However, you cannot underestimate Walkie. He's been improving, he's been playing well. With only 3 games under his belt, he proved himself as a capable team fighter, and without Maniac on one, if I'm not mistaken, last week against the Eternal Oblivion. Again, it proved another point. Especially with Wanon, she's a pretty weak hero in the current meta, but he made it work. But Vlados as well, he pulled under the rock, he pulled out the Nathan. Again, what a glorious defense he did. He completely turned the game around, I believe, in the relegation promotion stage, if I'm not mistaken. But then again, he showed us the game versus Memento Mori, and when he was on Nathan, he was doing, I believe, 3 to 4 damage per basic attack on a Nathan. So as you said, his optimization choices were a little bit awkward, and who knows, maybe today is going to be the same, maybe it's going to be different, maybe he's going to pay a little bit more attention. That's going to be left out to be seen.
There are definitely question marks on top of our heads. And talking about the heads, let's look over another head-to-head. Scared, what can you tell me about it?
A clear-cut indication of how Say likes to have a lot more control out in this entire game, right? You look at the average KDA 5.5, but Malfurion is not that far behind. If anything, in every single department, Malfurion is moving ahead of Say. And this is the conversation we have had for such a long time, though, that Malfurion is one of those mid laners that was such a solid addition coming into the roster of Jackpots, and he's constantly performed. One of the big things specifically in that is the fact that when every single one falters on their side, Malfurion still is standing up tall. If he dies twice in the early game, he knows how to bring himself back in terms of the gold, in terms of the teamfight participation and the impact. That's where Say is lacking a bit.
The impact, that's good word that you used, because if we look at overall playmaking possibilities and capabilities of both of these players, I have to agree with you on that point specifically, because Say, yes, he's a decent player, yes, he outmaneuvers, outplays sometimes, but Malfurion, he is the guy who doesn't matter the circumstances, doesn't matter the stage the game is in, he will always pull out a fast one on you. He will always make something that you don't expect. He is the deciding player. You usually have 2 groups of players, I like to say. One of them are the stable players. You of course need some of those. Then you have the deciding players that can make the clutch play. And Furion, I think, he's a little bit more of that, if you compare him to Say. Sakota, would you agree with us, or do you have another opinion about it?
No, I agree. I mean, the playmakers on the mid lane is Malfurion for the Jackpots. But talking about playmakers right here, we have the XP laners and even Steven's average KDA team fight in favor of Gabriel by 1 point. And a spicy thing, boys. Jackpots has been working on a pick this few past days. A really spicy pick on the XP lane. Laito got punished by it once against Tinin Bambuse, if you guys remember. I'm not gonna spoil a lot. But man, is it gonna be a fun one to watch and cast? But as you said, Malfurion is the playmaker. But Laito, I would say, is more of a defensive backliner type of deal. He likes to go in the backline, be defensive, get the aggro on him. So just to be literally the nuisance, the thorn in the side of the enemy team. And I think he does that pretty well.
He is definitely the backbone of the team, where usually you can rely on him. He has a decent score coming from his lane. He has a decent stats. It's always playable with him. If we had this comparison before, where I was, when we were speaking about Malfurion being the deciding player, the playmaker, Laito, he is the backbone. He's the strong guy where you can rest upon him, and he will hold you when you are falling behind, when you have some deaths on your scoreboard. So you can get back into the action and get your team back in the game. That's how I view it. That's how I feel about it. But of course, we have a little bit more in the rest of the team, because we saw XP, we saw gold lane. Yes, we saw mid lane, but still, there are some players that are left to debate. And I think pretty soon we will be having two more actually running up. What do you think about that? You know, the players that make the rotations. Where do you think lies the strengths of each teams? Because I have some favorites. Do you think, Skirt?
I think so. One of the biggest strengths of Jackpots is definitely going to be Kingsta for me. I absolutely understand Zagota's gonna hate me on this take, but listen to me. As soon as the more the tournament goes on, the deeper we move into that, the stronger Kingsta shows his class. That's one of the big things which I always notice about him, and it's been happening tournament after tournament. Yes, there are always moments when you eventually see him going a little bit too over aggressive, but with the addition of Jackie here into the jungle, I think so that aggression would eventually pay off. Malfurion is also the guy which we really saw in the stats itself. He likes to take those fights a lot. He likes to be in those team fights, be a part of all of that action. So this aggressive idea of Jackpots, which is now being brewed up here, that's something Glitch Code will have to be careful about. Because all in all, as long as Throwboy is in control, you could see the rest of the team doing really well too. If in case Throwboy is not having his own fun time in his own jungle, if there's a lot of invades coming in and all he can do is just steal away the turtles and nothing apart from that, that's where Glitch Code eventually falters. And I think so that was the big reason why they lost 3-0 against Memento Mori too.
And there is also the story that's been brought upon our eyes, our ears more so. Walkie on the interview, that's a topic we have to talk about. He said that he believes that his opponents that are standing right here in front of him, on the left side to be more specific, he doesn't believe they are good. He believes that this will be an easy cleanup. The Throwboy is kinda in the name, that he throws himself a little bit too hastily into the dangers and dies too often. The question is, Zakota, will this be a story of today? Or do you think Throwboy will throw himself in the right situations and not the bad?
I mean, people call me a glazer for Throwboy, I would say, because I really like his junglings. His jungling technique, his rotations. But right now, I think Jack is going to have an advantage because, as Walkie said, Throwboy doesn't even throw the games. He goes into fights for no apparent reason. He does in with the Traceless, with Sunshin all the time in fights. I think it has the all profit, the passive, and it can go punished so easily. But teams don't really punish him. He gets away with it, and I don't think today is gonna be like the rest of the days. And I think Jackpot is gonna punish Throwboy. And Godzi, if they don't respect ban Godzi's Minotaur, I think it's gonna be a huge issue again for Jackpot, because most people would say yes, Godzi is a really good roamer, but people would call him a two-trick. Either playing Atotkacha, either play Minotaur. But I don't believe that. I've seen Godzi play extremely well on Grok, but I don't think he has the confidence. He doesn't really have that build-up momentum yet.
We will see about this momentum, but there is one thing, and that is, there is a lot of truth in your words, because last time when we saw him on Kalia, I think it was a couple times, he wasn't doing so hard, so probably not going for Kalia should be the move, but you know, nonetheless, he was the deciding player to make the comeback against Ake, nonetheless. So, yes, he had a lot of deaths, but then he made the clutch point. So maybe we are looking at it wrongly, but right now we should be looking about at the bans. And do we see something different, something weird? Is there something lacking, Scared?
It's just that Harith first ban, which I'm noticing, but I don't think so that's a big issue out there. They're probably trying to lower down the pool of Walkie into that goal lane and force him onto one or the other kind of uncomfortable pick. I don't think so they have any problem if he picks up that unconventional 1-1, right? Because that has been the new idea of Jackpots, where you don't see them picking up all the meta picks, but they're rather more comfortable on some of their comfort picks too. This last ban from Jackpots should potentially be a Jushin. Say likes to play that hero. Oh no, it's actually an Eves Akota. Yeah, I could see you moving a finger left and right here. I understood that it's not going to be a Jushin. The question is, do you pick a CC or do you pick a Jushin for the first one? Or maybe, even the Yusunshin of Throwboy.
I mean, so far we saw Glitchko more so tend to do that they leave Throwboy as the last pick. They, even though many people would call him a guy with little of a champ pool, not really big champ pool, maybe a champ haunt, not a pool. Well, even then, they still don't care about it, and they are fine with Throwboy being on heroes like Xborg in the past. So I kinda saw this idea of Jukshin being picked up, but this kinda opens up the stuff for Jackpots. They go for Grog, and they will probably pair it up with Hayabusa, so that's already a takeaway for Trollboy, so it's thinning out. Let's see how successful they can be with thinning out his champ pool. Zakota, do you think this is the right approach?
I mean, Grok is really a great pick, and Jukshin, you're gonna force out her ultimate with a wall, with her first skill, with anything, you can just force her out. You have CC immunities, you can immune the lantern throws. But the Hayabusa pick, I would say, is a little bit premature, but it's a deserved lock-in because Trollboy is going to be forced to go into the Yusunshin to try to counter it with Traceless, because if you dodge the perfect timing, you can escape the Ugi Shadow kill, etc, etc, you know, let's not get into the statistics of it. But still, they are letting go of the CC, they're letting go of the Lapu Lapu, and they're letting go of, what was it, if I remember correctly, the Gatotkacha. Gatotkacha and Jukshin on the mid lane are gonna be a pain to deal with, and especially Lapu Lapu. They're gonna ban out next, I assume, for the side of Jackpots. I would say maybe the Arlot or the Yuzhong. I think this needs to go. I think they need to target Laito a ton, because I want to see him on his secret pick.
All right. Some, you know, behind the curtain information. What I was surprised about though is the Kalia instant ban. Instant ban of Kalia. Even though I don't really see Quodzi being that successful in it, but apparently I have the wrong idea. Skirt, do you like this approach?
Here's the big thing, right? If you're banning out a Kalia, one of the big reasons is you probably have an idea of Vlados who would go on something like the Beatrix. Because apart from that, I don't see anyone else who can utilize the Tsunami Slam that very well. Throwboy, arguably, when he's got the Mountain Shocker, to kind of chain CC the other person. But at the same time, here's the thing, right? I don't think so he's going to be so very well activated in the early game to try and capitalize on the back of that. But Zagota out there calling out on you for that Yuzhong ban, that was spot on, perfect. CC should also be there, as you rightfully mentioned. But then again, there's a picks like Uranus that can be super annoying onto the faces of Say and Throwboy. I don't quite know if that is going to be their weight. I think so. Uranus ban right now sounds a bit too decent for me for Glitch Code.
They could go for that. I would probably like it, because Jackpots so far don't really have that much tanky composition, but Zakota is laughing about it, so maybe he sees something else.
Go for it.
Light is gonna go Hellcourt next lane.
Can we mute him for a second out here, people?
It's gonna happen. Today is gonna happen.
Why would it happen right now? What? Oh my God, Zakota. Listen.
You're gonna see it. Listen. Trust me. The Hellcore is there. It's gonna appear. They're gonna ban out a generic XP laner, you know, Ali, Soranos, as you guys said. That is gonna force Glitch Code or Jackpots to go the CC. But if they go the CC on the side of Glitch Code, that's gonna make Jackpot's life easier with the Hellcore because they can really force out the engages because you don't see Hellcore, you know, turns off the light. Just like they turn out the lights in your house, sometimes scared that, you know, when we don't see you anymore and the screen goes all black for a niche. But man, you guys are not gonna expect it. The Hellcourt is gonna come through because he is such a demon. You can split push, you can go gang, you can have so much reset, you heal on lane. And it's just an annoying hero to deal with.
I would maybe even like it. Because if you look at the composition of Jackpots, they are very squishy. Like only Grok is there, and Grok is not really stopping anyone from going in. He is the one going in himself. So honestly, if Hellcourt comes out, Skirt, I would like it.
That's the thing, man. I don't quite know. If you're a Hellcourt, you're jumping in, you got Malfurion running away with the Brilliance, you got Hayabusa, Zugi, Shadow Kill, Walkie. I think so he's gonna have a lot more tools to run around with the Rondo as well as the Death Sonata to create that gap, including the Flicker. Plus, that makes your own composition way too squishy in this situation. You'd rather need a front line to protect safe from the oncoming slot of Kingstar and Jackie and Malfurion, and that's why they're just gonna double down onto that dive as well with the Khalid, including the gold lane pickup of Ruby and Esmeralda in the hands of Lito. I was about to say it, if it's not a Uranus, it should be an Esmeralda, and they lock it in perfectly, boys. The draft is all set.
I like
Boring.
it. Boring? Okay, you can say boring, but I like it. Yes, there is no Hellcourt, so yes, I'm sad with you. I feel you, Zakota. We will cry together. We buy ice cream, yeah. But if we look at the team comps, they are decent. They are decent team comps, and this is what I would like to see from the top 4 teams that are still left from the rest of the teams that already has fallen out. I like the draft, and I'm excited about the show that you will bring us pretty soon. But before we get to that, if we look at the teams comp, who has the late game, who has the early game? Set it up, kind of. Go for it.
You got Zakota. Got it. Come on, you're the man.
Jackpots won the draft. That's end of story. Jackpots won the draft. They're just lacking so much from Glitch Code. Glitch Code has Khalid on roam. He gets countered so hard by Hayabusa. Grok also there, what are they gonna do to him? Ruby is gonna be a pain in the butthooks, but I don't think it's gonna be really that impactful, but still.
Yeah.
And as we go on the Land of Dawn, I will bring the mic to you guys, but before that, guys, this is so exciting to watch. Take it off.
Thank you so very much for that, my man Warren out here with the host. We've got all of our predictions right as well. Now, before you hop off out there, 1 second, Godsey, wanting to force out a flicker, or rather the retribution from Jackie. Not happening out. Oh my God, look at top lane. Look, Gabri. He's going to have to press his region to survive to hop back all the way into his base. That's a big win for Lito in the EXP early game.
Okay, we're gonna look at the possible event coming from Troy God is gonna be there along with his triple stun. But still, I mean, right now, in the early game, they have advantage with the Khalid because he can go and get so much information and he gets so much recon, but I think he can go a little bit punished. There's the flicker going away. The early game, of course, goes in favor of Glitch Code because you can counter Hayabusa early, you know, with her generation. Eating sand with Khalid is gonna give you HP. And, I mean, with Sei on your team, you have the Juxin, she can also escape the ultimate Troba as well. Who's the right target?
Here's the big thing, right? I know you're saying that the early game has been won by Glitch Code, but I still, for some reason, feel that Jackpots are the ones who are having the advantage. And no, I'm not looking at the 37 or 100 gold advantage that they have, but more or less like Lito is winning out in his own lane. You can't really, you're not technically allowing any major advantage to come through from Godsey as well. If anything, his own flicker has been baited out. But this early turtle take, this could be it. Maybe this could be that advantage setter right now, since there's no one who's up close to take and going in for that contest out in the open. Holy smokes! Lito bursted out in a second as Kingstar could do the next one. The Cyclone Eye ain't helping him out there. And that is the first 2 picks from Glitch Code.
I mean, I think they're winning the early game, no scared. You were
Now
doubting.
they are, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can see because Trouble forced so much. Oh, stay!
Yeah, he still wants to try and survive out in the open as well as Godzi. He's now gonna eat sand just like you rightfully mentioned too. And Malfurion doesn't really have anything to run away with the brilliance to save his own life. It's all thanks to Kingston knocking back Throwboy. Otherwise, that could have been the third.
I mean, still, he was in the effective trace that he had this immunity, but look at Jackie, he's gonna be in the top lane, forcing out the bravest fighter, just deny a possible engage, even a possible kill on Gabri. But still, at the end of the day, Lito is gonna win the lane because he's Esmeralda, he's just gonna heal everything, he's gonna get a shield every single second. Oh, Malfurion!
Oh, that's gonna be a big one out here, picking off Sado, but still Malfurion, Kingston, both of them surviving by the skin of their teeth. Throwboy is not getting those kills. Apart from just picking off that one, and we know, Zakota, how that ends.
I mean, still, Malfurion was at a comfortable level. He was getting healing from the minions and from the passive regeneration after you press the button, of course. But still, in the top lane, there's always a clash going on. Lito and Gabri are loving each other. They're just fighting and fighting, but still, he got a kill. Gabri is gonna actually, is gonna complete the Hunter Strike for the extra penetration upon the Grok, but a quick look at the casted predictions.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, it's a full house for Jackpots except for Synth. He still believes in Glitch Code, and I know how that ends for Synth most of those times, but it's a 3-2 coming in for Kronos, Warren, as well as Nish. While Zakota, you, me, and Osgate, we all think that it's going to be a 3-1. Should be an easy game for Jackpots out here right now, but I'm not quite sure. Because Kingstar was forced to use his Tectonic Charge too, as the second turtle is now here.
He's gonna get it back before the turtle, major turtle fight starts because...
So. Oh,
Jackie?
Yeah, this could be a big one. Godzi instantly taken down with the Oogie Shadow kill though. No way for Jackie to survive. He gets pulled into his death out from the Ruby, and that's the gold lane pick. And make it 2 as well as Kingstar's got nothing to help his slide out. This land is sliding off of their hands. Glitch Code with a big win. Trying to clear off his minion. He got the wave too. He's still surviving by the skin of his teeth. No way. He tries to counter. Still gets the pick. Vladosi goes 1-for-1. A flicker used up as well by Godzi only to take them down. Look at upside as Throwboy. You take down 2 of us down bot. We still take 1 there and at top. And look at mid. Jackpots have taken every advantage they could have in this entire map.
Okay, they evened it out. 2 kills for 2 kills and a turret. They traded completely, but the mid battle is still going on. Oh, flicker.
Pretty low out there. Let's say eventually forcing him out of that flicker. It's absolutely fine. But man, this is getting so brawly.
I wouldn't say brawly. They're just going for actual takedowns. There was a really great happy feed moment for Walkie, but still. Trouble is going to use his boat to get a little bit of advantage, to get a vision and to know the position of the enemies. But Vladus is in a pretty sneaky bush on the mid-right side. Kingstar is going to reveal him. But man, right now they're going to look for a pick. Oh!
I was not quite sure about this Tectonic Charge. They do not really have any kind of anti-heal coming in. And that's why Vladosi is going to be fine. It's going to be a-okay for him. 15 more seconds for the turtle. And now Jackpots don't have the Tectonic Charge.
I mean, I think in this scenario, Jackpots were looking to bait out some other ultimates, but they didn't fall. I mean, Glitchful didn't take the bait. They didn't get the cheese of the mouse shot. Malfurion!
Big one out here with the Ruby DD combination, and he instantly takes down Throwboy. A mega kill coming in, only shut down, going on the other side with the Oogie Shadow kill in the backline. Say still survives thanks to the Crimson Beacon, but what is it going to do against a lady who takes care of your shield and deals the damage through all of that? 1-for-2 trade. Jackpots back in the advantage.
Not really. 1,500 gold set in favor of Glitch Code and a fight.
Yeah, another one out here.
There's, as you said, brawly. But still, I think, as you said, Jackpots won that fight, but Trobo is back and ready to rock and roll. Oh!
Absolutely. That's going to be a big miss coming in with the Tectonic Charge, catching on to 2. No one caught in the meteor shower, or rather, into the ultimate of Yi Sun Shin. Guess what? The backline now being taken down. Low HP. 3 people stunned up. Look at the HPs on all 4 of them. Oogie Shadowgale going all the way onto the purple buff as well as Gabri gets his own Landshaker back. I'm pretty sure Jackpots would be kicking under their tables right now, letting 4 members of Glitch Code at such a low HP.
Showboy in the bot side right now. We're gonna see Lighto in a 2v1 situation right now. A pretty nice Tracer's dodge.
That he tries to survive, but he gets picked off, and just like that, his life is fluffed about. Kingsta with a face check, looking to look for something. SKR joins back onto the mic, right?
Yep.
I think you get possessed, scared. Was that Warren?
Absolutely no idea. You know, there's some kind of audio changes happening here and there, but guess what? There's a change in the momentum in this game one more time as Glitch Code finally pulling themselves back into this one. Yet again, catches one. Gabri missing the Landshaker, could be taken down. Yugi, shadow kill. It's 2 out there for Jackpots. Double kill for Jackie. And this is the reason why I said, with the introduction of Jackie in the roster, Jackpots can play way too aggressive, even when their composition is mid to late game.
It doesn't matter for as long as the sides get fed. At least one of the sides get items is gonna be better for them in the long run. But still, Walkie is at the bad receiving end. He didn't get a lot of early gold advantage. He didn't get a kill, he didn't get that much. But still, Jackie and Malfurion did 4 and 2, 4-1 and 2, and 5-1 and 4. In a ton of kills and a ton of farm in theirs. I mean, just a state. And the audience thinks that Jackpots will win. Just like me, so you know, maybe. No. And also you also voted like that Jackpots are gonna win, so that's true. Only Synth voted against it.
Yeah, except for the Synth, no one really thinks it could be out of their hand. Yeah, that's a miss coming in, but I'm not quite sure if that pull would have either ways held them out there, right? Because Kingsta has got the tectonic charge too, but Lighto, him getting pulled back out there could be a bit of a problem. Instantly has to run back to safety. If I'm not wrong, he had to burn up his own spell too for that one. That too right before the Lord as the dance will now begin. No, big tectonic charge catching Auto 2 as well as Gabri will run back to safety with the Oogie Shadow Kill. Not enough to take him down. But guess what? It is going to be Litho again winning it all out as Godzi gets isolated and dealt with too. Say blocked with ball. But no one's going to chase on to him as the Lord is free for taking. Maybe not that easy. Throw boy gets yet another mountain shocker. 2 for already going in by Volado C. But it's not enough. There's still 3 in front as he will move back. And 3 for 2 for the Lord. Jackpots finally get back in the lead.
What a beautiful engagement coming from Kingstad. That instant tectonic charge got 3 members up, allowing Malfurion to jump in with that Chaos ultimate, just allowing her to deal a ton of damage, of course. And she went for Gabri and Godzi, the most tanky members of Glitchko, the guys who could take the damage and feel the pain from it. Still, their Lord is gonna march down the top lane. The bot side is gonna get a bit of poke coming upon it. Lighto is there, maybe he's gonna try to get a few basic attacking, not gonna contest. Talking about contesting.
Oh, another one with a big tectonic charge now being pulled up, though. No one getting at the follow-up on that as the, again, Raging Sunstorm into that back. Not really enough. Kingsta, a bit too overeager there, gets dealt with. And I think so. With this, Glitch Code should be able to defend their tier 2s up mid and bot at least.
Not really. I think they're going to give away the bot side as well to defend the Lord. Not waste the ability, because one fight could lose them an inhibitor tower still. Now defending the bot is going to be a huge risk, because that's going to reveal so much of the red side, bottom side. And it's going to be the strong side for Jackpots, where the Lord is going to spawn. On the other hand, they didn't even defend the top lane properly. Yes, they didn't get the inhibitor shield off, but still, that's only 30 seconds left of time. In the bot side, the tower is 1 HP away. The only strong is the mid side tower.
That's one of the things that I also thought out here. But Zakota, have a look at the itemization. Then tell me if you find anything weird. I think so. It's all cool.
Something I don't like is Lapu Lapu's building penetration. That Fury Hammer, not the Fury Hammer, that I believe it's called Fury Hammer actually. It is indeed. It's not worth it to build on Lapu Lapu if you're not going the Oracle build. The Oracle's already going to give you enough damage just based on that. You should maybe go for an extra defense item. You know, a tunic, a magic tunic, a leather tunic, extra something, iron leggings to block against the Hayabusa, block against the
Silence
Granger,
robe.
silence rope. There are so many choices. Also, especially the Black Ice Shield nowadays, it gives you 23 defense in both of them, in magical and in physical. So it's again a better item to get in the early game.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so many choices. There's just so many choices for items. But look at Lighto. He got that full Anti-Curious. He got that book. He got that Oracle as well. Just giving a ton of free shield. And Gods is going to use the Conceal. Trying to get something out of Jackie. Not
Yeah.
a lot, though.
I'm not a big fan of that right now because they've lost all control of the mid as well as the bottom part of that map. And instantly Malfurion was able to take that turret down too. Now that gives you a lot more access, not just into the jungle, but also control the entirety of that river. That's
Talking
how the
about
Lord
the
has
jungle.
spawned in too. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, bit of a problem out there with the ball coming in, but look at the back line, the Raging Sandstorm coming in, and Gabri's going to try and follow up on him. They've used every single thing to catch down Wonky, but guess what? Their own backline is right now dealing with the Grog. He's still trying to survive as Kingstar wants to run back to safety, making it 3, coming in already. And it's only 2 members standing, that's Jackie and Laito. The Lord picked up, but everything in mid is now going to be stolen by Glitch Code.
I'm well stealing.
Oh.
There is that. Oh, Crescent Moonfall, but Jackie is gonna steal away the minions, but still not in time for him to take it away. The tower is still
Oh
gonna fall.
boy.
Jackie is also gonna fall. Man, what a good trade coming from Glitchcode. They lost the lore, but in the long run, they won the war. The battle was lost. The war was not. It's still raging on. 15 to 14. The gold is finally in favor of Jackpots. The bot lane. If Gabby wasn't there, it was about to follow the minion. Still say he's gonna pull Lighto out. He got that blue buff allowing to be a little bit more annoying because it's gonna get his mana charged up faster. He's gonna use less mana, and he is gonna have extra 10 CDR reduction. Ooh,
The big thing out
Conceal?
here. Yeah,
What?
not quite sure. Maybe it was just to go in for the chase as well, but didn't really work out for them. Out here in the open, though. The big point which I also wanted to mention was the fact that every single time Jackpots have been trying to take that fight, it is when Gabri was not ready for that burst. Whenever Lapu Lapu is in the normal form, you don't really have those heightened or advanced defenses, right? Oh, hold on. I'm offended being used yet again on Kingster. Not quite sure if that was the right cause because guess what? This is the re-engage coming in. Raging Sandstorm used in the back line. But finally, Jackie joining into the fight with the Oogie Shadow Kill. He gets absolutely obliterated as the damage is just not there. Finally, the brilliance coming to fruition too. But both frontliners have lost their life. It is an engage that was started by Glitch Code, ended up in their favor too.
Still right now, as the Glitch Code is in favor, it's 5 versus 3. The towers are gonna be taken down. Everything that's there to be taken is gonna be down. So, but still, an unusual item. Sky Piercer on Juxin. I think Say was just getting a little bit annoyed on how many times Jack was escaping 1 HP. In the mid lane, we saw Kingsta and Malfurion living with 1 HP. But still, Kingsta is getting poked out. Draw boy.
He's gonna get deleted as well because guess what? Kingsta flickered into the Raging Sunstorm coming in from Godzi on the other side. And he gets taken out. And now they do not have the Lord control. They've got absolutely nothing to work with. 20 seconds. And Glitch Code have got the momentum.
Indeed, they do. Lord is up as you said, 15 seconds. Kingsta's not gonna be up by then. But man, what is the right call here? Trying to go for a pick-off on Troba yet again? Or maybe try to go for Vlados or Say? I think this is gonna be the only 2 correct choices. I mean, Gabri is a bit too tanky. He has, the Landshaker has so many things to use to stop the initial engage. And as well, he has the Brave Sight, the Raging Slashes, a lot of damage reduction as well from the skill 2 in enhanced form. But man, Godzi is killing it with the Kali today. Kingsta as well. Lord Reset is there. Troboy is gonna use his little bow to get some vision. Laito! Is he gonna fall?
Oh. Yeah, seems to be in an awkward position though, but yeah, no one really to catch him. Say has been the main problem for Laito. He can't really seem to reach out to that guy out. Guess what? Bit of an opening now. Poke coming in. Tectonic charge used up. No one getting caught in that as Vladosi. Still trying to go for the front line with the Eye of Pendant. They take care already of Kingsta as Even Walkie was pushed all the way back. Now Laito tries to frontline. Oogie shadow kill. No charges on him. So it doesn't really matter as he can't really get the basic attack in as well. Another
Oh my God.
by Blood Aussie. This could be a big blunder from Jackpots as it's been capitalized by Glitch Code. Purify used by Laito to run away, but how much can you do? How long can you survive? Not long enough, says Throwboy. The Ruby DD comes in thanks to the Winter Crown. Everyone stays alive. And Jackpots, with only 2 now, want to defend not just this midway, but also the Lord.
I believe it is defended. Like, Kingslack can maybe stop the Lord, but will they be enough? Will these 3 members be enough? Vlados?
It's fine.
It's
gonna
fine,
be okay.
it is indeed fine. They're gonna be armed by the time the Lord is gonna charge it, but the Lord will charge the turret. And I think that's gonna be a really big play coming from Glitch Code. And as well, Godzi is gonna get his ultimate back and the flicker, so he's gonna go for the backline trouble as well. He has his bolt.
Big one play into the backline as well as Gabri jumps into rightly as you mentioned. Tectonic charge used up, just trying to knock everyone in. Flicker for Kingston to save his own life as everyone hops in. And a big Ruby DD yet again. Malfurion tries to survive, but it doesn't matter. The Lord is enough to take down the Brace Crystal as it's Glitch Code taking game number 1.
It does not matter, as you said. It's gone. The game, the base crystal exploded, it's all gone. The chances for the first game, not anymore reversible, not anything you can do to them. It's done and settled, at least for the first game. But the rest of the series, there's a question mark still in the air. Actually, one super interesting thing happening. Glitch Code winning the first game? After all the speak from Walkie, I expected that Jackpots should be winning the first one. It looks like it didn't go according to plan. I would love to mention a couple of facts that I feel like were detrimental for Jackpots. One of them would probably be, in my eyes, going for an assassin. Because if you compare Hayabusa to Yesunshin, he just needs to farm and doesn't really matter where the farm comes from. So he doesn't need kills, he can just farm up. Where Hayabusa wants to get a snowball going. If he doesn't get a snowball going, it's not really that good. So I think that was one of the chinks in the armor. But Zakota, you look like you have different opinion about that.
I indeed do as a jungle main. I played both of the zeros religiously. And Hayabusa is extremely similar to Yesunshin. Both of them can be farmed, both of them, it just matters how you play them during the game. Jack could have farmed, could have split push a little bit more, but Tropa was just getting in every single fight, taking every single mistake coming from Jackpots. But still, I don't know why the Grog wasn't that great there. Of course, they had so many CC immunities. They had the Purify coming in from Sei, they had Traceless, they had Lapu Lapu with the Land Shaker. Of course, they had a ton of tanky enemies as well because they had Fighter gold lane. And that really just denied Kings that they engage in the escape he was looking for, because you're a one and done here with Grog. You're gonna do your dolly, you're gonna do your combo, you're gonna do your skill 1. After that, you're not that great in a team fight compared to Khaled. He's gonna do damage all the time, he's gonna eat sand, he's gonna heal. But, you know, Gerd, you were during the game, what do you think about his builds?
Here's the thing, I mean, to be honest, I kind of want to throw that one down to Warren as well, because you've been watching it from the sidelines too.
Well, I liked your discussion about the Fury Hammer, and I just want to point out that usually most of the people go for that, and even Bober, the, you know, basically Jesus Christ of XP lane here in Europe, even he goes Fury Hammer. So that's not something to scoff on, Zakota, actually. But yeah, of course, there is many opinions about the game. But there is one opinion that you cannot deny, you cannot even argue with it. Throwboy, 94,000 damage. He was the king of doing damage. And we should stand by this king moniker, because Kingsta, my man, what was he doing? He was so disconnected from the rest of the team. It looked like when they went into teamfight, they hopped off Discord.
Here's the thing, man. I personally felt that Kingsta, whenever he was going in for the engage, you need someone in your team to instantly burst down the one who's been knocked up. Because you've got what, around a second or a couple of seconds to try and control that enemy. it wasn't really happening. Once everyone was all the way back down, that's when you'd see Jackie hop into, and then yes, there were moments when even Malfurion was popping off. But apart from that, whenever Woki was pushed all the way back, the team fights were being traded off in the favor of Glitch Code. And the biggest point which I noticed was in the early phases, no one was actually pushing Woki far back enough. In the later phases, it was Godzi jumping with Gabri instantly in the backline. They did not care if anyone else was falling up on them or not. Their main objective was to just zone away Woki as much as possible. After Malfurion is done with his own combination, he can't really do anything else in those team fights. And Jackie, the Gota, let's be honest, if it's all the 5 people standing up in front of you, you don't really have any kind of shadow marks on any opponent, your Rugi Shadow Kill is not going to do anything. That's what was constantly happening in those team fights.
You're right. I mean, he wasn't landing them, but still he was using the Wookiee Shadow Kill. I would say, normally, when you're at a disadvantage, you're going to try to set HP, you're going to use the Wookiee Shadow Kill to maybe, if you're getting luck, you're playing to all of the gods, to get a mark on the Lord's Maw, just stay on the lore and try to get execute. But still, at the end of the day, I believe it was just a goal lane difference. Yes, Walkie was doing some amazing plays, he was doing magic footwork sometimes, but Vlados is just, a monster machine. He was the sole carry, I believe, of Glitch Code, because last game, as another caster in the chat, Sin said, how do you kill Esmeralda that game? Who is the person to kill Esmeralda? Because she is so tanky. We saw it last time in Eternal Oblivion versus Fake Time, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was Eternal Oblivion versus Jackpots, actually. Yep. They were playing Esmeralda and they couldn't kill her. Hangi was unkillable that game, but still, they ended for the same thing. They fell for the same thing. They went for the other side. They ignored the Esmeralda completely. And, that's the end of the story.
True.
Yeah, but the new story starts. Story of this draft. And some new things can come from that. Some new stuff can come from that. Definitely might be a new composition. Because Kalia was banned, yes, but she was banned in the second phase, so that's already telling us a little bit what my Jackpots go for. Maybe it's a Juxin, maybe it's something else. How do you see it, Scared?
I just personally feel that at this point they're respecting Godzi. Even though the Kalia is something that everyone else might think it's not really the best. Like of Godzi on the other side, they're like, yeah, we don't really want to deal with that. It's gonna be the standard bans all across the board, but my whole point is, do you think Woki was making a big impact into that gold lane on the Granger, right? That is where my question lies right now. So Kota, I can see you smiling.
No, well, I mean, what impact can you make? You're just so late to the game as a Granger, and in the early game with a Granger, you need to get that heal advantage, you need to get that gold advantage just to completely oppress your enemy. Because you're versus a fighter Golem, but still you're versus a Ruby, you have the Ranger and Ranger to deal with her. And on the other hand, I can see why they're banning out the Kalea, I mean, especially during the last game, because Kalea can be countering to any single hero because she has a CC immunity. She's basically a CC immune show, with healing on top of that. And it's gonna force most of the enemies to go on a Purify, especially on the God side. You can not have a Granger on a Purify because you're gonna lose so much advantage because Flicker just does wonders for him. He can chase, he can disengage, he can do so many things. But at the end of the day, Kalea just completely denies that spell. Same with the mid lane, you're gonna be forced to go the Purify.
Yeah, that's two players without flickers, possibly. Pretty annoying. Thanks for your analysis. I can clearly see why they would choose to do that. Hilda, yeah, I think Hilda will probably... I don't know if she can do it before the tournament ends, but when we will have a next one, she should be up there. She should be up there. People hate to play against her. I think out of the last games that we had in the playoffs, she probably was... I don't know, okay, not 100%, but she probably was like 85 or something, you know? Scared. Do you have the data?
I mean, the current buff eventually makes Hilda absolutely untouchable. That's one thing I'd have to say, along with dealing a ton of more damage than you'd expect. Just make a Fury Hammer early on, get you a couple of semi-defensive items in. If you're playing her, then complete the Rare of Hep Disease. Holy smokes, you can't really survive. Any backline squishy is just going to be destroyed instantly. And that is something that Glitch Code also likes to do as well. You clearly saw whenever Gabri was playing out, right? If you're not putting him in an uncomfortable spot, he will flank your backline. And Godzi was ready with the Raging Sandstorm flicker combinations, and you can put him on any kind of hero. You know, those are the kind of plays he will still make. So you've got to be careful about what Godzi and Gabri are going to be doing in that entire field out. And even if you're a glitch code, you don't really want Jackpots to pick up that Hilda. You're fine giving away the Zushin. It's alright. You still have a few picks that you can use in to counter that, one of them being the Kimi.
Yes, you could go for Kimi, but maybe Zakota has a different idea, because I see his brain cooking something up. Could you share that with us?
Not a Hellcut.
No, Malfurion is the best Kimi in Europe right now, in my opinion. And I think if he went Kimi first pick, we would have seen a completely different outcome, because he can carry on the mid lane. And they can go for a double fighter on side lanes. But I don't think Walkie really likes playing fighter goals. So, that's why we're going to see a bit more marksmen. But still, also, the Harriet is left open as a first pick. And I think there's going to be a really good, pick-off if Vlados takes it. If Vlados takes the Harriet, it's going to be, I think, game over. Yep. There it is.
This is so tough. You rightfully mentioned that if they take away Harriet, it will be even worse. And they just did. And it's not just Harriet. It's Yuzong as well. And the worst part is, if you forget about one of them and just think about the first or the other, it's still bad. But together, it's so bad if you are Jackpots. I feel like this is a little bit of a blunder. But at the same time, I don't think Jackpots don't know what they are doing. Yes, maybe first game they didn't win it, but it was a close one. So they have a plan up their sleeve. Here, do you see what the plan might be?
It'll be a reactive play now. Maybe take away the Yisunshin. Don't give that one jungler into the hands of Throwboy. Guess what? We're gonna get answers. Yeah, it's a Yisunshin pickup along with the Gato of Kingstar. Understandably good picks, and the Hayabusa instantly locked in as well by Throwboy. Just making sure that he's got his own comfort jungler and not is being forced on picks like Xbox on the other side. Now, if you are Jackpots, you are better off of banning off the Kimi. You do not want to give that early game mid control to Glitch Code, right? If that happens, I don't see any way for them to make that comeback in this game.
But at the same time, if they have only Kimi, I agree with you. Just to put it out there, I agree with you, yes. But Kimi on her own, with a roamer that cannot facilitate her mid lane prio, she cannot outpush Juxin. Well, she can, but it's not as easy as it could be. Zakota, what do you think will be the balance?
Well, I think they have to ban Minotaur from the side of Jackpots. Because, Minotaur is great and you got Gacha. I mean, yeah, you get a little bit countered in the early game, but still you have them, on Fury. And it has its immunity, so you can just stay still and just do a ton of knock-ups. And especially the healing is going to be really impactful in the early game, because as soon as you get that healing onto your mage, she's going to get a little bit of, I think, damage multiplier on normal heroes. Or something like that, if I remember correctly. I think it was changed to be like the encourage passive. But still, it's gonna be risky. I mean, whatever you play here has to be with a ton of CC. And I feel like Minotaur is working really well into Yuzenshin, because the dash Traceless doesn't have that much CC immunity anymore. It's, I think, at the same time as a dash. It's not like after a dash you get a few seconds as well. But man, I mean, what a first game. I mean, the draft was looking flawless from the side of Jackpots, but at the end of the day, who played better? Glitch Code. Who knows what happened in game number 2? I mean, they already have the Yuzhong, as you mentioned, the Harriet, the Hayabusa. 3 really strong heroes on their own. Now they just need to get that really good sauce at the end of the day to seal the deal, make a perfect pasta, Shout out to Davide, to Lemon Lover. But still, I mean, what's the right choice here? I mean, they already banned out the CC because of the Gadot Gacha, Yo-Yo combo, you tangle them together, the big AOG comes through. Gets a good, value for the ultimate. But Minotaur seemed to like the... Oh, Minotaur was banned, I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Lunox? I don't like that. It's good. Don't like it.
You might not like it, but there is one undeniable fact, and that is Glitch Code have a lot of damage. So Jackie and Malfurion, if they get caught in that, they are as good as that, and with Moscow being locked in for the gold lane, you are making it even harder for yourself. What is this team comp? Yes, it has a little bit of teeth in the early game because you have Juxin, but other than that, everything is towards the late game. I don't know how that's gonna work exactly. Maybe Scared has a different opinion.
No, I've got no different opinion. You need a short disengage tool for your side if you're Lito. Something that can stop the onslaught coming in on your way. And I don't think so Ruby is going to be the answer. You need a proper tankiness disengage.
Or even more engage, you go in.
I don't like it. I don't think so. You've got way squishy backline out here with the Eastern Shin and Moscow along with Malfurion on the Jushin, and look at the burst from the other side. Who's gonna take care of you, John? That's my main question.
Maybe Moscow in late game, yes, he can deal with him, but until he is in late game, he cannot really. Zakota, we have both team comps locked in. Break it down for us.
Well, right now we're gonna see the Hylos going in for the engage, but the lack of CC from Glitch Code is gonna be a real troublesome thing. They have got Kacha, they have, I mean, you could say also Malfurion and Wallaki as the big CC leads, but still, I mean, I think Jackpots on the draft because, you know, it's more refined.
I mean, I don't know, man. I personally feel that probably on board with Glitch Code this time around. Yes, Godzi is gonna have some trouble out there early on in the laning phase because Ace Clear is not as good as Malfurion. But overall, if you really look at it, I don't know, a lot more openings is where I can see Jackpots being picked off from.
Alright, it's head-to-head, it's 1-to-1, so I should, you know, maybe pin the fate to the other side, you know? Nah, I will leave it on the Land of Dawn as we approach into it right now, and we will be going into the second game right now. Glitch Code with a lead, but Jackpots want to come back. Take it.
It's gonna be a big one and an important one coming in, and instantly, Zakota, those plays coming out in mid, so Godzi helping out Say to clear out that mid lane quickly as Malfurion just tries to go in for a bit more poke there. Let's quickly have a look at the emblems and tell me if you see anything fishy.
I mean, a little bit fishy is the 1v1 Master Assassin on that... oh, talking about Master Assassin.
Yeah, oh my god, throw boy. Luckily, he's able to survive out there thanks to the shadows, but maybe that's not the case with Godzi. Instantly picked up and brought all the way back as the first blood goes in the hands of Jackpot, specifically Kingstar. And oh my god, look at their aggressive play. They realize that they can make these kind of plays as well since it's the broken wall, and instantly want to try and steal away the buff of Throwboy, but the support coming in from the other side should be fine. The Petrify! The Petrify! Jackie! He just gets absolutely obliterated there, and we've got no clue what he was trying to do.
I mean, well, right now I was gonna say that Gabri and Light are gonna have a really big fight because, I mean, Yuzhong is direct counter to the Arlot, but still, look at Troboy. He is gonna get a lot of punish going on the top lane because as soon as Lighto uses anything, a dash, a skill, he misses something, it's gonna be over for that little XP laner right there. But still, as I said, they tried to go and punish the Hayabusa, but still, at the end of the day, they got punished. The Yuzhong rotating was not written in the books, but Kingstar.
Big AoE out there in the mid as well as instantly Godzi gets taken down and Say running by the skin of his teeth as the first turtle spawns in. The Lunox is not even level 4 out there as Throwboy is going to be sent back thanks to no shadows available now. Black Dragon farm coming in. Lighto still wants to clear a couple of more minions as this fight could get messy, pretty messy. The turtle taken by Say, that's a big one. Retri messed up. Oh, with the final shot, AOG! That GG combination is now going to put Jackpots in a big advantage as even the SOD misses. But I don't think so they care. Or maybe they actually do because look at the HP of Lighto. He's got to use the flicker to run back to safety. Say with the brilliance is able to take care of Malfurion too. And look at Throwboy. Surviving, barely breathing on a ventilator as they still manage to get the better trade.
This is not looking great for Jackpots. I mean, they gave up the third that they were just getting zoned so much as soon as that Black Dragon form was used. It just meant the end of days for some of the members of Team Jackpot, but still, while he used his Spear of Destruction, got the fight, and on the other side, Vlad was getting the tower plating, just getting those items. Look at the gold difference. It's 600 or so, 700 gold if I'm not mistaken. difference between them. But oh, Godzi!
Yeah, right now with again Mountain Shocker. He was stunned up, brought back as well with the Lantern Flare. Nothing left out there for the Hylos to survive. And they can eventually now try and put a bit more pressure into that bot lane as we have a look at the early few items, Gotha.
Early few items, I mean, for the jungler side, I would have loved to see the Flame Emblem on the Yisun Shindon that steals away the enemy physical attack. Just so you get extra damage because every enemy on the Glitch Code side is squishy. Harp is squishy, the Hayabusa is squishy, Lunox is squishy. The only tanky guys are Gabri and Godzi, but you're not the only person to deal with those. Walkie is gonna build the Trinity build as we all usually do. He's gonna get the Demon Hunter Sword, he's gonna be dealing with them at the end of the day, but Godzi...
Yeah, this could be big as again he goes for the glorious pathway as well with again the chaos comes in. Oh, again! This is big! But guess what? Kingstar is the first one to fall through all of that chaos. There was a Mountain Shocker coming in, but it did not really matter. As the turtle now spawns up in 1 second, this should be a glitch code turtle again.
It looks like that Kingstar used AOG, and then the Shadow was still on the top of him, and Troboy just got to execute it. Just, you know, he teleported him, slapped him on the back of the head, and the kill for himself. As you said, Troboy is gonna... No, actually, Say is gonna secure it yet again.
Yeah, Retry wasn't really there, so it's absolutely fine. With the Black Dragon form used up, you knew that Jackie is going to be zoned off. And yeah, you were actually talking about that. We'll eventually get on that, as guess what? Walkie loses that 1v1, and also the cannon minion now. Godzi could be traded in mid. It takes every single thing from the side of Jackpots to take down this one horse. Oh, and the final slash misses. The eye frame was perfect. Maybe not good enough for the Mountain Shocker. Jing Chong says Jackie as he takes one more down and say, you can't show the emote like that. It's all 5 members chasing you down in your tier 2. And the side lanes being won by Glitch Code, but the mid taken care of by Jackpots.
Scared. I think I wanted to say, you know, it may seem a little bit like trash talk, but I think Say has more attributions during the series than Jackie does. A quick fact there for you guys. Jackie, I think, missed every single attribution up until now, but Say managed to steal one away.
I mean, same thing could be said for Throwboy as well, right? He himself also missed out on that retribution. Right now, Say is like, oh, fine, I'll do it myself. I am the jungler of the team. Look at me. There was a long back time when you also used to see the Lunox jungle coming in. Light, though. Should be fine right now, maybe. Not long enough as Godzi wanted to jump in, but again, the Mountain Shocker comes in at clutch. A stun coming in. Good taunt picked up. Sent down on the other side. But the Petrify. Walkie's got to go back. He can't join the fight in the Moscow. And Ching Chong gets sent back too in the base. SOD did connect in that back, but guess what? The main focus is on Malfurion as he gets zoned out and Say and Godzi.
Wait, Cowboy's there!
Still survive. Why is Godzi still there? That's my big question. Throwboy coming in with a final slash as well. He gets Say out of this game. And now with the Zaman Force, the quick dashes from Vladosi! You can't put him out of the mix as for long enough. He still jumps back in, but not enough damage onto Kingstar. Maybe this time around, Gabri has got some of his own. No Black Dragon form, so he should be bursted instantly. A bit of an overextension coming in now with a glorious pathway. Turtle falls in the hands of Glitch Code, but I thought previous one was Brawly. Man, in this one, they just seem to be going at each other's throat.
Scared, listen, I noticed something. You know, when you ever go to school, you're in math class and you say, what do I need Pythagoras theorem for? Right there, you saw a perfect use of Pythagoras theorem. The closest and fastest way to a target is going the completely straight line. But Godzi, you know, he calculated in his brain and put the glorious pathway in a way to inconvenience Jackie, just to slow him down. But man, you never learn about this. You learn about it in school. I'll never use it. But look, at the end of the day, if you're in pro play, you're gonna use it every single day. But as you said, the dash is coming from Vlados, but I mean, Troboy baited out light to outside of the tower, allowing Vlados to get a dashes upon him.
Was a bit of a problem coming in for him. Out here, though, Jackie is kind of struggling as well. 4-3-4 out on the Yisun Shen now. Picks up the Malefic Roar along with the Hunter Strike. So he's got the penetration, but I still feel in order to burst down the other side, you would require that endless battle.
I mean, it depends. Oh, Boogie Shadow kill is there to clear the wave. Not oh, but Kingstar's gonna get a taunt in on him. Malfurion. Oh!
Big chain CC, and that's what you were talking about as well. And they've also forced out the Black Dragon form now. It's going to be on cooldown for at least a minute. And that is only 34 seconds remaining into that lot. So this could be a pretty big advantage for Jackpots if they utilize it properly.
Right now, the only thing I don't like is that Moscow is not getting enough farm. He is just giving away so many free things. Right now, he's gonna get that bot wave alone. But still, 15 seconds to Lord. Everyone is ready to rock and roll. The spells are there, but still, Demon Hunter store is not yet available. He went for the golden stuff a little bit earlier to get the reset on the dashes. Of course, it's a normal thing, but still, you'd expect a Moscow to farm a little bit more. Take advantage of the opposite lines and just take as much farm as possible. Even the enemy jungle sometimes. If you have the possibility, take away the creeps, take away the lizard, take away the double green, as we like to call it, the golem. Anything. If you have the chance, the point, just go for it, just do it. Nike.
I personally feel it's a shout out to Nike as well. We're looking for sponsors.
The goddess of winning, the goddess of winning,
Yeah, for now, I agree. But here's the thing, right? I don't personally feel that this is still a pretty good matchup for Moscow coming into this game. You've got a Hayabusa on one side. You've also got Gabri on the Yuzhong. And then if anything goes wrong, Sei could also be there hiding in any kind of bush to take you down. But right now, Gabri's position could be crucial because of the slot now. Conceal being used up. Half HP taken out. Throwboy wants to jump in. Realizes that there's quite a couple of players though with a Petrify combination. But it's still light though. Retribution won by Jackie as the AOG used up defensively to run back to safety.
The count is there.
The Crimson Beacon. Can he pick one up as again the backline is opened up? Light though. He survives for as long as he could and is the only casualty in the fight as Jackpots take the first slot.
I mean, right now I believe Godzilla is making a few mishaps. He is going for the wrong target, but the SOD is going to connect. Will he beat there? And he's beating him! Oh no, the basic!
Well. Brilliance comes in now. Sei will eventually fall thanks to Malfurion, but guess what? They can take this fight for longer. Mountain Shocker picked up a lantern flare. Godzi! No one to light a candle onto his funeral here. And with that, Lord marching down in mid. This could be difficult to defend.
It looks extremely defendable, especially with the Yuzhong and the Heart on your side. And Turbo is going to get his Ulti Shadow Kill ready to rock and roll. And Walkie is going to be the main target. As you said, the endless battle is the way to go on that Sun Shin. But man, what a great turnaround point coming from Jackpots. It's like the old Jackpots you're used to. Losing one game, going hard in the second one, third, and fourth one just to seal off the deal. But still, who knows? The best of 5 series. This is game number 2. The first one was 19 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Back about minutes. Let's take a quick look at the builds. Run out armor, joined by Fury Hammer and Athenas, of course, just to get that damage dimmed down from Vlados and from the Lunox. But man, of course, beautiful Ugi Shadow Kill just used to clear the wave. Nothing to worry about. It's not a waste of an item, not a waste of a super, as we like to say. But it's just a safe way to do it. You're untargetable. You can teleport your shot. It's always safe. But the Blade of Despair is next up on the chopping block. And the Yuzhong build, this is beautiful. I love it. I love when I see a Fury Hammer with Oracle. You don't need the War Axe this early on, but on Lapu Lapu is a little bit different because the Oracle is going to give you a boost on the shield passive.
That is true. Different heroes, different mechanics out there happening in, but one thing that I want to focus now is what is Walkie going to focus on? Would it be a Malefic Gun? Would it be a Rose Gold Meteor? Or is it going to be a Wind of Nature? There's quite a few things that he can pick up.
He needs Pen. I don't think Wind of Nature
I
is
agree. I agree he needs penetration too, but if you look at the amount of damage that Sei will deal thanks to the Ruby DD combination, you might as well want to build in the build-up item of the Rose Gold Meteor and then go in for the penetration.
Listen, Scare. If Sei jumps you and he catches you, you're gonna die. Doesn't matter who you are. That Ludox just deals so much damage, but Gauss is gonna get revealed, taking the damage from Sun Shin. That poke is gonna be impactful, but in the top lane we're gonna see a really great position coming in from Trollboy. He is gonna reveal Lighto in the mid, left the bush. I mean, of course, you enter the bush. If your eye takes a little second to take on, you're gonna know the enemies in there. But look at Glitchcoat there, also ready to rock and roll for a fight. But with Moscow, you have an advantage. You have a global ultimate. If you land that SOD, you're gonna completely change the game around. But Lighto
goes in for the final slash as well, forcing out the brilliance, including the Black Dragon form. And what a call from Jackpots. instantly backing off from that fight, realizing they don't really need to push their way forward, but maybe it's Malfurion going a bit too ahead. Stun connecting, doesn't really matter. Oogie Shadow Kill in the back line, catching both. Woki is alone, pushing all the way out towards the inhibitor, but guess what? The Lord will be taken by Glitch Code. Up on top, you do not have the Oogie Shadow Kill. Oh, but Woki, you don't want to go into that fight, my man, because it's still a Hayabusa.
So this landed!
On you, and he's still taken down. Retribution taken out as Woki goes in for a massive outplay. He knows how to play Hayabusa. He's one on the global stage. He knows the in and out, and with that, he makes sure that Glitch Code can't take the Lord, and the mid wave is also cleared out, though still the tier 1 will fall.
What a great play coming from that Moscow. The SOD was perfectly landed, just dealing that extra amount of damage for him to reset his dash, to kill the Hayabusa, and for the Flicker to come back. Petrified though!
Could be big out there, but it's only for him to survive. No chance to work around here, and with 7 seconds on Throwboy's cooldown, the slot could be bursted down so very easily. Now you've got double marksmen in the late game. Yeah, things are seeming pretty more difficult for the side of Glitch Code.
BOD picked up by Jackie just to seal the deal and get a ton of damage. I believe his bakes are going to be up to 984 critical per charged passive stack, but still, at the end of the day, they have a Lunox, they have a Harry, they have a Balloons, Tower Defense 6 comp. They can defend anything, and especially with the Hylos, to just hack his brother, you know, the Marching Lord. There's not that much you can do against this comp if you're smart about how you play it, because Hylos has the Revitalize, he can out-sustain the damage coming from Woki, from Jackie, and Malfurion is not really such a big threat. The only big threat right now they have to look forward to is Lito just comboing up with Kingsta. One big final slash and an AOG is going to change the tide of battle.
And this is what happened in the previous game where Glitch Code started to take that fight, right? Oh, final slash. They kind of want to go and isolate Godzi, but with the Glorious Pathway as well as the Revitalize, they take him off of this path. And guess what? That's no pathway to glory, but that's the pathway to death. He's literally on a highway to hell. And with him off the field, there's no one to frontline apart from Gabri, and he's a semi-frontline.
And right now in the chat, we need to be... Oh!
Wow! Big flicker, final slash. Lito tries to take them down though, but it's Kingsta who eventually falls now. Maybe he's got the Yugi Shadow Kill. Malfurion survives by the skin of his teeth again, along with Woki. With the Wind of Nature used up. Top inhibitor falls, but Glitch Code are able to defend.
And right now, I was gonna say in the chat, we have some celebrities of Kid Bomba and Michael Boro Essen. 2 ex-teammates of Walkie and 2 current pro players. I mean, scared. If you're raised up by those 2 players, I mean, you have to be the best in Europe. Walkie core supporters in the chat. Make sure to support Jackpots. Make sure to support Glitch Code. 2 strong teams. They made it this far. The top 4. The pinnacle of the top of Mount Everest.
And on the back of it now, as you rightly mentioned, they're here to support Walkie. And with that, I personally feel like with the way how this team is performing, in this game at least, should be able to close out this game. At least for now. But you can't really count out the members of Glitch Code whatsoever in any circumstance, right? Because you still have to deal with the Hayabusa. You still have to deal with the Lunox. You can't really put them off of the mix. One Ruby DD combination, combine it with Vladosi, who's not died once this game. That could be pretty precarious.
But at the end of the day, if you're not careful enough, we saw what the Moscow did on his own. He took down the life of Trouble. He took down a turret basically on his own. The minions just finished it off, but the Lord's going to be up in 17 seconds. Every single spell besides the Flicker for the side of Jack are going to be up, of course, say also 24 seconds. It's going to be at the same time. Lito gets his, but Walkie, he needs the most because he's going to be reliant on it. We saw how he dodged that skill to coming in from Lunox. Just, you know, it's a great reaction speed coming from him. That's all you can say, because he made the play. He went in the side of the base between 2 inhibitors and the next got a kill, walked out scot-free. And with half a tower gone.
Right now, as they go in for the engage as well, Godzi instantly obliterated out in the open too as the Black Dragon form is now there. Malfurion is running away from the Brilliance as well. No Wind of Nature for you to save your life from Say. Still gets picked up to be sent back. The Lord taken away by Vladosi. No retry landing. Kingsta cannot take down Hayabusa as he goes into the Yugi Shadow Kill. The Shadow Sect Ninja will run back to safety, but maybe not for long enough as this is Lito falling. No winter crown for Vladosi to be scared of. It's only Jackie remaining, along with Malfurion, and the Lord that will march from Glitchcode's side.
Well, I mean, what can you say right now? I mean, the fight was won by Jackpots to some extent, but Glitchcode just took the deal. Hylos baiting out every single damage, and the Wind of Nature is gonna get baited out by the Hayabusa, who didn't use his Uki Shadow Kill if I'm not mistaken. He still had it available. Kingstar was gonna get melted down. There's the Uki Shadow Kill. The bait coming in on that Wind of Nature changed the game, changed the momentum.
At the very last second, you could also see Jackie. He was just a bit too far away from that Lord. Had he been closer, that could have been a pretty solid retry secure. But man, normally I'm not really a big fan of you clearing out the wave in the Lord's lane. But if you look at the HP of the Lord, yeah, I'm thankful that Gabriel is deciding to do that. Queen's Wings, Brute Force Breastplate into the mix as well. The last item, I'm pretty sure he would want to sell out the Fury Hammer and go in for the War Axe to try and survive.
I agree, but still, Walkie he's gonna opt in to go for the Rose Gold Meteor. The Lord is gonna march down the top lane and getting tier 2 turrets, but still, both of these teams have really great defense composition. 20 minutes game, and it's taking this long for the people just to punish into the main base core.
Yeah.
It's, you know, a thing to be looking at, but the Uki Shadow Kill is still available. Just the right target needs to be placed. The Lord is gonna get melted down. We just see the effect of the Demon Hunter, Soul Golden Staff, and Corridor Side Trinity build on top of that with penetration.
The only problem now Walkie is going to have is the fact that even with the Malefic gun, you don't really have enough range to try and outrange everyone on the other side. So it's going to be a bit of a trouble for him to deal with. But yes, if he's let through, if all the crowd control skills have been used, yeah, good luck surviving from Walkie's burst damage. With the Rose Gold Meteor now picked up, selling off the boots too. He will be a force to be reckoned with. Jackie as well, thanks to this double marksman. Glitch Code. I'd have to say the only reason they're surviving is because Vladosi is still alive. Hasn't been shut down even once.
I mean, as Renmar once said, the Filipino caster Renmar, shout out to him, he's also in the chat, he said that Moscow can always win a fight. He just has to look for the opportunity. But still,
Yes.
taking a look at the opportunity, Malfurion.
Yeah, that's going to be the flicker used up already. Along with the Crimson Beacon as well to try and make that gap. Vladosi. You can also count him on whenever it's about fight. Glorious Pathway not in the right direction as well with the final slash used up in the back line. Maybe you would want to catch all of them. Throw boy super low in the HPSA. Will go ahead with a brilliance too, just to iframe every single thing, and now is just left alone to not do anything. And it's a mega kill. Oh, look at the back line. Vladosi joins in for the fight. Low HP on the other side, but it does not matter. Everyone gets taken care of. It's a triple kill for Jackie as they will end the game. A wipeout for Glitch Code, and Jackpots equalize the series.
As Renmar said, Moscow's always gonna take the fight. He chooses to, and it's sealed the deal. A complete shutdown. Warren, any opinions?
A lot of opinions, actually, because this ending, did not expect it. It's not, you know, like, there are two things. Like, it's not surprising, but I did not expect it, if you know what I mean. Like, it could have gone to either of the teams, but I'm not surprised Jackpots were able to take it back. Because there were some outliers that made it easier for them. One of them probably would be, for me, Gabri not using his Petrify that effectively. There were a couple of fights that where he used it very well. There were a couple of fights where he used it very, very bad. And especially this last fight, he wasn't successful in finding the right targets with his Petrify. If he was able to get onto the backline so they cannot shoot his front line, I think the fight could have went so much better. Also, a lot of credit has to be given to Malfurion, because this is the Malfurion that we know, the playmaker, the guy that makes the game turn around for him. Of course, with a very strong help from Trollboy, who was on his signature Yisun Shin. What did you think? What did you think if you were Jackpots to let him have the Yisun Shin? I mean, sorry. The icon got me good. The icon got me good.
You know what,
but guys, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Here's the big thing. I kind of want to keep that discussion on the side note for a few seconds here, because Let's have a look at the main achievements of this entire game. Jackie with the damage dealt, with also the gold on the Sea Ascension. I think so the big answer here, Zakota, to maybe win against Glitch Code is to steal away the Yi Shin from the hands of Throwboy and force him into an, I wouldn't say uncomfortable pick, but more like a not so impactful pick as compared to his Yi Shin.
I disagree with what you said completely. Scared. I'm gonna give you some insight. Throwboy was called a Hayabusa one trick because of its MPL MENA season and because of other things regarding some other tournaments in the region. He is a really good Hayabusa, but still, at the end of the day, you're playing versus really a ton of stuns. The town from the Gacha can take it down. The stun from Moscow can pin you to a wall. If you're unlucky, Malfurion can pick up, slam you at the ground, you can get stunned by the Arlo to the final stage, you can get comboed so easily because you don't have an immunity skill, and I believe Trouble likes the immunity on Wise. It's because of the MS issue. He's playing from a Middle Eastern, from Egypt. So you have to take that in consideration. He cannot be that fast, but still, he is putting on a show with his dashes, with everything. He just baited out Lito under a tier 3 turret in the mid lane when Vlados killed him, if you remember.
Here's the thing, right? I understand all of that idea too. It's just that I'm not saying Throwboy is bad on the Hayabusa. I personally feel that it's just not. The other teams don't fear it enough right now because the potential that he has shown on the Yi Shin, it is just out of this roof. And when you're brought all the way back to the top floor, that's where people think that, yeah, maybe we could handle his Hayabusa or even his Lancelot. So even though Throwboy individually plays very good on those picks, his team entirely in general is not able to bring in the same impact whenever there is a YSS on their side.
I feel like it came down to the team fights again. And
yeah,
then their first game, Jackpots had a little bit weaker team fights, or also they had it a little bit hard because yes, there was a Granger and there were 3 hungry sharks always gunning for him, so how can he play? But this game, Jackpots had the better team fights. The way they were able to position each of their members and the way Inksta and Lito were in the front trying to look for the angles, they were making it so hard for Glitchcode to approach. And yes, I mentioned before that Gabri, his petrifies weren't the best, but at the same time, Kingsta and Lito were doing very, very good job at keeping him at bay and not letting him get in. Yes, he had Black Dragon form, but after he fell down from that, he could have been CC'd. There was this danger right on his head, right in front of him. So he had to be careful about it. Though, we are in an interesting situation. It's 1-1. Probably a lot of people expected after the interview, especially. Probably a lot of people expected this would be 2-0. So, guys, what do we think about them losing the first game? Like, Zakota, what do we think about them losing the first game? Because also, I will add on to that and I will let you talk, but the second game, it wasn't very dominant by Jackpots. It was very, very close run thing. But the first game, Glitch Code were in the lead.
I mean, as I stated previously, Jackpots are going back to their old ways. Giving the first game, getting a feel of the battlefield, you know, and then going all out in the following games. I mean, it's a pattern for them, I feel. The other day, the other week, I think we saw a new Jackpots, a reformed Jackpots, completely stomping a team who gave their best shot. They got a full best of 5 series against MetaShift. I mean, you know, it's just so unfortunate we saw such a short game because I was waiting for more, but still, at the end of the day, it's a new roster, it's different mentality. And of course, right now you have a different hero pool. So I think Glitch Code is used to having the old hero pool of King and of Walkie on jungle, because you studied them, you played against them more. Compared to Jackie and Walkie on gold, it's, you know, a new team to an extent.
It might be one of the cases. Though the left side will still stick to ban and Hilda. Now even banning her as a first pick, first ban. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the first game she was the 3rd ban, so she's slowly moving up, right, Scared?
Yeah, here's the thing, but the main thing is she was banned in the first 3 bans, right? So the order could be anything. The main idea is you don't want to let Hilda through. Now, what would Jackpots want to do? Taken away the Grok, keeping it all the way standard, no changes there whatsoever. Maybe take away the same Kalia as well as the Lapu Lapu now, since Glitch Code, they're going to stick to their bans as compared to what happened in game 1 itself. When Glitch Code were on the blue side, they banned out the Harith, so still sticking on that. I think so. Jackpots aren't really going to change a lot of things. If anything, they should stick with what worked out for them in the previous game.
Previous game should be something they have to build upon. If they don't build upon that, they have nothing to build upon, really. First game, let's forget about that. This is the second game. If you are Jackpots, you are thinking this is the second game. First game didn't happen. That doesn't exist. Because that's the mentality that can maybe eventually put you on those juicy 2 points. But Glitch Code, they have something to say about that. And already we can see that they are kind of shooting themselves in the leg, because they previously used Harit, now they cannot use Harit. But, well, yes, Vlado was very well playing Harit, but it wasn't really enough. And also, now you're on the blue side, so probably you don't think you could secure Harit. Makes a lot of sense. Zakota, we are finishing the bans right now. What do you think will be the opening picks or the rest of the bans?
I think the Jackpot needs to ban out this because I believe Glitch Code is looking for a fighter, goal laner again. They're looking either for the Ruby, CC, Xborg, Lapu Lapu. These 4 are possible candidates. And nowadays, you see sometimes an Arlot on the goal lane. So that's also a thing you have to worry about. Because right now, in game number 1, they completely got decimated by a fighter goal lane because the zoning capability of a goal laner and a tank, basically on the same lane. You know, you have so much sustaining, heal so much, you tank so much. It's hard as a normal marksman, especially as a Granger in the early game, to deal with it. Even as, let's say, a Harit, you're going to have a pretty difficult time, especially into a CC, into a Ruby. Yes, you're going to have a little bit easier time because you can do a bit of poke from further away. You can steal a crab, you can get a ton of shield using the Xenon's Force, but still, it's not going to be enough, as the Gatotkacha is going to get banned out, respecting King's. I mean, we saw a few AOGs that landed perfectly, and the taunt was the main focus there because he gets so many stuns, he gets so many people to walk towards him, especially the Hayabusa. He can easily taunt, he can taunt as well the Yuzhong after he comes out of the Black Dragon form. There are so many possibilities, but what is left?
That's the main idea.
Lancelot anymore is not left. That's the thing. Could be Juxin, could be Kimi. But we were talking about being very, very successful Kimi. So if you go for Juxin, you are kind of making it easier. So you go Yves. That's a pick that is, at least in my eyes, very familiar with Sei. When you say Sei, I can already see Yves. You have a couple of players that whenever you say their name, you kind of see the hero. For Bobrov, it would be Yuzong, probably. For Pemetronio, it was for a very long time Moscow. So Sei going for Yves. I can see the vision. Though scared, do we like what's being cooked up on the other side? Because I think Yves will have it kinda hard. Lapu jumping on top of her head?
Lapu could be a problem for Sei, yes. But Jackie on the other side, locking in the Yi Sun-shin early on, I personally feel it's more of a denial pick to Throwboy.
I agree.
It falls down to the same thing. Glitch Code, Throwboy, Yi Sun-shin, auto win. They just become unstoppable with that. So Xborg logged in. Alright, I like the idea. I was thinking if he'd really want to go with the Hayabusa one more time or just go in for the Xborg pick, which we've seen quite a while. Now, Jackpots cannot really go for a tanky composition. And if you'd want to pick up a Kalia here right now, Xborg is going to be the main guy who'll be always on the front. Because guess what? Firaga armor breaks down, he's going to dash away. And he can also prioritize to make the immortality with the first phase. So that he's got that extra life to play around with that as well. Zushin, Farsa, range for range.
I like the approach from both teams. First, I was very, very happy about what Glitch Code cooked up. Uranus, that's a solid front line, but the combination specifically of going Yves, which is kinda very, very strong against a squishy team because she can just delete them if they get caught in her ultimate. But you pair it up with Xborg, which of course makes sense because Throwboy, his Yusin was taken away, his Hayabusa wasn't so good. We talked about it, you talked about it especially, but this combination, you're making it hard for Jackpots, and honestly the only answer for Jackpots is range. Would you agree, Zakota?
I don't think his Hayabusa was that bad, man. It was doing like enough.
Okay, I don't mean his
It's
Hayabusa was
good.
bad. Yes,
It's
yes,
good.
I have to
It worked
correct
well.
myself. His Hayabusa was good. I'm just saying they were able to win in the first game and they were not able to win in the second. That's all I'm saying. So maybe they are
Here's the
trying
thing,
to switch
Zakota.
things up.
We're not gagging up on you, alright? We're not gagging up on you. Throwboy is good in every pick. Alright? He individually is good in every pick. The rest of the boys feel more comfortable with the Yi Sun-shin. That is all I'm saying. So it's not about Throwboy in general, but about how Gabri, Say, Godzi, Vladosi perform whenever he picks something apart from the Yi Sun-shin, because then it falls onto their shoulders that they've got to deal a little bit more damage and save the life of Throwboy himself, because now he's got no anti-CC, and also the amount of damage that Yi Sun-shin puts up as compared to some other heroes, it could be less depending on how the situation of the entire fight is. A lot of ifs and buts there. That's a different scenario and a different conversation altogether, though. But I like the idea of Jackpots. Banning with the Hayabusa, making sure that the Xbox, there's no surprises of the Xbox going into the gold lane.
Okay. I see what you mean. Because for a second I was like thinking to myself, what is that? Like obviously Trollboy is playing Xborg. Yeah, I agree. Moscow,
Maybe, you know.
yes, he cannot deal with the tanky heroes, and Granger, he cannot keep the range. So now it's up to Jackpots. Pick something that will pair up well. Zakota, do you have a pick in mind that could work well?
On the gold lane, I have no idea, but still on the roaming side, I would think they could go maybe for a Khalid, try to break down the Furaga armor of Export, and especially just jump behind of the Eve. They're gonna go for the Kale. I mean, I felt the wrath of a Kale. I mean, Synth, you know, you gave me nightmares. If you don't go Purify on a mid laner, I mean, the same as an Eve, you know, you're gonna get picked off so easy because you lack a movement skill. I mean, same can be said for other mages, but still, on Valentina, I have a way to escape. Zuxin, you can maybe flicker out if you predict it correctly. But for an Eve with a no movement on the skill, just like movement speed on its own, it's not gonna be enough. At the end of the day, I was thinking Jackpot should go for a gold lane CC because of the Uranus. You're gonna do a ton of damage if you have the works. Of course, the passive of CC, you're gonna do a ton of damage to high health targets. Or maybe even, I mean, right now it's too late, but if you're really spicy, if you really, want to go for it, you can go Eastern on the goal lane, you can go Alpha on the jungle just to be a nuisance.
Well, you would be nuisance probably to all of us watching the game, because none of us would expect that. I agree with you. Yes, no one would probably expect that.
Hold on.
Doing this is something more like it. Beatrix, okay.
I love it.
Guys, before I let you break down the draft, let me tell one thing. This draft, those drafts in the first 3 games, I like it. It's one team gets an advantage, then the other team responds. I like the draft so far, especially the combination of Kalia and Lapu, because you force Say to go Purify or Flicker, but if he goes either, he is endangered by the other one. Scared, what do you think about the drafts? Who got it in the bag?
Both have got their own separate win conditions out there, and if it goes to late game, which eventually Glitch Code would also want, since Vladosi is running on that Claude, I think so the advantage would move into the hands of Jackpots, because again, Jackie, Walkie, both of them are here, ready with their both marksmans out. Along with the Bennett's Rage combination with the Tsunami Slam, you know that as soon as Jackpots did not ban out the Kalia in the first banning phase, there was already a hint that Kingstar might want to pick it up. So what do you pair it up with? Farsa, perfect, Beatrix, even better. Things could be problematic, and that's why I want to see Throwboy make the immortality first for it.
But right now, we are again hopping onto the Land of Dawn for the 3rd time, and one of those teams will make it 2-0 for them and get on the match point. But before that happens, walk us through the story that connects to that.
We're gonna see the same story yet again. Not gonna be enough crowd control to take any member of Jackpots down. They have only one stun on the side of Glitch Code. One! Hylos is the only guy who can actually stun at, a reasonable time. Yes, you have the Eve immobilization on the ultimate, but that's only when you have the ultimate. You're gonna miss so much of the early game because you have the Kale, you have the Lapu Lapu to worry about. 2 demons in the early game. You have the Tsunami Slam, which can reposition every single enemy. Gabri, Vlados, how they went for the Purify, but Say didn't. This a callback to what happened to me in
Interesting.
the caster versus streamers?
As I said, an interesting pick out here already as Malfurion. He would want to play a bit more aggressive out there on this Farsa, but Say is going to have that poke, right? He will make sure that he's constantly poking the heck out of both Kingstar as well as Malfurion. Kingstar specifically, so that he cannot go in for any kind of engages too. No way freeze coming in. Early goal, almost even for all of the people out here. Radosi is the one, though, who's actually winning the lane a little bit against Walkie, and that is the strength of Claude. If it's a 1v1 in the lane, Claude can actually have a bit of an advantage. So I like what Glitch Code are doing, pressing onto their early game.
I mean, Glitch Code is. I mean, Jackpots is not risking anything. Lito is gonna be there. Oh,
Say
got
Say
it.
picks it up.
Yep, the retribution god.
Oh, look at the mid side though. It should be a first blood flicker. You already used up by Kingstar. And this is the big thing, right? Whenever Kingstar is playing on the Kalia, he's way too aggressive. But guess what? This is going to the bombardment versus bombardment. It's there. Wins out in that battle. Instantly Malfurion taken care of. That would mean maybe the pre-turtle. Not for long, as instantly the Phragasmos bursted down Lito. He has got to run back to safety too. Extra shield thanks to the passive coming in. God save maybe a bit of it more than what he could chew. As Kingstar jumps in right on time, and Rossi all the way from the goal lane. This man wants to steal away not just the goal but the lives, as Say confirms it all. Blazing to it on the face of Oki. He runs back as well.
Malfurion!
Dolly! This fight started with a freaking feather airstrike on RWM, and that's where it's all still moving. Another landshaker, and this should take down the Xbox. Double kill for Lito, and finally we see Jackpots taking the turtle. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I said it a bit too soon. Bladosi 1v1. Walkie flickering out already into Godzi. So you take the turtle. We will take your gold laner.
I mean, right now it shows the lack of car control coming in from Jackpots is gonna be the deciding factor later in the game. Tsunami Slam!
Right into the feathered airstrike as well, as Say gets taken down, and it is a repeat. Oh, what happened to you, Zakota, in that show match? You're not gonna survive if you do not have the Purify there, and Kingstar knows it.
I mean, what can you do in this scenario right here? Kingstar is gonna have all the time the Tsunami Slam ready to rock and roll to pick off any of three members. Say, Trollboy, or Vlados. These guys are gonna be the main targets because you cannot kill Gabri, you cannot kill Godzi, but still Godzi!
Oh, wow. Wow, you talk about Godzi, you can't kill Godzi, you absolutely are destroying the Hylos in this early game. And if he loses the early game, Glitch Code will have no way of making it back in this one.
It's all down to see if Vlados can get extremely overfarmed, just take everything, but it's not gonna look like that. Kingstar is walking down towards the bot lane. The Tsunami Slam is ready to rock and roll. Will they bait it out of Vlados still? Minion card is gonna be in the state. Oh!
Oh, GG. He's got nowhere to run away. What a lovely pick off as well into the Tsunami Slam. I absolutely love it.
RWM!
Taking an answer from the other side. RWM used up, and it's just not enough. And even on the top side, Glitch Code are losing everything. Jackie instantly taking the first one, and on the back of it now, it is Jackpots who've got a big advantage as they still want to push it further. Not quite sure if you'd really want to take down the Uranus town as well. It's Gabri. You don't have the damage. Yeah, it's fine. But look at the bottom. They've taken the gold shield.
And looking at the bottom, we see that Glitch Code is the favorite of the audience. Jackpot's only 37%. Right now, still 3 to 8 kill game, 2,250. Wow, what a weird number for me to say. Lead advance for Jackpots. The turtle is ready to rock and roll. It's up. Trouble is available, but he is, I believe, one level behind Jackie. That's gonna be a huge impact. But of course, you have that big AoE ultimate and execute, you know, in the form of the ultimate of Xborg. Just is it gonna be enough though? But Lito is there. He's gonna get poked up by Gabri. War Axe finally picked up by Troy just to allow him to heal a little bit more. Jackie is ready. Lito is ready. Walkie with a Bennett Rage in the hands. There it is.
Sleeping, Say taken down. Godzi can't sustain into the Nibiru's passion. It's just not enough though, as even the Frog Armor's not there to help out Throwboy. No way for the man to survive. Gabri being the next target as he moves back. A tower down bottom. Traded for 2 in mid. And a turtle I think Jackpots still winning out on that trade since they will take the mid tier 1-2.
They're gonna get the mid one, opening up all the jungle of Troboy, allowing him to invade every now and then because they're not gonna be safe. They're not gonna have the vision. And Kingsta is already there, he knows that. But on the bot side, as you said, Vlados is indeed pushing and farming. So he's gonna be a threat.
Oh! What is that bombardment damage? Gabri just surviving barely. Holy smokes, and this is 6.5 minutes in the game.
Still, Warx still ahead. And half an item of Head of Gabri, so much gold difference, but still, it's Unranus. You don't expect him to get as many items, he doesn't farm as much, but Kingsta.
This could be a big pick coming in into the Bennett's rage though, but the Purify. Gabri running it back. And here's the big thing. Tsunami Slam, Bennett's rage, you're absolutely done if you do not have the Purify out there in the mid lane though. Lighto seems to be in a bit of a trouble, but guess what? The minions have healed Lighto up all the way back to full HP, and now he can eventually run back to safety as well. He's got the
Purify!
One more time, but yes, as you rightly mentioned, the Purify from Vladosi will help him to run back.
Again, I'm gonna go back to the statement I made earlier on. The crowd control lackness from the side of Glitch Code is gonna kill them. He's gonna bury them deep, as Waki's gonna seal the deal and get his Blade of Despair followed up shortly by the C Albert, if I'm not mistaken. After that of the Malefic Gun, just to get that extra range on her passive still, but Lighto is getting poked out below half HP. Kingstar's there to support him, Waki as well. And the top lane, Vlados, is very vulnerable, but Harry is again zoning. So now, and it's rage there, the Landshaker was missed, but still Malfurion is ready to rock and roll for any fight to occur. Eve is doing okay. Of course, what can you do? You can just spam your skills. You are the threat. There is a Khaled there.
Slam.
There is a Lapu.
Tsunami Slam. Down bottom. They want to catch down Throwboy as his Frog armor gets deleted. And guess what? Waki easily able to take that one down. And even the purple gets stolen away. That is just icing on top of the cake for Jackpots.
As Waki finished up the Malefic Gun, just giving extra range on every basic attack it does with any of the weapons. So that's going to be a huge thing. But fucking both huge on the top lane. Lados is going to push some towers. The lore is going to fall, being in the hand of Jackpots right now. So he's going to try to do anything or something, but they cannot defend. They have no crowd control, nothing to stun the members of Jackpots from going in, nothing to punish them down. Maybe if they had the friend on the jungle, it would be a completely different story.
Pathway is trying to rewrite that entire script, but none of that is happening as Godzi, nowhere for him to go back. And as I said, it's a highway to hell and make it a big problem out here from Radosi as well, as it's Ching Chong back to the fountain. Instantly Jackie takes him out, and now Throwboy left on an island alone. Featherheads trying to zone him all off. No one surviving any of the upthrust coming in from Jackpots. As it's a downhill battle for Glitch Core, which they don't seem to be winning because there's a big snowball on all three, Malfurion, Jackie, and Waki.
This is looking green for the side of Jackpots. They went from a really strong game 1 to a really weak game 3. This is gonna be the same story for game number 4, but still, the story was not finished yet. They are still writing the book as we speak. Gabri is ready to rock and roll, but the thing that's killing Glitch Code, lack of crowd control immunity. Oh.
Yeah, right now, but they still want to catch on Malfurion. They don't need a crowd control if they just fully burst him one down. But as you rightly mentioned, mid inhibitor broken out. Bennett's rage used up. Zoning, not really perfect. Second one being targeted, but they still have enough to go for the wave clear. Oh, they pick off. Lovely Tsunami Slam though, but Radosi survives by the skin of his teeth yet again. Thanks to the bit of a shield coming in from his blazing duet as Lighto gets isolated. And finally, a touchdown for Glitch Code towards that finish line where they are able to take 2 without losing 1.
Bennett's rage was just a little bit prematurely just to zone out the enemies from trying to get to the inhibitor, but still, I think that was a really big show coming from Waki. He used ultimate that could have saved 2 members of the team, just giving them a perfect, almost flawless game. Lord is going to be up in less than a minute, and it's going to look pretty grim. Again, as I keep mentioning, no crowd control, only Hylos. Only guy who can go in is Hylos. Maybe if you go with the last Insanity, you can get an extremely lucky retribution, because the damage cap is going to be, I believe, 3000 on execution at this level. So it's going to be, you know, pretty 50-50 as an X-Work. But still, I think Jackie has the 100%, being 3 levels ahead of Troboy.
And the fact is, you can't really seem to go for that entry as well because Kingstar is not scared to pick you up in the Tsunami Slam. Conceal play up top. Now they want to pick one off as well, but everyone's just out of the range too. Godzi able to sniff out that danger. And here's the thing. Far lane properly controlled by Jackpots too. So this should have an easy time for this Lord.
I mean, what can I say here? It's gonna be a thing, a trend. Looking for a pickup before a lore fight. This is textbook Jackpots. Just to seal the deal, but still, Jack is gonna go and get ready on that, working him down the passive of Yushin Shin, just trying to bait the enemies closer to maybe get a pick off. It's a lore dance, the classical lore dance. Everyone knows it, everyone loves it, or hates it if you're from the side of Glitch Code. But still, the frog armor is almost below 80% HP. Jack is gonna seal the deal, getting that lord up and ready to march down the top lane. They even synced it a little bit for the next waves. But man, this is gonna be a really hard game to defend. Of course, they have the heave, they have the cloud, a really good bit down thing, but still, they don't have anything to cancel Walkie, to cancel maybe Malfurion. Maybe if they had a Khalid, maybe if they had something different on the XP side, to jump in to stun Malfurion using, the Feather Airstrike. There's just so many possibilities, but still, the lack of CC is what's killing them.
And if only if they would have had that immortality being picked up early on Throwboy. That could have been a bit more. That would have given them a bit more of a breathing room because then you've got that one extra lifeline to work with as well. But for now, all three waves synced up properly. Lord marching down in mid. Everything opened up with the feathered airstrike. No Praga armor available out on the other side as well. Another pick coming in from Godzi. Gabri gets taken down instantly. That's both the front liners being picked off. Nibiru's Bastion, Vintage crowned up in the back line. No one is there to catch them as there's the real world manipulation. Lord will be taken care of. Where's the Blazing Duet? I don't think so they need it. Boxy cannot run back. Save with a flicker forward. Takes a double. And make sure that they are still breathing after this Lord.
And this still breathing, Troboy is gonna manage the defense, just getting all the aggro upon him. But still, I think the MVP of that defense is gonna be Gabri, and God's just taking the lore towards the bot side inhibitor, just kiting it there to kill it and just save the Nexus for a few more minutes. It could be game changing. We saw it last game. I mean, how one fight turned the games around for Jackpots. Maybe it could be said for Glitch Code the same thing. But Jack is 5-0. 7 assists. So that's a pretty huge lead. 2,700, 2,800 gold now. But the mid is going in favor of Say. The Eve, of course, has a bit more poke. Yeah. She got a shot on, if I'm not mistaken, on Walkie. So that bumped up her gold a ton. But it's 7,000 gold after 14 minutes in. It's almost unbeatable.
Almost being the keyword. Where there's a will, there's always a way. Even in Stranger Things, Will became... I'm not going to spoil it for the rest of the people, but yeah, you'd really want to watch that.
Mitchell.
Still being picked up. Of course, Dakota, you just want to gaslight all the people there. But
no.
Alfurion...
Oh, Gabri. Gabri, don't.
Hold on, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, he can actually go into backline. This could be a really good fight if they want to pick it up. But now Gabri is getting isolated. Oh, no, Purify to run away back. This time, bursted down instantly with the entire bombardment of all of their ultimates. As now Godzi seems to be the target too. Light, though, goes in for the bravest fighter, but does not want to overstay. They get one, and they instantly will go for the Lord now.
Right, Scare, are you sure about being a smart play going in the backline when you're 3 levels behind? I don't know.
He was recalling. And
yeah,
I thought at that point...
Go back to base. Go back to the fountain, take a drink. That just gave Jackpot a free Lord. He didn't have a frontliner to go and check, but Trobo is going to be there. Maybe even trying to attempt it, but still, Malfurion is going to get a ton of gold going on Cloud. Oh,
stuff. All right, finally, thanks to that immortality now, as well as the Praga armor barely helping him survive. He's going to move all the way back now. And the Lord marches from mid, Zagota. Can they defend?
I believe they can. Because, I mean, they have the Cloud, they have the Eve, as I said, really good. Bloons tower defense, 6 composition. You can just kite the Lord, defend, beat the mob down. But right now, it's down to Godzi. It's down to Godzi. The second he gets to his Vitalize is going to be important because he can heal Gabriel, he can hit Troboy up. Yeah. Everything is synced. Oh, Vlados below half HP.
And the airstrike coming in as well, along with Gabri. He's almost going to be taken down and will be completely finished off as well. I lost my words out there, but guess what? Glitch Code ain't losing the defense, at least for now. The Blazing Dread in the backline with the Wind of Nature, but the Tsunami Slam comes in. Kingstar, yet again, make sure that his team's damage dealer survives. Moki finally jumps back in with an Nibiru's Passion. Range not enough, but when you talk about the range, you've got Malfurion with the feathered airstrike. The artillery burst is there, and Jackpots will confirm to have a lead in this game number 3.
As they approach the match point, rightfully set scared. This is the Jackpots that we were expecting after the interview. We didn't get it in the first game. Apparently it was a part of their strategy, as Zakota said, because those Jackpots, that's what we like to see. Of course, we would like to see even more tough battle coming from Glitch Code. Something a little bit more along the lines of the second game. This third one, this was just Jackpot's show. And I am thankful I was in the front row seats, because it was a show that I will probably keep in my memory for some time. It was a great game from them. Yes, this is the guy that should have the MVP, I agree with that. I would talk a little bit more about the heroes that they chose, because if we were looking at the draft, both of the drafts were playable, yes. But the problem for Glitch Code's draft was definitely in the early game. The mid lane trio, as I will call it for now, that being of course mid lane jungle and roamer. If you compare it to what Jackpots had, the Glitch Code ones didn't have enough power in them for the early game. Kalia was working overtime, and yes, Jackie deserves this MVP, but Kingstar's Kalia was the reason why they were able to get in the gold lead, and the rest of the team was the reason why they continued with the gold lead. Dakota, would you agree with that, or do you have a different take?
No, I agree. I mean, like as I said, it's just down the draft. The draft difference was completely off the charts. I mean, right there, it was just showing you had a lack of stun, had a lack of something to engage. The Hylos, yes, was there. He could march down with a glorious pathway, but he's the only guy who can go, and Gary didn't have anything to keep the enemies occupied beside, himself. If they ignore Gabri, that's the whole point of Rana's Gun. He needs to be real annoying, but there are no other threats on the enemy team that could really lead to that conclusion, because you have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Kalei, you have the Sunshin, you have the Farsa. 4 stuns already, 4 massive stuns can change the games.
Zakota.
Massive?
There's a Farsa on the other side who's been bursting you down. There's a Holy Crystal along with the Lightning Truncheon. And I still don't see any kind of silenced roam on Gabri.
I mean, it's down to preference. Maybe he knew his time was coming, He was like a monk in the Tibetan mountains, getting ready to evolve into a human monk. He was just saying, my time has come. My time has come. Just let me have it.
The fact that even Zakota cannot defend Gabri at this point,
It's
that
undefendable,
is
unacceptable.
Maddening.
Garrett, I love that you mentioned Gabri, because I just wanted to get to that point. His petries in the last game, some of them were good, some of them were bad, but this game specifically, it didn't feel like he is playing as he could be playing. And that last pickoff that led to Jackpots getting the Lord, which decided the game, that wasn't it. Gabri doesn't seem locked in. What do you think about it?
Miscommunication is what I felt at that very point. Because Gabri was recalling, me and Zakota were having that discussion too. That Gabri should have recalled. Everyone agrees with that point. But I personally feel the only reason why he did not, and why he actually moved out of that bush, was because he thought maybe his team were actually taking a fight. There could have been a sandwich potential where he would have gone in front of 3 people while the rest of the members were dealing with the 2 frontliners, right, who were separated from that backpack, the front to back broken up. I was seeing that angle, but Rakota rightly mentioned, you're level 12, you do not have enough sustain to survive through any of that. So there's absolutely no point for you to jump into that fun, and rather you'd go for the recall. So I agree. That was a big moment coming in from Glitch Code, big mistake. And on the back of it, now it is falling all the way down off of their hands, right? Because it's 1 game away. the victory and Jackpots. I lost my English there.
You got it, bro. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's all right. But what is not all right is the state of the series for Glitch Code.
Yeah.
Yes, my prediction loves it. Keep playing like this, Glitch Code. Yes, yes. Fingers crossed. My prediction loves it. But of course, if we are talking about the fans and the viewers, this is the top 4 teams. We want more of this juice.
Yep.
We thought there is more juice per squeeze, but we are not getting enough. What is going on? Glitch Code need to refresh. Maybe take a good glass of water, breathe in, breathe out, like Destroyer always says, and get back locked in. Sakota, do you think there is a chance for them to come back if this is the state that we saw them in?
If they keep putting Godzi on Hylos, I don't think there's any future for a Glitch Code to make a comeback. But still, keeping in mind, the past 2 drafts have been Hylos on the roam and no stance to the sides. It's just already telling us the future. If you do this for the 3rd time, you're sealing your deal, you know? Like, as Origami said, I believe it was in a Discord server in DMs, I don't remember, they picked his worst hero 3 times in a row because the draft required. But still, you have to go sometimes on your comfort picks to make sure to seal the deal. Because, like, what's the reason to go Hylos here? Yeah, you get a stun maybe on Farsa, but still, you're the only guy to go in. You're tanky, but you're a one pony show. You're one trick pony, as we like to say it. Because of course, Hylos, yes, he's a horse, but one stun, that's it, and you have no other impact besides your glorious pathway slowing down the enemies. It worked good in game number 2 against the Yisun Shin, but still, it wasn't worth it, was it?
Definitely wasn't. That is one of the big reasons as well, which you've been pointing out perfectly, right, Zakota, that the draft is not that good for the side of Glitch Code. In all 3 games, technically we've all unanimously said that, yeah, the draft is being won by Jackpots. It's just that in game number 1, the gameplay didn't reciprocate the strength. But apart from that, for the next 2, they've been doing that perfectly, Warren.
They were. But what do we think about the most picked heroes? Do we think something will change? Are we missing someone from here? Because yes, this was the story of the playoffs. Yes, this was the story even from before. But I feel like I'm seeing some of new faces. And we can also see that Eve has moved up. Because yes, she was there last time, but she didn't used to be there, is what I mean. Do we have some heroes in mind that should move up? Of course, there's not that many games that will still be played. But maybe. Do we have someone?
No. No, not at all. I think this hero just like completely shine a light on what happens in actual games. Because you don't see so many uncommon picks. Yes, you see the Farsa, you see the Yuzhong often, but they're more banned than picked. Same with the Bakshas, the most banned hero in the tournament. 62 bans. Compared to the most picked hero, had 55 picks. Pulapu picked only 55 times, not banned that many times. Of course, Hilda joined up after a recent buff, as Scared said. She got double her damage, and she's still as tanky. I mean, she didn't lose anything in the buff potentially. I mean, yeah, she's broken. If you go a jungle, especially Isun Shin or Hayabusa in the early game, and there's a Hilda or a Khalid on the enemy team, or both of them together, that's it. You're done. You evaporated.
From what we can see, people still hate Lancelot. He is moving up. He didn't used to be this high. He was there, but he wasn't this high. Yes, you rightfully mentioned Hilda moved up as well. She wasn't here at all. And yeah, like anyone who played any ranked games and met Hilda in the opposing team, they know what we are talking about. They absolutely know, and probably the other people that didn't even have to play, they just read the patch notes and were like, this will be broken. Wait a second, this will be broken.
This is broken.
It is broken, yeah.
That was my reaction after reading those patch notes. So yes, I agree. But here's the thing, right? I know we've been yapping for a while now, and all the people have been complaining about these podcasts. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be moving in the draft of game number 4. People, just make sure you are a little bit more patient out there. But what do we have to say about the predictions that's been coming off for the audience and has been pretty wrong? They've been going in for Glitch Code winning out those games after seeing that game number 1, but none of that has happened in those next 2 games, and It has been the draft issue. But at the same time, I still feel, Zakota, if you steal away Yi Shin from Throwboy, things become comparatively easy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like during this game, it's just, again, sorry for my French, but a stupid draft. I mean, you have Fredder and you have Akai, two extremely good tank junglers into that comp. You can go something else. You have already a Claude on the side, you have even the middle. You have enough damage. If you had a different XP laner, maybe you can justify the Xbox pick. But right now, you need the stuns. No stuns, nothing to punish. If they go in, who's gonna punish? Godzi who's going in the backline. And Alois Godzi on this Hylos is playing extremely... He's doing unforgivable things. You cannot forgive him from play like this. Yes, he is doing some play, he's trying to initiate something, but there's no one to back him up. He's way too deep in the enemies. And right now, the only guy who could really theoretically follow up would have been Esmeralda. Just steal away some shields, maybe to go in the backline, maybe to jump on the first stunner down because you went for the Blood Wings early on.
What about Alice?
Possible. It's really possible. Yeah, the Alice could have worked. Because you stun first, so you get a stun on the Claude. I also believe it's a knockup or just immobilize.
Yeah, that's
right. As we are talking about the stuns, guys, we have the two guys that are probably rocking the most CC loaded heroes. What do we think about this matchup? Who is the better roamer?
I mean, Kingston in every department.
There's
no doubt about that. And I'm pretty sure if there's any way for us to see, remove his high loss, show his Kalia, you'll know the impact that he's always had in those team fights. Average damage taken almost reaching 10,000, just a few hundred damage away from that. Average gold as well. He's leading it in all terms against Godzi except for average team fight. That is also just a 1% differential. So it's still technically the same.
Scared, I have an idea. Actually, I had, a recollection. What if they had the glue? A glue would have completely changed the game. That, I think, instead of Uranus, the glue, if they taken the same path, if the glue was where Uranus was in that exact play, that could have been an insane just turnaround.
True.
I agree, but at the same time, Zakota, I don't think this is the right approach to the game. Because if you would run back any game like this and be like, oh, if in this position I wasn't playing Yeeve, but actually I was playing Granger, I think I could have went 1v9 and won the game. I think, but you cannot take it too far, like you have to stop at one point. But yes, the big topic of this specific matchup, those two teams being against each other, is the draft. Jackpots were much more successful with the draft department. It looks like they are paying them a little bit better. The people that are making them drafts, it looks like Glitch Code should fire their own draft department, looks like so far. Or maybe fire the guy that keeps saying, go for Xborg. Because yeah, Xborg worked in the past, but this game, he had nothing to play with. And I agree with what you said before. I believe it was Zakota. Fredrin would make so much more sense. He would make the front line. He would be better in early game. He could fight on the first turtle and support his mid lane duo. But right now, we are in the draft of a fourth and possibly the last game, because Jackpots are on the match point and Glitch Code decided to go for the blue side. Because they believe that this will give them a little bit more luck. Did they forget they were on the blue side last time? Right, Skier?
I think so. I think so. It's probably the same thing here. They're just running it down, man. Hilda being banned out. It probably is the case where they don't really... Godzi doesn't really feel that comfortable picking up Hilda early on. So they're going in for the bans as well. And that adds on to the fact where if you can't really utilize an absolute broken hero for your first pick, and I don't really see any major point of you being in that first picking phase, right? You'd rather be on the red side, where then you can actually dictate the second two picks. You let one slide through, you can take two power picks for yourself. And that's one of the big reasons why I still feel that Jackpots have got the full control of this game. Banning out the Hilda, banning out the Harith. Now on the other side, you can ban it with a Basha. I don't see any problems for Jackpot on that.
Only thing that would make sense for me is if Glitchcode decided to go blue side because they want to run the draft back, but fix the issues that we highlighted before. That'd be in Uranus, that'd be in Xborg, and kind of fill those two gaps. Because then the team comp would be making a little bit more sense and be a little bit more usable. Maybe even get Kalia for Gvodzi, because maybe your opponents will forget. You never know. That might be happening, of course. Possibly. But right now, we'll be finishing up the ban phase. Zakota, what do you think will be the last bans and what do you think will be the first pick? Will it be again Yi for Say?
Definitely not. I mean, I don't think. I mean, I can see why they banned the healer because Gods doesn't really. Yeah, you can punish it, but still, at the end of the day, it's Knight, and Godzi is a really great Minotaur player. And on the other side, I think, I mean, Code needs to ban out the Gatotkacha, don't give it to Kingsta. And on the other side, I think they're gonna maybe ban out the Grok, which is a huge possibility. Because why would they target every single member of Glitch Code? Because they either need to pick the Yisun Shin, ban the Yisun Shin, or trade it. And for the past couple of games, Glitch Code traded it.
What if this time, as you mentioned, Jackpots ban out the Grok, leave the Basha open, and then Jackie picks it up?
No.
Because we haven't really seen Throwboy lock in the Basha.
I don't think so. First pick Basha is a little bit too risky, don't you think, Skid? I mean, yeah, he's a really great jungler, but you're gonna risk so much because you're gonna reveal too much of the draft.
I'm saying I'm saying it for the Jackpots because Glitch Code they haven't really shown Basha. Yeah, I'm saying it for Jackie, yeah. So maybe leave that one open because Glitch Code don't really play those tank junglers. You have pointed it out perfectly. So maybe Jackie can pick it up for himself.
Possible. What do you think, Warren?
Rock being off the board, yes, he's a super good first pick, makes a lot of sense. Right now we see Gabri being the hover, so they are possibly thinking about an XP. I don't think it will be Gabri. I think they will either... Alright, Heart is gone, so that one... Okay, they actually flipped it on its head, and they were like, you know what? We actually play Baksha. And we will show you, because this is your match point.
Yeah.
But this is also the moment when we will take back the series and equalize 2-2. That's a story that I would love to see. I don't know if I will see it though. Zakota, what do you think about this?
I mean, as I said, the Minotaur is gonna get picked up. You cannot take it away from Gods. Minotaur is such a great pick, but still you're gonna lack a ton because I mean, it's a really hard thing to say because Kalea is gonna be good into a box because you can pick him off slamming at the ground, but still you're gonna need the damage, and I think Malfern needs to lock in that Kimmy for the early game potential. And of course, the cow is gonna be really annoying to play against. Right now, I mean, it's a cow. Same thing, you know. It's you know. At the end of the day, it's a hamburger.
You're misgendering him in this day and age. It's year 2025. You cannot be misgendering Mr. Minotaur, my man. He can take you to court.
Warren, what place of Mobile Legends from the Land of Dawn? Where is Minotaur from? What's his country called?
My man goes in for the
We all know it. Zakota, we all know it. Obviously, I don't have to tell you. Like, we all know where he's from.
What's the letter he starts with?
That's the basic question. We can, of course, move back to the draft because we all know where he's from. Yusunchin being locked in for Jackpots, so that means that Jackie doesn't really care about this tanky front line. He will deal with it with him on his own. I don't know if some of you were shooting arrows on turtle shells, but doesn't really work that well. So we will see how it works for Jackpots and for Jackie. Right now, Lunox being off the board, 1-1. That's an interesting one. That's she used to be high prio ban, but she then stopped to be, and now she's coming back. And what I'm surprised about the most is that it's not coming from Glitch Code, it's coming from Jackpots themselves. When we saw Voki get a Maniac on 1-1. Quite surprised, Scared.
I'll come back onto that 1-1 point in a second because It's a Beatrix ban coming in. They think it's going to be the run back on the Kalia Beatrix, but Farsa here could be so annoying to deal with, especially with that range advantage. Yes, you have got a Basha, you've also got the Minotaur, but I think so the range is going to be a bit too much to handle, and it's a straightforward counter to Kimi. And walk you on the other side. He actually locks in his Granger as well. All he needs to do is add in a Sea Halberd, and he'll be good to go with it to burst down that front line instantly. I don't know. I think so. I'm going to fall back into the hands of Jackpots for this one draft.
I know what you mean. I wouldn't say instantly per se, but yes, he could deal with them effectively. That Sea Halberd will help him a lot with that. But there's another threat on the horizon. That's Yuzong. Zakota, we are almost finished with the drafts. How do you see the chances of those teams?
And I mean, from what I'm seeing right now, I think Glitchko has the better draft because the Minotaur, Yuzong,
I agree.
Moscow, but you have double marksman. That's gonna be really hard to build up into because yeah, you have the early game coming in from the Kimi, but still the Moscow's gonna get punished extremely heavily because you're gonna lose the lane to a Granger, obviously, you know. But the one-on ban is something unexpected. I mean, yeah, she's a good hero. She was popular at the start of the season, if I'm mistaken, because of all the fighters getting buffed, and she could just kite them. But still, right now, I don't think it was a worthwhile ban. I was looking forward also to the Yuzhong ban, maybe even an Uranus. But still, the Kagura is gonna get picked up. Hold on. Spicy, spicy.
They are adding sauce on those French fries. Kagura being picked up. That's something interesting. She, of course, can shake things up. Yeah, not in a sense as Arlott can, but a little bit, you know, move people around, stun people, and do this kind of stuff. So yes, she will be a little bit on the slippery side, which will be probably kind of hard and annoying for Kimi, because if she face checks a bad bush, Kagura can jump out from that and make a quick work of her. We have the bombs are locked in. Purify will be run on Say and Vlado because they realized this Kalia will be going for their throats. But also the rest of Jackpots will be going for throats of Glitch Code 2 as we go into the Land of Dawn for the 4th time today. And we can either see Jackpots take it home and continue onwards, or Glitch Code equalize and go into the 5th game. Guys, take it on.
Show me the prediction one more time for everyone, because I want to see who went in for 3-1 versus who went in for 3-2, because either one of them could maybe come true. Or if anything, everyone's going to be put wrong and only Synth will be correct there, since he's the only one who chose 3-2 for the glitch code out. And this Kagura pick could define that right now, as the first pick is going to be on Kingston. No. Yet again, Flickers out of harm's way.
What? You're so negative. But still, as you said, I mean, the 3-1 crowd is just copying me. I was the first one to say that, you know, in the prediction chat. You also copied me. Synchro also, and me also. But Troboy! Oh my god.
Taken out instantly, losing out of scores
though.
Before we actually see the emblems. And yes, as you rightly mentioned, Malfurion can't really do anything now. The knock-up coming in onto Godzi, but no one's there. Vladosi is winning his 1v1 against Walkie.
Different universe? Was trip to a portal? Stranger Things?
Upside down.
Upside down. What's happening? You know, I wasn't expecting the invade to go in so early, but you know, it's a Bakcha, so you really have to expect, you know, him rolling away. You know, also he's a turtle, so you know he's really taking offense to Jackie taking out the turtle, his cousins. But Light is gonna get punished a little bit. No, never mind. Say doesn't get there that fast, but giving away Kimi this early on is gonna be pretty risky, because look already, she's being so annoying, clearing so much. Hold on, are we gonna see some old strategies up in here? Troboy is gonna get a turtle advantage. In the top lane, we're gonna see Jackie trying to punish down Vlados. Maybe the flicker is not there.
Oh, GG.
Ooh.
I'd have to give you out, man. These micro calls coming in from both of these teams is so good. First of all, Glitch Code making that early decision to go for the invade, thanks to Kingstar's HP being super low and him being forced to recall, was amazing. And now on the back of it, Jackpot, specifically Jackie, deciding that, you know what, we can't really either go for the turtle as well, so might as well just pick off Vladosi, who's being a little high on that confidence. And so was Gabri, as he gets bursted down instantly as well. The trade should come in.
Again.
repeats it this exact same moment in the exact same place in the exact same time. And guess what? I really hope Glitch Code go in for the another invade.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it. I mean, I see Drobo, I see Godzi, I see Jackie with Retribution available, but you know,
Okay. The idea was
yeah, they tried. But okay, Drobo is gonna be in the middle and trying to get a stun, but Walk is gonna be there. Say doesn't have his maximum charge ready to rock and roll to pull the enemies in and there. But right now in the bot side, I mean, Laito is playing a little bit better. Gabri got picked off. You cursed him. You're talking about a pick off and a pick off happened. So I don't know, man. I think you're the bad luck charm here, scared.
I could be the good luck charm for Jackpots, man. Why are you gonna be so negative, Zakut, huh? You know, you, my friend. GG's.
I don't know. Bad luck charm. Bad luck charm.
Oh
Maybe-
my god, that is just such an esports player behavior, man.
Right. I mean, I would take a picture of you and put it in a church just in case it's cursed. You know, then I would take it home. Get an exorcist
Oh
on
my
it.
god. Oh my goodness.
I don't know how to feel about this game still. You know, we're getting a little bit of so big turtle is gonna be in 15 seconds. Godzi is gonna use the Minor and Rage.
The flicker forward as well onto that Fury as they want to catch Malfury, and I'm not quite sure. There's quite a lot of utilities burned up already, and no significant objective claimed either. Roboy, yes, he's there, but Malfurion, he's almost back to full HP, so Say will have to be careful. Now, there we go, with the Tsunami Slam, purified away on the other side, with the Land Shaker. This could be a bit of a problem coming in. Retribution used up as well. Black Dragon pretty late into the team fight, as you rightfully mentioned, and this is going to be the disengage as Throwboy gets picked off one more time. And this Baxia on the jungle is not that successful for now for Glitch Code.
And that was a really bad ult coming in from Godzi. I mean, the Minotaur ult.
Oh my god. Instantly obliterated. They wanted to go for the invade as well as Godzi on the top side is now also being taken down. Throwboy should be able to take one down as well as Kingstar wants to try and face tank. He should be the sacrificial lamb here for Walkie to survive. And how does he have so many flickers? Thank God Bladosi was able to hit that SOD to take him down. Otherwise, that would have been brutal. But throughout that, I know you noticed it. Say it, Zakota.
I'm not saying it.
Go ahead, say it.
No,
Tell what Jackie did.
I'm not saying anything.
Go ahead.
You're not getting
Jackie.
this up. No, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, I mean, I wanted you to tell the audience that Jackie stole away the orange buff during that entire commotion too.
No,
I said it.
No, I thought you were gonna make a 6-7 joke.
No! I know there's a lot of brain rot in my head, but no, not that much, bro. I'm more of the Bombardino Crocodilo type of guy.
Okay, I've heard enough of you. Warren, come on the casting desk. Get this guy out of here.
Oh my god, right now I don't know about Warren hopping in here and me getting out, but Glitch Code have been running their life out of here. Malfurion also should be fine with the Rush Umbrella. Flea is able to get the safety. Oh my god, the knockup in the tower as well. Minnow and Fury not helping. SOD missing. All things that could go bad are going absolutely disastrous. Amazing Semi Umbrella open coming in as well from Malfurion as he gets down the bull. Godzi not surviving, and another turtle for Jackpots.
Another turtle for Jackpots. That was a really good fight coming in. A peak of before the turtle started. I mean, yes, they got Trouble first and they got Godzi out. I mein, who's gonna go in? You're wrong. The SOD who kept it missing, but still, a third is gonna fall in the top lane yet again. And right now, the mid is looking a little bit under pressure. Kingstar is gonna be in a pretty good spot in the blacklist bush, as some like to call it, or as normal people like to call it, the blue bush. You know.
The purple bush sounds pretty fair, but I think so. The blacklist bush was over towards that tier 2 on the left hand side.
No, that's the AP brand bush.
Is that the AP brand? Oh,
Yes.
right.
Onyx bush is the one closest to base, like the one where Vlados is on right now. That's the Onyx bush. Yippee! On the bot side.
Oh, it could be a big problem out here for Gabri. Guess what? No point from him using the Black Dragon form. As even that extra bit of HP couldn't have helped him out. Now got the seal play coming in from Kingston. No ult available. Everyone's going to be A-OK. 60 seconds for the Lord. But look at the map control, man. Tier 2's being pushed up instantly, and with the Yin Yang overturn now coming into play as well. Midon Fury used up, but guess what? Godseed, no way for him to survive. Throw boy with the Tortoise Bashan. He's gonna run back to safety too. But the Tier 2 is gonna be taken down. Objective play by Jackpots.
I would say he's gonna try to play a little bit dangerous. If we could take a quick look at the builds, I would be grateful, Sokol, but still. Oh, Slam comes through!
Big pick off. Yeah,
so
that's going to be another pick off on Gabri. He cannot survive on this Black Dragon, man. And this is the strength of Kingston, the Kalia. The previous game was just not enough that they had to let it go another time. And a 3-man Landshaker Laito is just brutal. Another Yin Yang overturn, or rather the same umbrella open. As everyone zoned out from the mid tier 2. This game seems done.
You know, Scared, a thing I like to say is that whenever you have a Minotaur team, especially in the enemy team, it heals like half of the HP of the enemies. When you have it on your team, it heals for 137. You know, that's how it feels right now. That's how much God's skill 1 is doing. You know, like, absolutely nothing. But the lore is going to be in advantage of Jackpots right now. Jackie is going to be slaying it down, 3000 HP. And a Sky Piercer picked up this late, 2 kills in? I don't know. I don't know about that one, say.
No one knows about that. That's probably just...
Landshaker is looking... Oh!
Yeah, Throwboy is going to be picked up, knocked off as well. Oh, look at the backline! Same umbrella open yet again from Malfurion, as that opens things up for Walkie to get unstoppable. Lord marching from mid. 19 seconds for everyone. They don't have enough time. Another one being taken down as Lord OC falls. It's only the Black Dragon. 10 seconds. Can this Yu Jong hold on? No is the answer. Not the lore accurate one. This is the guy that fell down to Pasha in the lore. As 3 people spawn in trying to save the game. But guess what? They don't have the damage nor the HP. Malfurion along with Moki with the godlike Kingster controls everyone with a knockup as Jackpots take the series 3-1.
Rightfully so, because those jackpots that we saw towards the end of the series, those are the jackpots that were making big words out of their mouths in the interview, specifically Walkie. And first game we thought he doesn't deliver, but then second game they kinda clawed their back in, and third game it started, you know, bumbling and rumbling, and this last, those are the jackpots that were speaking those words. They stepped up to the plate and they showed us why they had so big words before. This series was pretty intense one, and honestly we have to say goodbye to one team. That will be Glitch Code, because right now they are out. But after this series there is no ifs and buts. They lost because their opponents were better. They got outclassed, they got outmaneuvered, they got outplayed.
Here's the thing, Dakota, before you take this one forward, I just want to say one thing, right? I was having a conversation with Kronos a while back, and he simply straightforwardly mentioned that Kingster gets better as the tournament progresses, and the deeper we go in the series, the stronger he gets. Versus, on the other side, Vlados's consistency is the main tool for Glitch Code's success too, along with Throwboy's control. He quoted it on that one, the one who performs better will take it away, and I'm pretty sure Malfurion came out as one of those players who I personally did not expect to perform so well on a Kagura, but he shut all of us silent.
That's the thing, if you pick something like Kagura, something unorthodox, something not typical, you have to perform and you have to deliver, especially this deep into the tournament. And he did just that. He got 2 MVPs out of the 4, out of the 3 that were possible, out of the 4 in total, right? The carry, that speaks the story of this game. And the richest, if you see the richest with 900 gold, you know the game was a very favored towards the team that has this achievement. Because we saw many games that had like 700, 600 even for the richest. But if it's 900s, you know the team was dominating. And that was the story of this one. Zakota, where do you feel like it crumbled? Yes, you were watching it, yes, you were talking about it, but if you had to analyze this last game, where do you think were the holes in the sinking ship of Glitchko?
The draft. All down to the draft, you know. As everyone likes to say, 70% of the game is the draft, and like all the time they're getting draft in game number 1. I think Jackpots won the draft as well, but still, I don't know. They just played it off. They seemed off. But like as I said, in true Jackpots fashion, they turn it around completely for reserve sweep. But Scared, you said something. Kingstack gets better by the time the tournament gets going, and no, it keeps going on. By the time of the finals, you think he's Jesus. I disagree. Kingstack is a good drummer all around. He just has to get the perfect momentum going on.
Yeah, that is one more way to say that as well, and I agree. If the momentum is in his favor, he seems like one of the best roamers out there. And sometimes there are certain plays we might not want to mention. Even he knows that. But here's the fun thing about all of that. Itemization, perfect. Oracle, anti-Curious into a silence row for Kingsta. Laito as well goes in for the blade armor instantly to counter Vladosi and Say at the same time. Queen's Wings to help him sustain a little bit more. Jackie, straightforward build, no problems. Same goes for Waki as well. And Malfurion was working onto his Holy Crystal after the glowing lightning combo. And he was melting Godzi and Throwboy. And I'm pretty sure, boys, we can technically find out the reason while we had a look at the items. No silence robe again.
But Gabri. Oh god. What am I saying, Gabri? Are you...
Show the items.
4,644 damage dealt from a Yu Zhong?
It just speaks. I agree.
Oh my god.
Yes,
Oh.
it's a side that's a little bit on the scarier side. Long time it was that I watched the latest horror movie that I watched, but this one, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. 4,000 damage Yuzong? That's not what you want to see. But of course, if we pair it up with how strongly they were dominated by Jackpots, it's obvious. Yes, the rest of the team had a little bit more damage, but this just connects, this just finishes up the story. Gabri was a decent player, decent part of his team, but today he just fell apart. His Uranus, his Yuzong now, it wasn't how well we can see Gabri perform. Yes, he wasn't the biggest carry in his team. That was always on the backs of Vlado or Trollboy or sometimes Say, but he was there, he was doing his job, and he was a strong part of the team. But today, we did not see this part of Gabri. Today, he kinda crumbled. And I don't know if it was because of the cost in the team, as you mentioned before, or if it was because something else he wasn't feeling himself, but this wasn't it. And as I said before, Jackpots were the better team, better drafts, better gameplay, better team fights. Glitch Code, they didn't have it. But if we are talking about the guy who had it, who has it, and who wishes that he will keep having it, we should get going with the interview, right, guys? Because we definitely have some spicy questions towards Jackpots.
Specifically the guy who's getting ready for that interview, right? He's no stranger out to here. Everyone knows who he is. And I know people, we're all talking about Waki. He's just getting prepared out here. We can see him in the VC as well. He's going to be up here soon. But man, yeah, I absolutely agree. Warren, you're going to be the first man to welcome him off. Zakota, I know you've got a lot of questions which will follow up after Warren asks his own. But yeah, once it hops off to me, I am pretty sure getting down onto that one big question of the Kagura pick for Malfurion. I know I'm going to get the answer like, yeah, it's a pocket pick, he's got a lot of them, yada, yada, yada. And still go that first one, Warren. I am excited.
Hello?
And right now, here we have him, Waki, the guy that switched roles, but still performed. Hello, Waki, welcome here today. Congratulations on your victory. You are in the top 3 right now. How are you feeling being in the top 3? And how do you feel about being able to advance even further?
I just play my game with my team and try our best. That's it.
All right. a little bit more humble talk than what we heard last time. But honestly, you delivered on those boards. You said you will beat them. You said you are better than them. And you showed us today. Probably your opponents that you will be facing later on, either Memento or MetaShift, depends how their respective matches will end up happening today. Which of those two teams is the scarier one? Which of those two teams would you like to face more?
I would like to face MetaShift in finals against Memento.
Well, if that will be in the finals, then you will have to go through, possibly, Memento Mori, because that would mean MetaShift would advance themselves into the finals. So already, that being the question, you believe that MetaShift will advance through Memento Mori?
MetaShift gonna win 4-2, in my opinion.
Right? That's an interesting takeout. Zagota, you got a few more questions for the boy? I know you've got a few.
I mean, I do. In game number 1, you guys had the superior draft. What happened? Was there a miscal? What happened? Because the Grok was getting some good initiations, but there was not really a ton of follow-up. Was there just miscommunication?
First game was like warm-up, and we didn't warm up before. Because I woke up right before the games, because I'm sick right now. And yeah, couldn't prepare anything for the draft. And then after I put up a bit, because I noticed, okay, we lose first game, we have to win now. And then just focus a bit more on draft and play better. That's it.
Right, Zagota, you got any more few?
Yeah, I have only a really kind of awkward question. I've noticed you're dressed up. You're looking sharp. Did you dress up for Kid or for Boro in the chat? You know, they are watching. They are complimenting your gameplay and your decision-making choices.
No, not really, because they're my friends, and yeah, I hope I can make them proud, and I hope I can keep my promise. And I try my best to keep my promise to Kid, because we were sitting in a restaurant before 3 months, and I promised him I'm gonna win in Search. Yeah.
That's a sweet thing to say, my man. And Walkie, first of all, I'm gonna say I wish you a good health here. I wish you a speedy recovery as well, because your gameplay was absolute sick there. And I have to say, there was a moment when you were playing the Granger, right, and there was Moscow on the other side, and you were losing out on that early game. What happened in that laning phase?
I can explain. 1 second.
Sure. Take your.
I think I won the trade, even I had to recoil. Because when he stayed there with Purify, we either get Kid, solo Kid, or he has to recoil and lose 2 minions. So I think the trade was worth, and Baksha were on the other side. So it's fine when I use Flicker like this. And also, he got baited because he stayed on lane and my jungler just came and killed him. Got free tower good, trade for 30. So it was worth.
Alright, fair. And few more things here. This was your rematch against Glitch Code. You won, 3-1. Yes, Glitch Code was the reason why your entire team went down in the lower bracket. So, how are you feeling right now? And is there any message you want to give them?
That they should sit down and watch us how we win this tournament instead of talking. Because there were a lot of talks before those games.
Oh my god, that's
Alright.
a straightforward blunt answer. We all love you for that, Walkie. Warren, if you got any more few, then it's all yours.
I mean, I'm just gonna throw it out there. There's a little bit of that Walkie that we heard last time. So a little bit of that energy, love it. Well, Walkie, we already asked a bunch of questions. Right now, do you have a pick that because right now you moved into the gold lane. Yes, I heard that you have past experience with playing gold lane, but still, it's a little bit new, at least for us Surge viewers. So do you think there is a pick that you still didn't show, or do you have a pick that you still didn't show, but you will eventually show it, that we could see maybe in the finals where you said you see yourself?
Maybe on Fighter. I will think about it. Because like, when you watch the games, they ban 2-3 marksmen every game for no reason.
Yep.
They ban the Harry for pick the Harry for. They just scared, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But before we let you off the hook, Scare talked about it a little bit more, and so I will continue on that. You had this rematch. what was the approach? Like, how was it possible that you got beaten 2-0 and now you 3-1? And as you mentioned before, the first game was just a warm-up for you, and that's how the rest of the series looked. What was the different approach? Of course, yes, keep your secrets to yourself in a sense, like don't tell us exactly how you did it, but like, what was different, you know?
Like before that team, we never talked with each other. Like we didn't communicate so well. The draft wasn't perfect. And right now, the difference is that my mid trio talk and my whole team talk with each other. Like to say this, Kingsa say this, Jackie say this, Heda say this, I say this, and we have and like everyone talking, you know? That makes the
Yeah.
team better already. Because before it wasn't like this.
This was very clearly visible, especially those team fights. In the team fights, that was one of the topics that we talked about. In the team fights, you looked better, and the draft, we mentioned it also a couple of times. The draft was also very good. Well, Walkie, I think if boys don't have any more questions, guys, I'm looking over at you. Zakota, Scared, do you have something to throw? I see Walkie, he's already tired from the series. He needs to prepare possibly for tomorrow, right? So, Walkie, get your health back on, but apparently you don't even need to be in good health because you showed us a sick place, even when you are sick yourself. So congratulations on that, but thank you for the interview and have a great rest of the day, and we are hoping for you to be ready and the rest of the team for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and I want to greet my family, my team.
Oh, of course.
Kid Bomba, and I also want Kid Bomba to win games of the future. Hopefully.
Sweet. Very sweet. Thank you so much for that, Walkie. And I wish you all the very best as well. And good luck and a speedy recovery for that one too. Thank you for hopping here.
Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye.
I mean, I don't know how much experience Zakota probably has some, and maybe he has a different approach to that. But usually when players are sick, it's very, very visible in their gameplay. But Walkie being sick, of course, we don't know the depths of his sickness, how bad it is, how good it is. Maybe he's almost healed. Maybe it just started today. But I just have to give a lot of credit for him performing this highly and being on top of his game, honestly. Yes, we didn't see that much from him, so we don't have that much data to analyze, but he was playing very well, and he was even outplaying Vlado. That was, at least in my eyes, the GOAT of the goal line for a very, very long time. But Walkie stepping up to the plate just like this, even when being sick, I have to give a big shout out to him, and I have to glaze him a little bit. Honestly, guys, like, sorry, but this was just so good. Big respect to the guy. But before we sign off, because we will be going into a little bit of a break to get everyone ready, you know. So Zakota is refreshed, Scared is refreshed as well, and you are refreshed too. And in this meantime, you should hop on the Instagram, follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, and stay ready, because there will be MetaShift against Memento Mori, possibly two of the strongest teams that we have here in this tournament. Maybe not by Walkie's sayings, by many people's saying. So stay tuned for that.
And we're back with game number 2. It's gonna be an exciting one today again. Same people here, just different voices while casting. I mean, it's gonna be a really good series. MetaShift versus Memento Mori.
Everyone out there, Zakota, I've already mentioned about this. Yes, this is going to be big series out here. The winner moves directly to the grand finals of the Surge European MLBB Championship out. And this is the main stage which everyone's been fighting for. Warren, how excited are you for this one?
And as you said, they go right into the grand finals, but honestly the other prize is to face Jackpots, and honestly that's a prize in itself, because from what we saw Jackpots, how they played today, that should be a great prep, that should be a great scrim for the team that wants to win the grand finals. But right now possibly we should talk about the team that should be favorite in a lot of people's eyes. That's MetaShift, Pemetronio, Leave Me God, Believer, Vabalabadabla, and Bober Rusik. And a lot of people believe in this team, but I'm not one of them. I believe in the other team that we will see in a bit. That's of course. Everyone knows it, but still, when we have MetaShift over here, Pemetronio, very goated gold laner, probably one of the best, Bober Rusik, very, very good XP laner, and when they paired up with Leave Me, that team just works. But right now we have Memento Mori, and I know Zakota can give them some love instead of me.
I mean, Dracy, Noel, Fushi, Warpath, and Summon Noel, the best jungler in this tournament. I mean, there is a survey going on. We're gonna reveal some things maybe tomorrow if I'm not mistaken, but still, it's gonna be one hell of a show. MetaShift versus Memento Mori, two teams who went undefeated 3-0 so far. I mean, 11 maps played to the 10 of Memento Mori. One more map for MetaShift. I don't know. 9 victories to 9. Average time to win is 15 minutes for MetaShift, 16:30 seconds for Memento Mori. Launch control in favor of Memento Mori. Third control on the other hand for MetaShift. Yet the first bloods are even Stevens.
Isn't that crazy,
scary, right? Yeah, exactly. It's been a back and forth between both of these teams and their stats. Now, here's the fun thing. Out of every single thing that we've been discussing about, Lord is, as rightfully mentioned by Zakota, is more controlled by the side of Memento Mori out here. But MetaShift is the team that has the full control in that gold lane. Average damage to turret is where Pemetronio wins. But hold on your horses, boys, there, because Racy is not that far behind in the rest of the stats.
I mean, she's ahead. I think you kind of fumbled your words, because MetaShift are at least stats-wise losing in the gold lane. So Dracy is winning in 3 of those. Average KDA, so that means she is not that often in the harm's way. Average GPM, of course, is just a little bit, but yeah, it means she gets on her items faster. And average damage dealt is also higher. So that's those are exciting stats for the gold lane. And honestly, not the stats I expected for this head-to-head. But right now, what map do we have, Zakota? What can you tell me about it?
The Flying Cloud is all gonna be down to the rotations. This is gonna be able to allow every single member of either teams to recall back and go to lane even faster, because I mean, it's, I believe, a 30-second or a 60-second cooldown on each cloud rotation, so it's gonna be just so impactful in the early. And it's gonna allow you to play an extra, I would say, maybe squishy gold laner, especially for these two right here. I think these are the main stars, Pemetronio and Dracy, two of the best gold laners from the tournament. Dracy and Pemetronio both proved themselves. I mean, you know, we heard what Waki said. He thinks that Pemetronio is not the best in Europe anymore.
That's a big statement out here coming in, though, but I still feel that with the amount of performances that is delivered time after time, all the way back from the open qualifiers to till here, went through what, even from... He's been a part of the Thunder division and is always performed out of his mind. And I don't think so there's any kind of question here. Pemetronio right now is absolutely one of the best. On the other side, though, Bobo Rusik is going to have some questions in his own head or on his own capabilities, right? Because Warren, there's Samo on the other side now.
That's a super interesting matchup that we should for sure talk about, because that XP matchup, yes, those are two titans of their respective lane, but who can get that advantage going for his team? Will it be Bober or will it be Samo? Those two guys have very, very strong impact on the game just through their lane alone. But their roams are especially deadly. Bober, he's always active on the map. Samo, the same way. Both of them are playing kind of similarly. But there is one thing that probably Samo has over Bober, and that should be a little bit of an edge in a sense of macro. Because from what I heard, Samo is being very, very vocal, and he makes the rotations on the map. So he should be a little bit stronger in the department. So if Samo is being able to get some advantage on that XP lane, everyone from MetaShift will feel it. But right now, everyone from Memento should feel and should get ready for this Lancelot together with Eve Zakota. How could this have gotten through?
I mean, look at the other side. Got Kacha and Harv extremely good first picks on the second side, but again, a Hylos. I don't really like that Homer, but it's one of the best at shutting down Harry because he cannot run away, he cannot get that many basic attacks in because of the passive. And of course, the Katot Kacha is just such a good hero. What is Noel gonna pick? The Yisun Shin pretty early on, but still, it's a really great play. However, you can maybe leave it a little bit later because, of course, the Hayabusa was banned out. Yisun Shin is a really great pick, but still, you have the Fredrin, who's a really great counter to Lancel because you have the knockup, you have the taunt, you have so many possibilities. And he could have gave an additional front line to Drassi, but I think right now either MetaShift or Memento Mori need to ban out the Lapu Lapu / Yuzhong. I mean, both of the XP laners are masters at those two. Let's get that straight.
Lapu. Yeah.
It's 50-50. Both of them are good. It depends who gets the first turtle. I think that's gonna be the most dependent. And who gets the first turtle is influenced a lot by the XP laners.
And with that, Yuzhong, you rightfully mentioned, was already banned out previously. Lapu Lapu has been taken care of too. So MetaShift, specifically Bobo Rushik now, will have to pick something up that can face tank properly and have an extra bit of CC to try and include all of that in the mix. With the Lancelot now that you have, it's pretty inevitable that Pelmetronio will have to go for a proper marksman. Granger taken care of. He's probably got one of his own pick, that is Irithel for this one available. Maybe he can decide and go for that. That could be a bit of a question. I don't know if I'm going to love it, but at least in the lane, he will have a pretty easy time against Racy.
Retail would be a blast from the past, because I believe there should be some statistic for how many games we didn't see Irithel. She has been kind of forgotten in the past. We had a lot of fighters, we had a lot of rubies, we had a lot of Horits, we had a lot of Grangers, but Irithel, we did not see that much lately, but maybe that will change. Right now Uranus being locked in, so this means that Samo will have to show us once again that yes, Uranus can make outplays, as he showed us last time. I hope you care. I hope all of you caught the highlight that's circling on our YouTube channel with Samo, specifically on Uranus, because you think about Uranus and you are like, you cannot make a highlight play on that, but he is the guy who can do that. Of course, we will see what Bober has to show for it, because he will be rocking CC into this matchup, and he decided to go CC. So he will try to sustain himself. Zakota, do you think this is the right pick?
I mean, with CC, they won't have that much CC on the team because they only have the high-lows. And I think, should I, as Scared said the previous series, and Ali, something with a stun. You need another big setter because they have the Gatot Kachat, they have the Isun Shit, both of those heroes have a stun. The only stun on your team, theoretically, is the high-lows. Yes, the bind from CC is kind of a stun, it's a crowd control effect, but it's not a hard stun. They can still move, they can still kill you. Same with Eve, it's only an immobilize, and it's only inside of her kill box, but still, what is there left to pick? I mean, we won't see, but it's gonna be the Esmeralda and the Farsa for Memento Mori. But again, first series, MetaShift versus Memento Mori. Guys, take it away.
Go for it, Foreign. Go for it.
We approach the Land of Dawn once again, right guys? And we will be having a very anticipated clash between Memento Mori and MetaShift. Thanks for lovely introduction, Zakota, and already we can see Warpath trading with Vabalabadabdab. If we look over at the drafts, we can see a lot of magic damage. So I hope, for the sake of Scared's psychic health, that they will build the silence ropes. Because if they don't,
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact how you mentioned it as my psychic health. That's something I'll come back to right now as we have a look at the emblems coming in. Warpath, Samo, both of them going in for extra defenses instead of any kind of HP or even a movement speed, right? So they want to be annoying, want to be on the faces, even in the early game. I like the idea as well. You don't really want to leave me snowball out of control and even God Believer take control of those lanes. Now, interestingly, it's going to be Bobarusik, just like a normal way, winning against the Uranus while down towards the goal lane. It should not be a straight up win, but rather a 50-50 trade between both him and Pelmetronio. Now, since CC has been hit with those nerfs, the mid is going to be the main area, right? You can see the minions being stacked up as well. So that's where I'd have to see God Believer slowly and steadily move up.
Oh, but we don't have that many believers in Memento Mori. Chronos scared. Mio, no, actually Mio is with us. Zakota, Nish, all of them, all of you, actually, guys, all of you are on the board that Memento Mori cannot make it. We've scared me making one of the crazier statements, that being 1 to 3 for MetaShift. 3 wins for MetaShift compared, but there's a fight happening. Perez are already being popped off, but now Fushi has to run for his life to survive. He tries to keep alive. He is still alive, but God Believer got picked off himself.
It's a big pick already, along with the turtle as well. Now, there's one good thing. Yes, it is Memento Mori, specifically Noel, locking into that turtle. And also that first pick, MetaShift are going to struggle out there. I was normally thinking in a way where Noel mostly picks up those tank jungles to try and enable both Fushi as well as Dracy. So you've got a pretty solid front line of Warpath, Noel and Samo, and 2 people taking onto that carry role. This time around, Noel has picked up that Yisun Shin. And throughout the evening, Warren, we've already been seeing the amount of pressure and presence that the Yisun Shin can show specifically with the Mountain Shocker. So that's going to be something to watch out for.
If he can hit those, he tried to hit God Believer, but misses, so this fight will not really count to anything at all.
It's going to be chill, as you rightfully mentioned. Down to the red bottom as well. I want to see an extra early item on Pelmetronio apart from that War Axe. Maybe a Fury Hammer into the mix. And the same thing. Oh, hold on. Nah, it's fine. It's alright. Just a couple of bombardments. And the same thing for Leave Me, if anything. I don't want him to go for the second item as a defensive item. I want another damage item early on. Otherwise, they will not have enough to try and penetrate into that backline of Memento Mori.
You have to first get through Uranus and Gato to even start thinking about the backline. So rightfully you are mentioning that fact. And audience? Oh, well, they are paid. They are paid from Memento Mori's pockets because 62% believe that they have it in the bag. So they are with me. Audience is with me. I love that for myself. Turtle will be spawning on, so there could be some action.
Could be a big one as well out there. Specifically for
Racy with a 1v1 against Pelmetronio, barely surviving, but Pelmetronio's vengeance has been popped.
The thing, as I said, it's going to be a 50-50 trade coming in from both of these gold laners. It's literally the same thing happening. So yeah, I kind of want to see not that part of the map, but rather the other, specifically Turtle.
AOG, but Leave Me gets the turtle, and now the fight continues. Bobarusik gets picked up, but he made his job. He fulfilled his duties. Samo is trying to chase them away, but this looks like he might have overchased. No, he is fine, but Noel continues the onslaught as he picks up killing spree for Noel.
The air strike, the bombardments up from the heavens. A bit of an overextension from MetaShift, and they are being punished for that. Be honest. Oh, hold on.
Racy with a 1v2, but she is fine because there is Warpath and Fushi flying by. Pelmetronio barely surviving in the bush. Can he keep alive? Yes, he can. I think his medical bills are kinda high after surviving that.
God, that is just so crazy, man. The small side step coming in from the skill 1 of Farsa and then moving in. Even though the enhanced basic hit him, but he's still fine. As we have a look at the first two items being made up already. War Axe for Leave Me, Hunter Strike for Noel, no changes there. But 3 kills already on that Ascension. Now that could be a problem for MetaShift if this continues.
This could be a problem, and slowly it's becoming problem if we are talking about Memento Mori's piggy banks, because 800 gold lead is something that is there. And of course, we can see if it is on one of the players or if it's separated between all of those players, because if it's separated between all of those, doesn't really matter, but it's also saying the story, because you get some of that XP as Buildup makes an initiation, but he gets disengaged by AOG, who pops up him in the air. There's RVM, Samo is trying to survive and make the front line. He's frontlining for a very long time. Boborusik has been picked off in the meantime. There is Pamatronio trying to tank it all up. He still had his vengeance, so there was no dying for him.
2 for absolutely 0. Big plays for Memento Mori. 1.3k gold lead, and on the back of it now, Samu, I'm pretty sure he also stole away that EXP crab. So they're winning on every single front. Leave Me has got the retribution, but I don't think so he's got enough level right now. It's still the same, but he should be zoned out. While Noel on the other side, low on that HP, wants to make sure that the far lane is properly cleared up, since Racy is taking care of the top lane.
By the way, I love what someone did with his Uranus, because last time when we saw Uranus, it was Gabri's one, and he had the sustain, but someone decided that he wants a little bit more of the damage and a little bit more of mana back. So that enabled him to be this ahead, or I mean, be in this position, not really ahead, to kind of roam around and constantly have his resources next to his hand.
Good point on that one. It's a big one, but the poke coming in from both of these teams. The fight could break out at any moment.
He's breaking out right now. AOG gets popped, but it gets the front line. But Pamatronio is trying to survive, but he cannot survive any longer because Vengeance has been already used. The Leave Me is able to get the turtle at least, so there is some saving grace. Samo is continuing the fight. Boborusik could be the one to die. He gets taunted up, and this could be his third death. It is. As Lancelot tries to make something out of it. Maybe go for Racy, but Racy, she is very slippery, so she survives.
One of the big points that I've noticed is that Racy has been really good at surviving. Even when the gank was happening in the bot lane, she made sure that even in that 2v1 situation, she's alive and also taking down those minions. And right now too, no trades coming in whatsoever.
Samo might be getting picked off. We will see about that. He has to flicker. And he might be dying. Leave Me. He cannot reach him.
It's a big point coming in. And with the top tier one gone on, now the bottom one has well traded off. Memento Mori are slowly and steadily picking up on that pace. I want to have a look at the items one more time and notice what retribution is Leave Me using. I want to see the flame, the bloody one. It's there to steal away that HP from the other side, while Yisun Shin is using the flame retribution, right? So he's gonna try and steal away a lot of attack from the other end because they could be squishy.
AOG used defensively, but doesn't really lead to anything. It was more so used just to keep someone alive, because you want the big boy to be not dying.
Yeah. And on the back of it, as we have a look at the damage numbers too, you've got God Believer and Boborusik up on top with the damage, but no one is there to do the cleanup job. It's only 19,000 right now, even behind Samo. Is where Leave Me stands.
This tells the whole story. This tells the whole story, Scare. Because you were saying, yes, they are up. Oh, that's a pick off. Going for Pamatronio. He gets CC'd up. He pops Vengeance. And he stays alive. Leave Me is trying to continue the fight. Goes for Noel Warpa. They went a little bit too deep. So they pay with their lives. As MetaShift could go for the Lord fight.
The vengeance of Pamatronio, and guess what? Throughout the game they were trailing, and now they're back in form as they can take the Lord too. Samu could be as big of a nuisance as he wants to be, but without the Feather Dare Strike, without Noel there, they can't really take or contest this one Lord.
Samo is trying to decide otherwise. He goes in, but he could be getting picked off. And so there's Feather Dare Strike, tries to save the fight, but I don't know if it's enough as Boborusik chases Fushi away. There is the rest of the team, but I think this Lord goes in the hands of MetaShift as they shift the tide of the game.
Big one, Fushi Barely surviving there. They'll be going back, but there we
Noel
go.
joins the fray. He goes for Bober and he goes for the rest. There is Vorpath dividing the fight to keep Noel alive. Match has been paused.
Expecting for that pause popping in. But now, on the back of it, with this Lord, MetaShift has entirely changed away the full momentum of this game, right? Memento Mori, no way have a chance to, bring that lead back until and unless they very successfully defend this Lord and do not go for any kind of over engages. Because that one over engage down in the bottom lane where they thought they can take down Pelmetronio was the start of this downfall. Both of them got picked off. Leave Me came in for a perfect support, instantly took down Noel on the other side, and then they transitioned it into the Lord. So these are the kind of mistakes that Memento Mori will have to avoid because MetaShift will punish.
Zakota, would you even go as far to say that the game has been shifted and the momentum Mori has been stopped?
I see what you did there.
Oh god, these are the people I work with. I mean, right now, as you said, the momentum is shifting towards MetaShift. However, you cannot ignore the fact that Noel has been getting kills left and right, and he's been getting so fed. Especially in that recent shit, he went unpunished a few times. I mean, especially, I believe it was after his second kill or after his third kill, he went below 35% HP and he survived and he kept on farming and he didn't get punished. And on the other hand, Leave Me did get punished, he get invaded by Samo, but still, the head-to-head between Noel and Leave Me looks in Noel's favor. 8.4 average KDA, the 7.8, but still, kills isn't all that matters because the retry accuracy is only the difference of 1.
You know what I love? And Scare, probably you see it too. Their champ pool is the exactly same.
That's the big thing, right? Both of them are so very flexible in terms of what they want to pick and what they want to play with. That this is one of the best comparison between the junglers that you can eventually have. And 3 stats are in favor of Leave Me, while 3 of them are again going in favor of Noel on the other side. It's a perfect balance coming in. And we had a prediction chart, or rather, we had a Google form which we had to fill about who do we think is the best in their respective lanes. I was super confused between Noel and Leave Me, right? Because I was about to pick either one of those two, but yeah, I was very confused in that.
And rightfully so. Those two guys and the stats showed us perfectly what is going on. Even though neither of them was in the lead in a sense of stats advantage, the stats being higher for him in the majority. The stats were so close. Only stat that was kinda separating them was average damage taken. That was 1000 difference. That was the only significant one. All the others were so close. Even the KDA one. And I have to say one thing. Memento Mori, they hate to die. Because from the stats that we saw, they have so good KDAs. Gracie and Noel, both of them.
But guys, I just received some news. We're gonna be heading back into the Land of Dawn to see what mayhem unfolded when we were offline. Guys, take it away.
Out here.
Scar, take off with it. You are the analyst. Tell us what's going on.
I thought you'd continue. You're the play-by-play man, but it's absolutely fine. People, we're just having fun here, and that's what matters, right? As the Lord marches down over towards the bot, should easily be able to take the tier 2 down bottom, while top is being worked down by the members of MetaShift. Mid tier 1, focused. That will give the access to the jungle of Memento Mori 2. So a lot of things working out for MetaShift, and I like how they're min-maxing out their minion waves as well here.
I mean, that's the worst part about our duo, right? We are both too polite, but Racy, she is staying alive, at least for now, because Babalabda tried to chase her away. Vorpath is now doing the same job, pushing with Samo everyone away from their base and keeping Racy alive.
Yeah, that path where we've always been mentioning, which Racy walks on, is the one of survival. Dealing out the damage, trying to go for the iframes as well, kiting around with the Zaman force. She's been so on point throughout those plays. Even when they were facing glitch code all the way back in the previous series, right? Up in the upper brackets. That time also, there was a game in which Godzi and everyone else, they had a Grok composition, wanted to go and pick her off at the top lane, tier 3. And then she was just able to kite around against it so very well that none of them could catch her. And from that very moment onwards, the entire game fell off of the hands of Glitch Code. That is the reason why we are seeing Memento Mori right now here having so much more control. But they just don't have the control of their own jungle.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I'm not even sure if control is the right word, because MetaShift are right now holding firmly their god lead, though there is one thing to consider, and that is Memento Mori, if they approach the late game, their double carry, double marksman composition will be very, very deadly. Of course, MetaShift could catch them off guard, maybe through some bush placements. But other than that, late game is in the hands of Memento Mori.
The biggest factor here, right? That one late game that's been the big strength of Memento. You don't really have a lot of tools to deal with it. Yes, you've got an Eve that's got the range and everything, but how are you going to shut down Tracy? You need an instant burst to take care of her, and the same thing could be said for Samo as well. And if Fushi is left alone on that Farsa, that feathered airstrike is just going to obliterate your entire front line. Because there is technically no backline for MetaShift apart from just an Eve. So this objective gameplay should also be in favor of Memento Mori, and they've also got a pretty decent level advantages coming into Noel level 15. So it's a similar battle coming in. An equal footing battle against Leave Me. I want to have a look at the items of God Believer. Because he dealt a pretty good amount of damage to Samo with just one Void Crystal.
He's approaching his last item, I believe. Oh, okay, his second last item actually. But what is super important is that Fushi now has Vision Lantern, so he will be burning through those frontliners quite not easily, but much more easy than before. Right now, the dance around the Lord.
Continue for a while.
Oh
dancing. My god.
Continues. 16,000 HP on the Lord. AOG pops. No one is getting hit by that, but there is Fushi's Feathers are trying to do some damage, but I don't know if it's enough. RVM on 4 members. Now someone has to retreat together with Racy, and Warpath is the only one that will be picked off. And MetaShift with a second Lord, and as we approach late game, MetaShift are online.
The macro of this team is just so on point. You look at the entire far lane, all the minions were pushing in towards Memento Mori, and as soon as they saw Noel there, they instantly busted down the Lord. Did not really care even if Warpath hopped in with the AOG. It was a simple iframe moment. And this is why the Lancelot is just so busted here. Because you can take those objectives very comfortably. The waves are not synced out here. Mid one was taken care of, the bottom one then falls in, and now the Lord is marching down towards that top lane. So defense should be there for Memento Mori, but maybe this inhibitor could fall.
They're trying to defend half HP Warpath. Samo is hitting very low. Feather Airstrike is trying to decide the fight, but looks like the only thing it will do is keep their base alive. But honestly, out of this fight, you're happy about that.
I think so. Both of them should be happy. Considering only one inhibitor has fallen down. Now maybe the second one towards bot. Alright. They're okay. They're fine. Samo. This dude is playing with fire, and I have to say.
But MetaShift is dancing in the fire. They are dancing in the fires and skill shots coming from Memento Mori, and they don't care. They got first tower on the top side, now they got the tower on the mid lane, and now they are still in the jungle. I will say Memento Mori should be having the stronger late game, but if MetaShift get into the late game when Memento Mori is still in mid game, well, that's not good news.
Look at the amount of damage that is being dealt by God Believer on that Eve, man. It is double, almost double than what Fushi has been able to put up on that Farsa. You could technically combine the entire damage coming in from Fushi and Noel. That's the amount of damage that's being dealt by God Believer alone. It is insane. And guess who's soaking up most of that? It has been the Uranus. Samo with 257,000 damage being tanked, along with Warpath as well with over 100k. It's a big amount of chunk of that AoE constant poke coming in. They've been soaking that up pretty well, but this 5,000 goal lead, man, this could be a bit of a problem. Items.
It could be. It could be. But you know what will make you happy? Look at the items scared. I don't know if you caught that, but everyone is building accordingly. There is a lot of Justice Pauldrons, there is a lot of magic defense on both sides. They are not skipping their silence ropes, so I'm happy. My eyes are happy. But let's see which of those teams will be happy after this fight.
I don't know about the Justice Pauldron. I'd have to check if that passive also impacts the Harvest, because technically it depends on those basic attacks, right? But after the chrono dashes, so I'm not quite sure if you can min-max the value off of that item out here. Again, Farlane in control of MetaShift. Minions are gonna push on their own. So all they need to do is just try and bait out all of these kills. And with the Mountain Shocker used up already, Memento Mori will have to send someone all the way up top because the minions are stacking and they're pushing over their base. MetaShift are winning the macro.
Again, I have to input, I have to connect that important word again. That macro has been consistent, the late game macro of MetaShift, how they are able to set up the waves to force someone from Memento Mori or someone from the opposing team to defend. And the moment when they are taking the Lord, Glorious Path by AOG being popped, double man knockout Verdersa is there, but Boborusik secures the Lord, and now there is onslaught happening. Blah, 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 has been picked off. Warpath gives killing spree to God Believer, and now you have to defend your base against minions that are almost destroying the base. What is going on? Can you defend in time? It looks like you might be able to, but this means that anyone that just tickles the base, destroys the base. Leave Me will try to tickle that base right now. Maybe a little bit later. Leave Me is going towards the base. Boborusik and the rest, and this looks like this will be a base crystal explosion. And the games toward MetaShift.
I thought 3-1. But this one seems to be 3-0 if this is how we're gonna see things, Dakota.
It's still game number one. Of course, it was not a swift victory for MetaShift, but as you said, I mean, as Warren said, the lane management was on point from MetaShift. They were forcing Draz to go back from the Lord fight to defend, and when they saw that, they took the opportunity to fight, to take the Lord, and then to maybe even go for a base, in which they did. And they also managed to time the Lord. So he spawned instantly with the new minion waves. I mean, wow, what a great first game coming in from MetaShift. I mean, I'm expecting the whole series to go like this. I hope it goes to a full best of 5. But, I mean, guys, you were there. What was the biggest issue?
Word one.
Alright, you are too polite. I think that's the biggest problem of us two casting together. We are too polite. We both holding the doors open and no one is going in. We have to work on that. But alright, lovely from you, thank you for that. I think the biggest problem was definitely the macro department, because it was all even Steven, as Zakota likes to say, it was alright. But then Lord started spawning, and that's where it shined how good MetaShift, how effective they are with their macro, because every time there was a Lord, and this was the same story, by the way, for Eternal Oblivion against MetaShift. Yes, MetaShift were tired, but their macro game was again so good.
I agree. And that is also one of the big reasons why they were able to close out this one game as well. As we have a look at the rest of the stats too, Wingman is going to be Warpath just because they had more kills and more assists as well. Samo with the wall, over 350, almost 350,000 damage being taken, 342, 133 to be exact. But God Believer, man, the pokes coming in from this Eve was the main key to victory. Whenever you've got this Eve, Lancelot and double fighter kind of composition, right, you need to make sure that one of your fighter is dealing a good amount of damage while the Eve is constantly poking and harassing the enemies out. That's exactly what was happening by MetaShift.
Zakota, if you're looking over the stats.
And not over the stats, I'm looking over at items. 3 Justice Pauldrons. I mean, is there a trend going on? I mean, it is the first team I'm seriously see building his item. I can see why they're building into the Harif YSS, but is it that great? I mean, for me, it didn't look like it made much impact. But because you're against the Hylos, you're gonna have slower attack speed either way. But man, I mean, it's the healing boost. I guess they're gonna try to go for the healing boost, but still the damage dealt. The second one being Bobarusik, I mean, just fighting with Samo on lane did enough, honestly. But a nitpick, really nitpicky situation. On Fushi, he built Bloodwings, and that gave Esmeralda a chance to get a few more bits of damage to poke onto her, because it's a risk. I can see why he went for Queen Wings here because of the lance for the CC to run away, but still, it's an Esmeralda you have on the enemy team, so it's really nitpicky. But guys, it's only game number 1, keep that in mind. MetaShift won it only in 20 minutes, and it felt only like 10.
I have to be on the opposite side of the spectrum. I feel like I felt the weight of the game and the longness of the game, because I wanted to highlight how when we see two possibly of the best teams that we have here on Surge, the game has been almost 20 minutes, only 5,000 gold difference, with 8, 9 kills. That's how you can see, that's how you can know that this series, as Zakota rightfully mentioned, will be an absolute banger. So I'm so excited to be moving slowly into the second draft. Scared, what do you think they have to change the outcome of the game?
This was a high quality game, right? First of all, that's one point which I wanted to mention. And the second thing is that I think so they had no one to reach Eve, right? Let's say just being left alive out in the open, constantly poking and harassing you out, that was the big problem. No one was able to close that gap, and even if someone jumped in like Warpath or even Samu, I didn't see anyone who could actually give that follow-up, right? With the Yisun Shin, you want to have that front-to-back composition, and then you're also trying to run Racy in along with the Farsa too, so that's a lot of squishy backliners which cannot hop in unchecked into the RWM. They will be taken down instantly because of the build that came in from Say. So I think so in the second one, they'd want someone who can actually dive into that backline along with your roamer. Make it 2 people and make it a bit of a problem for the other side so that the HP gets reduced up. That's why in that very first game of the evening, Zakota, I actually like the combination of the Lapu Lapu along with the Khalid, because the backline cannot stay safe. Both of them can actually burst you down instantly if you're unchecked.
I mean, I agree with you completely, but a thing we looked over is that 3 people went undefeated during this first series. Drachi, Fushi, and Livni were never slain during this 20-minute game. As you said, it was 8 to 9 kills. It felt like watching an MPL game. That's why I said it went so fast, because there were so many plays happening at the same time. And I mean, all the plays that I made were really calculated, both of the teams. I think it was all down to just pushing that first inhibitor tower on the top side. I think that's when the game turned on, because that was the dead lane. That was opposite the Lord. And that forced someone to go back defend, because as we know, minions can end bases, and they've been ending base for a couple of teams this last couple of days on Surge. I mean, this last week, I think 2 games were almost ended by minions. One was surely ended, one was almost ended. And it's, it's unforgivable. These mistakes are rookie mistakes, I would say, but still, it's all down to timing, because the Lord was there. You had to fight. Drasi needed to be there defend, but she needed to be there also to fight on the Lord, because she is the main damage dealer of Memento Mori.
Right analysis, I agree with you. The minion waves, they are tricky. As you said, they ended one game, they almost ended another, they almost ended this game. Can we say they ended? Because if there wasn't the damage from minions, I think they would be able to defend. So we can even probably say that this victory goes partly to the minions.
I think so there was an impact of the minions, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have still been able to end this entire game, right? Just because they picked off one person, so it was still either way as a 4v5. And when a Lord is marching down on the other side, you don't have a turret, you don't have the turret to defend your base. That's a big red flag, right? And at the end, you could see Samo trying to pull the Lord up towards the bottom inhibitor, but he just moved in a little bit too fast, so Lord did not really catch up to him and went all the way into the base. That was also one of the reasons why they were easily able to go in and end that instantly. So those are a few micro mistakes that actually came in from the side of Memento Mori, and I can still see that there are certain signs where they could improve because MetaShift's macros at Kota, you'd have to agree, it was looking absolutely unmatched.
Both of the teams had impeccable gameplay. I mean, it was just down to the lane management issues. I think it was just lane management. The lane management was better from Memento Mori, but they didn't have anyone really they could force to go back or trade to go back because everyone was important there. You cannot leave the Yusun out there. If they see Yusun on the opposite side of the map, they're gonna burst down the Lord. If they see Harit, burst down the Lord. If they see Parsa, they're gonna burst down the Lord because every single member is important. If they send Samo there, or if they send, let's say, hypothetically Warpath, which will never happen, they're not gonna have enough damage to clear the minions fast enough to go back to join the fight. The only right choice was Drassi. But still, at the end of the day, it was just a good opportunity coming in from MetaShift. I mean, you cannot say anything bad about this game. It was just flawlessly from both teams. As I said, only 3 people were alive, never died. Drassi and Fushi, 2 people from Memento Mori. They played perfectly. Picture perfect gameplay. I mean, when I was watching Drassi make some plays, getting those 2 kills on her, it was watching a different person. I mean, I feel like she really improved from the first time we saw her to today.
Yes.
It's a night and day difference between her gameplay then and gameplay now. I mean, I think it's just the environment. If you play with good people, you're around good people, you're gonna understand the game better. And also, I think with someone in the voice chat, as I think Sin said, if I'm not mistaken, or in the interview, it was remind me, guys. I forgot.
Yeah, I think we talked about Samo being a part of the team
shot color. Exactly.
Yeah.
True. That was absolutely the case, and I think that experience eventually brings out that comfort for your entire team too. So I agree, it's a big one. But man, this head-to-head, it's looking cheeky. Fushi is winning in every single department apart from average damage dealt, and that is where God Believer always shows his prowess.
That's exactly it. Those stats look scripted. They look like we wrote them after this game. But we did not. They were already written. But those stats are exactly telling you the story. Correct me if I forgot that, because I have a memory of a goldfish, but I think Fushi was the one without the deaths as well, right? So his high KDA makes sense. Average teamfight, yes, makes sense. Average gold per minute, it's almost the same, so you cannot really give him credit for that. But the damage dealt has been on the side of God Believer. And that's exactly the story of that last game, because Fushi, he was trying to do damage. But God Believer, he was just better at that.
If you get down the topics, the nitpicks ends, you know, the end of a sausage. It's always gonna be who played for this. It was only one death I think God Believer had, if I'm not mistaken. The rest were the Hylos and the Esmeralda, and the CC. They were most of the deaths of the team. I mean, well, Metronia also turned the game around and they got that really, really good tag on the bot side. I believe it was on Noel and on CL. As Warpath. It was such a great play because he understood how much damage he could take, and he was just waiting for his team to get up. The Lancer got a really nice Phantom Execution, securing the kill on Noel, and it just completely turned around the environment because at that time, Memento Mori was winning by a landslide. I mean, right now, Scared, I think you remember that moment. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of moments, to be honest, not just about that one, right? I know why you're laughing out here, but it's not that one moment which I want to talk about. There's also quite a few, specifically that first slot, where my entire attention was to, after the AOG, easy iframe coming in from the Lancelot securing that one. Those are the kind of scenarios where, when you have the trust on your jungler, that regardless of what happens, you know that they'll be able to secure that lot. They kind of give you those confidence boosters as well, that once you're winning out that far lane business, it's a 4v5. There's no hesitation between the team. They're like, all right, one person there, we all go in, we all take this slot. We trust our jungler to get that retribution on point and on time. Though you develop that advantage, and to be very honest, with the way how things are right now with Pelmetronia, Bobaruse, God Believer, all 3 of them, their coordination looks pretty good. And along with that, Now you also have Bubble Up Dub Dub and Leave Me working in unison too, doing their own pretty job. This team is looking untouchable. If MetaShift really want to bring, or rather, if Memento Mori want to try and topple them down, you cannot target one person. You'll have to target their entire macro in general.
Perfectly said, perfectly said. I was almost at a loss for words how well you said it. I lagged for a bit because it was such a good sentencing that you put right out there. It perfectly described what I was feeling and how I was thinking about it, because yes, I highlighted Pametronio and Boberusik, but you cannot forget the rest of the team. There is Leave Me, there is God Believer, there is Vabalabadabdab. But at least in the beginning, and at least in my eyes, and maybe in eyes of the others, maybe you had a different feeling, but I felt like Bober and Pamatronio are pulling the weights, and the rest of the team, yes, they are playing well, but they are not pulling the weights as much as these two. But this game specifically, and the energy I'm getting from the team, it's, as you said, the rest of the team is ready as well. They are working in unison, and it's a team. There is not a single member that you can single out and go for his head. You have to outplay the team as a whole, so the draft becomes even more significant, because that gives you the weapons, the shields, the swords to battle it out with on the Land of Dawn. Zakota, what do you expect for the bans?
I mean, I was gonna say it's gonna be a pretty much repeat scenario of the bans like we had in literally last weekend. Memento, Jackpots versus Oblivion is gonna be exactly, I believe, the same drafting scenario, because all of these picks worked. But it didn't work how the team expected. How it worked, Farsa worked, it was just down to lane management. That was the only issue with the draft, because there was no one really to manage the waves correctly. Yes, you had the Yisun Shin, but they didn't clear the waves. Correct me if I'm wrong, they didn't clear the wave before the Lord fight. I started the Lord dance, and that led to them just losing an inhibitor and then almost losing their base. But still, it's gonna be a pretty common draft. Again, we're gonna see the Jukshin, Kalea, Busaban, and then on the other side, Yuzhong, Bakshan. I believe we're gonna see maybe a Lapu Lapu, or maybe even we're gonna see Eve. Eve should be respect ban. God Believer, Damsky did an amazing job with her. Just as you said, the poking came at 138,000 damage, if I'm mistaken. But man, what a game number one, 20 minutes. It felt like nothing watching it from here, behind the desk.
I agree. This time around, though, I kind of want to see an early game, man. It's been already, 1 AM here. Things are going on, still back and forth. And if the series goes on till the very last one, I am pretty sure I'm going to lose my entire sleep. Just seeing out what's happening. Yojong, Basha, Eve, all of them taken care of. A good respect being shown on to God Believer there. Not really allowing him to pick up the same. This should be CC Gato. Or even a Lapo Lapo maybe early on?
CC Gato, there are so many possible picks right here. Warren, what do you think?
Could be either of those, could be neither of those, but it will be Kimi because Jukshin is gone. Eve that can outrange her kinda ish is gone too, so makes a lot of sense. And you secure Hilda. That's one of the, one of the Hildas that we got through in the latest days, because those Hildas, they were targeted hard. So Warpath, he has to make good work out of her. But honestly, this was all planned by MetaShift, because if you look at the bans that they used before, and they decided to not ban Grog this time, this was all planned. They knew they can go for lands, they risk it, they went for lands a lot, then they enabled themselves to get either Hilda or Grog. But of course, Memento Mori had to say which of those heroes will end up in which team's hands. Right now, Fredrin, Noel going for a beefy frontline to make Fushi's life easier and kind of keep the foes away from him.
Go ahead, Zakota.
I like the Memento Mori. I really like the Hilda and Fredrin, because you already have someone to go and annoy this Lancelot, and you have a counter for the Lancelot. You knock him up, you get him with a taunt, and what's you gonna do? Because yes, you have the Grok, you have someone to really stop the Hilda from maybe for a possible invade, because you can go on your own. We saw it, I believe it was in Rising Division, a Grok. It was, I think, from the side of I think it was Toby on the Grok versus the Romanian team. Yeah. The Grok resetted the jungle buff, I think, 5 times, and the Fredrin was still level 2 when the enemy jungle was level 4. So, it speaks a lot, because his hero can work, but still, there is the Kimi, there is the Hilda. Both of these heroes are really oppressive in the early game, especially Kimi. If you have a really bad mid matchup, Hilda can really go and punish them a lot. I mean, let's not forget your blunder from earlier on the stream, Warren. I mean, your team on the left, the team with the wide name, what was it again?
You mean MetaShift, right? Yeah, MetaShift.
Yeah, MetaShift without the F.
Let's move from there. Let's talk about the real stuff, right? Second ban phase has been completed. Warpath is rocking that Hilda, and right now, from what we can see from the draft, it will be super important how the roamers can play, because Wu can be the more annoying guy. He will set his team up for success. Both of those roamers are super effective in the early game, and they will start to fall off a little bit. Honestly, Grok may be slower than Hilda, but they will both fall off. So the early game will be extremely crucial. Scared? Go for the thing.
You're talking about the early game. I just want to double down on that very fact as well. Hilda, Grok, both of them have got the potential to just annoy the junglers on the other side. Now it's your mid laner who eventually have got a chance to hold it all down. Guess what? Fushi on that Kimi has got the better chance of poking down the Grok in the early game than right now, God believe on that Louis has on the Hilda. I don't know. I take that back. I think so. It's again. I wanted to see an early mage as well coming in from MetaShift, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. No marksman, Louis into the mix. No one that can actually poke like an Eve along with the Terizla. I think so. It's a bit too ambitious, Sakuta.
You versus two marksmen. I mean, the Terizla I can see. I mean, already the sim playing out in my head. You're looking for a perfect play. A Bond by CC, a Grok ulti, a Terizla ulti, a Louis combo, and it's over. Wipeout, Maniac, Savage, everything. But still, at the end of the day, as you said, they lack a marksman. They're gonna lack that early game presence. I mean, yes, the CC is gonna do pretty well against them, but still, I was gonna say, the Alice is left open. And as well, I think the Lapu Lapu was left open. And, and it works pretty well. I think, you know, Lapu Lapu is okay into a Terizla. You're not gonna win the lane, definitely, but you're gonna win in the long run because your ultimate is more expendable. But still, guys, it's gonna be game number 2. Any predictions for the winners?
Go ahead.
If you look at the draft, I have to say I agree with what Scared said, and that is, yes, MetaShift have ambitious draft and everything has to click. But honestly, if there is one of the teams that can make it work, it probably will be not that many teams, but one of them would be MetaShift. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration Memento Mori is on the other side and they will not let you make it click. Zakota, would you care to introduce us to the second game?
I don't want to introduce you guys, but still, it's gonna be game number 2, MetaShift versus Memento Mori. Warren and Scared are on the desk. Guys, please take it away.
Gonna be a big one for this game, ladies and gentlemen, because again, it is another best of 5 and the winner moves into the grand finals. Rightfully mentioned. And now, as we have a look at everything here, Rock, thanks to all of that, is able to just hold the wave down too, but I don't think so it's going to be any problem for Fushi. Having a look at the emblems as well for everyone. Killing spree for Leave Me. Extra bit of damage out here with the attack speed that is also going on. God Believer. He's going with the Brave Smite. Alright, fair. Gets an extra bit of healing. But I think I would have loved to see maybe a magic worship here. Just so he can dish out a little bit more damage. Because both of these side laners are actually very tanky.
That was the emblem I was a little bit curious about as well. Or Pavor, trading with Leave Me. And this is exactly what Hilda will do. She will run in. And when the rest of your team is ready to fight on and defend their jungle, maybe too deep, Warpath. He tried to overdo it, and he burned the food.
A little bit, yeah, I agree. But it's fine. As of now, as you already know, it's the early game here. No problems for him to go back into the bushes and heal himself up. Warpath can actually do these things because, rightfully so, it's a Hilda. Bushes are the best friend. They're the automatic region. But this Alice pick of Memento Mori is something that I really love, man. Because you know God Believer does not really have a lot of mobility. And if anything, he gets caught in the Thorn of Ruin, he has to burn out his flicker to run back to safety. And after that, immobilized, Noel will have a chance to close in the gap. Fushi will do a lot of range poke damage as well. This first turtle becomes very crucial for MetaShift to take the momentum.
And very crucial will be this immobilize, which forces God Believer to flicker away to survive. Turtle could be going in the hands of Memento Mori. Let's wait on that, because the rest of the team is here too, and Luoji is already teleporting onto the Land of Dawn again. Noel is dancing out of the turtle. He's kinda left alone. Leave Me is there joining the fray. God Believer is trying. Oh, there's big play coming from Samo as he tries to secure this turtle fight. He sees his three up, but there is Fushi getting blown apart, as well as Noel is. These are 2 kills for MetaShift with a Lord, sorry, not Lord, Turtle on top of that.
Make it a purple buff as well. There's no way Memento Mori can stop this invade from happening after what happened there. They lost Fushi, lost Noel too. 2 of the main cores out who need to stay alive in the early game. Have a smooth roll into this mid one. That was such a fantastic play coming in from MetaShift. And it's always the curtain call that is causing problem. 2 people stuck together, not being able to kite around. That's where Pelmetronio always shines, because this makes things very easy for God Believer as well to spread it out with the dispersion.
I'm not quite sure
have to learn how to deal with it.
They should, and they have to. That's the thing. It's not a question of should. They have to. If they want to win this series, or at least get into the 5th game, they have to do it. Because right now, and I wanted to mention it before, Pelmetronio out-rotating Dracy. I don't know what Dracy was exactly doing, because I'm not sure. I was looking over at the fight. But I believe she was freezing, or was she back in the base? I don't know what happened there, but she didn't get any gold platings. She got them now, but she didn't get them before. So I'm not quite sure what was happening.
She was in the fight as well there only, but again was just zoned out because of every other person. And a big knock-up that came in from Wubba too. Made sure that there's absolutely no one who's close to that turtle pit. Dreadnoughts being completed by both Warpath, or rather Noel and Samo. They've also got to take care of those silence ropes coming in here. Otherwise, God Believer is just going to poke the heck out of them. And those diversion combinations that he will start to pull off are going to be a bit more problematic. Memento Mori. Map awareness is going to be the key.
Right now you don't have to be aware about the map, because you see everyone in front of you as Alice makes a play, CCs them up, but Warpath had to pay with his life as well as Noel, and suddenly 2 of them are traded for 1. I don't know if you can play out the rest of the fight. Bobber is trying to separate, but there is Samo in the backline. Leave Me gets it done. Boberusi could be getting picked off. Dracy gets this kill, and Samo is still barely dancing on the knife edge. No, he dies too. But still, Memento Mori have some breath and will to fight back.
They do have that, but if this kind of snowball keeps on going in for the Shadow MetaShift, I don't know if it's going to be that easy for them. Tracy yet again staying alive is going to be the key for Memento Mori to make the, or rather to change the tides in that mid-game transition. And even MetaShift realized that. That's why they're actually going into gank her lane.
They're trying to make her life a living hell. Because if Dracy doesn't want to join a fight, they will join a gank on her lane.
On the back of that, Samo has been not able to out-rotate Boborusik there. And have to say, he is getting taken care of.
Warpath could have been, yeah, he gets taken care of, but they are trying to get Dracy. Ooh, there is Wubba flicker, tectonic charge combo, and this Grog, he hits.
It was crucial as well to surprise Dracy there. She was pretty low in that HP. No way she was surviving after that combo. But yeah, on the back of it, Pelmetronio has been surviving onto this CC for longer than I'd want to see him survive. That has been a key feature constantly. And down towards that bottom lane, Alice has been stuck multiple times.
And now Warpath has gotten stuck where he didn't want to be, as well as Bober. He gets immobilized, trying to survive, but Noel finishes off him with the true damage that comes through. Memento Mori are still fighting back as the turtle spawns They should be able to fight it off.
Got the advantage, I agree, since Bobber is still on the death cooldown for 5 more seconds. But overall, if you look at the damage, oh, look at Metronio.
They have burned his vengeance already, so that could be super useful for the upcoming fight. But there's Lancelot trying to go for Dracy. She is staying alive, that's the job she has the mastery of. And the rest of the team, they got the turtle in the meantime, and Samo is able to survive as well. This was a gorgeous robbery of a bank from Memento Mori.
The big plays of those dashes up on top, right, from Dracy as well as Pushy on that Kimmy. Those were crucial because Leave Me decided to let the turtle go and take the fight up top. Went in with a phantom execution, tried to go in with a puncture as well, but both of them were just out of the range. That's why they survived.
Oof. But the same cannot be said for Warpath. He gets picked off. Spamatronio finishes off the tower as well. And Mori are still trying to fight for survival. And they have to continue trading, because that's the only way they can approach the late game.
I don't even know if MetaShift are going to allow them to reach the late game, right? The way how things have been going right now, if this momentum keeps on continuing, it's what, 8.5 minutes into the game. We are already seeing almost a 2,000 goal lead coming in for MetaShift. Yeah, things are problematic, but Fushi with the traction pulse has been the key to stop Boborusek from doing whatever he wants. One big flicker penalty zone can change things up, but that's only going to happen if he survives. That's why I want to see a big Radiant armor on this Terizla early on, and I'm pretty sure he's kind of going in for that.
Also, we can see 2 silence tropes being picked up, so hope you're happy, Scared.
Well, at this point, absolutely. You got a Kimmy on the other side along with an Alice, man. If the silence ropes were not there, then that would be criminal.
Criminal indeed. Lord will be spawning onto the map finally, even though I kinda said that MetaShift got the Lord last time. But now the real Lord will be spawning onto the map as Warpath face checks a bush, and he should be fine. But Fushi could not be fine. He gets picked off by Grog. And there's Lancelot. Warpath super low. Samo is trying to separate. Big CC coming from his side. Pametronio half HP or almost even less than that. But his vengeance has been not popped yet.
That's the main spell you'd really want off of his hands. Otherwise, that face tankiness, the frontlining, that will become a big problem for you. There's a straightforward combination of a CC. Go with the Curtains Call, Vengeance Popped along with the Yo-Yo Blitz. If you're already at high 10 stacks, then you're just going to burst down through the mid laner as well as the gold laner's HP, man. Any squishy is just getting taken care of. And look at MetaShift one more time. They know how to take care of the wave up top. They've just lowered down the HP of the cannon minion enough that the minions will stack up and the wave will eventually push itself.
I love it. I just saw it live because every time before that I just saw it happen, but I didn't see it in action. This was gorgeous. Leave me, just leaving the cannon minion low, but there's Racy keeping God Believer low. Samo is trying to pop him off, and he gets this pop off. 2 people getting CC'd up by Samo's ultimate, but that doesn't really matter because the rest of the team is still being healthy enough to run away. But this means Memento Mori could be taking Lord home.
It'll be a free Lord for them now. They've got to burst it down in the next 10 seconds. Otherwise, God Believer, it actually hop in with the diversion. MetaShift are still fighting.
They are still fighting. They are trying to turn this around. Vengeance has been popped up. Metronio. Noel gets picked off. Metronio will be down with So as well. And Babalada that missed the wall barely. Double kill for Racy. And Leave Me is wishing that they read his name right. And they leave him alone. But Warpath, he cannot read. He is going straight for him anyway.
He's trying to kite around the Lord and every place, man. Oh, Fushi?
Fushi is fine, but the same thing cannot be said for Leave Me. Because Warpath finishes him off, and we can see that Dracy is leading with the gold, which you kinda expect if you are putting CC against a Granger, because Granger will typically spend most of his time farming to get on top of his items, whereas Pelmetronu has been trying to attend all the brawls and stuff. So that kinda makes sense, but the Malefic Roar, it's a scary gun in arsenal of Dracy. Another fight has been started as Boborusik is doing 3v4. I'm not even sure if this is the right call. That's the right move. That gets picked off. Double kill for Gracie. And the only payment is life of Warpath. And you get Lord on top of that.
Big one coming in from Memento. Now those double marksmen are hurting you. As Samo gets pretty tanky as well. Pretty beefy on that Alice. Frontlining at its best. And you also have Noel too, right? So, you know, even if Boborusik tries to make the play into that backline, you need two players to follow up. One of them needs to be Leave Me, the second one needs to be Pelmetronio. That's the only way where you can actually take them down, while Wobbalabadubdub needs to keep God Believer safe. As long as he's solid onto that Eve, things are going to be looking pretty good. He can constantly deal with that AoE damage as well, and with the Wishing Lantern now being made up, if not right now, probably pretty soon, then things are going to be good.
Wobbalabadubdub had a first-hand taste experience of Gracie's gun. God damn, that was a lot of damage.
Hey man, he had a heart attack. He had a stroke for a second there. Seeing what the amount of burst there was. A lot should be cleared out easily. Not really having a lot of HP. But the re-engage could be big.
Maybe there could be a re-engage happening, but somehow he biffs. He misses all of his ultimate. He didn't hit anyone, but at least he kept them at bay. So Memento Mori can make their retreat. 3,000 gold lead, and they are getting their late game carries on their items. BOD for Gracie.
Yeah, it was just a zoning ultimate for that point. They knew that this fight was not really going to go in their favor. So they just decided, yeah, it's fine. Just go for the disengage. Now having a look at the itemizations again. BOD, you rightfully mentioned, was made up. I want to see Sea Halberd instead of an endless battle. Just because Wobbalabadubdub and Pelmetronio along with Boborusik are going to be very tanky, beefy in that front line. Along with the rest of the players. Fushi. I want to see if he's actually going in for the Blood Wings or wants to go for the Holy Crystal. Blood Wings it is. I could see the shield on him. That's a good choice, considering the amount of kiting you'd really need to have. And the extra movement speed as well, thanks to the passive of that item now. As long as you've got a shield, you've got extra movement speed. That should help him out. God Believer went in for the Enchanted Talisman early on though, Warren. So I kind of wanted to see him going for an early Wishing Lantern, but that has not been the case.
I have to support you in that statement. I really dislike Gracie going for Endless Battle. Because yes, she can swap her shoes for Sea Halberd. Yes, she can do that. But in this composition of items that she has, if she cannot hit the backline, I'm not sure she's really doing that much damage. Yes, she's doing damage. But that much damage? We will see in the upcoming fight.
Should be high out there, as even the Holy Crystal's been picked up by Fushi. All right. Now that is big. That's a big power spike. Oh, diversion.
And the Lord has been taken in the meantime. Warpath is not there because the rest of the team teleported on top of them. But Gracie, she is unstoppable. She gets a double kill. And this fight has been won by Memento Mori, as they might be marching onto the base of their opponents. As Wobbalabadubdub tries to make his retreat together with God Believer, they might be getting picked off. No, it has been just a little bit of tickling before the final strike.
I think so they can defend this one right now. Pelmetronio, leave me both of them out for the next 20 seconds. Inhibitors being worked out well. Memento Mori can equalize the scoreline after this game.
They are trying to go for the base crystal. Samo finishes off God Believer and they go for it. Half HP, quarter HP, base crystal explodes. And this means we are 1-1 in the scoreline. Zakota, how did you like this game?
Really exciting game. As I said in the previous one, I think the issue was just that people were not up to lane management, and this time Race to that person. She was lane management like a goddess out there. I mean, it was a complete night and day difference between game number 1 and game number 2. Maybe it's the same story with Jackpots. They just needed the first game to warm up, to get their engine starting, you know. Of course, because it's cold nowadays, it's winter in Europe here. So it's, you know, not that great outside, you're feeling cold, your hands are cold, everything about you is not 100% out. But still, after that first game, it's sure one hell of a warm-up. But no, guys, it was only game number 2. There's still 3 way more to go. I mean, due to the predictions we did, I don't know, man. I think it could be really close, but I believe it will not go to a best full 5 series. Unfortunately for you guys, it's not gonna be full 3 more 30 minutes games. I'm sorry, I apologize, but you know, taking a quick look at achievements, please, Kirk.
Fushi getting that assist, man, being the wingman of the team. If anything, he should have been the carry as well, seeing the amount of damage he was trying to put up. But Racy, as long as she's there on the Ranger, you can't take away the richest and the carry away from her. Just making sure she was kiting around in every single frame of the game. That's one of the biggest strengths that she has, the kiting and then dealing damage at the very same time. Everyone wants to try and chase her. She's just dodging around everything, right? A bit of an experience coming in along with Samo being the wall. Always that front line which the entire team needed was provided by him. And this is the strength of that Alice pick which we were talking about as well, Warren.
Absolutely. Samo, he was always that constant threat that possibly with someone like Uranus you could be missing on. And the threat has been palpable, it was feelable by everyone, because not really by everyone, but by the backline especially. Because God Believer, he had to position himself in a way to not get picked off by Samo, by those ultimates, by the vampire coming on top of him and stunning him up. This game, this was again a very good game from both teams, but I have to say it was a little bit more dominated by Memento Mori. The first one, it was very close, but the second one, I feel like Memento Mori were a little bit in a lead.
What do you say, Zakota?
It's hard to say because there was some really great plays coming in from God Believer with the Louis using the diversion, teleporting behind them, but there was a play I was looking for, the Grok going alone to the top side and catching almost Racy, but his team rotated too slow. I think they just overextended the stay on Warpath, and that just led them to lose the lure because I didn't expect Memento Mori to completely burst down the lure, but seeing 2 members from MetaShift so far away from the objective just gave them the green light to go and melt them, and they didn't know what the Grok was. Again, another green light for Memento Mori. But either way, it was a really close game, it felt like, but still not enough. Tracy just doing so much with that Granger, it just showed that you really need a marksman to do something, because they had 2 these games. They had 2 to push turrets, 2 to take objectives. We already saw the difference between no marksman and a marksman because of the team fights and the objectives. How much damage Fushi did, how much damage Racy did to objectives, it's not even taking account for this, only damage upon heroes.
True.
Yes, you could say that, but at the same time, they still had a lot of fighters in the first game too. So I don't know if you can throw it just on that.
But in game 1, they didn't have 2 marksmen, they had only 1. Actually, and the Harit as well, if you count him as a marksman, but still they had the Isun Shin, which was jungler, but they didn't have the king, they didn't have the pressure. Kimi was always there in most fights. Isun Shin was not in every single fight, he was not in every single gank. Because you cannot do that on a jungle. You have to take your farm, you have to think about where you go carefully, you have to reconsider routes. There are so many things that you have to do in jungle compared to mid lane. Mid lane, it's a bit easier. There is still a little bit more pathing required on mid, but still, jungle, you have to path from buff to buff. You need to time ganks, you need to time rotations for turtle. There has to be a tough behind it, because especially on a Fredrin, you are a slower farmer than Lancelot. You are a slower farmer than any other jungle because it's lacking so much attack speed, and the damage. You cannot build damage. You can build wargs, but it's not going to do anything of it because that's just, as I like to say, a rank build. you need to go tanky on a Fredrin to just sustain because you already had so much squishy.
That's a nice way of looking at things as well. Maybe just changing the build of that Lancelot, making it the tank slot to help your team out. On the other
Jesus
side of the
Christ,
spectrum,
Zakota, what is going on? Did you
Oh,
like
why am I
visit
so bright?
Jesus or like
Oh,
what is happening out there? I'm sorry
flashlight.
for jumping in,
The
but like,
aliens. The aliens.
bro just decided to shine brighter than the future of any one of us. But yeah, here's the thing. I don't know, this is quite a decent one here, but here's the big thing out here right now. Since Memento Mori have eventually won out that game, I think so there's going to be a bit of a change coming in from MetaShift. They can't really go in without any kind of marksman in every other game. And if they want to pick the fighters for both of the sides, you'd need someone who can do that late game carry, right? Either have the far sign to the mix for the mid lane, or picking up the Kimi itself for themselves rather than going in for something else for that first pick. I think so Lancelot is not really worthy enough for insta-locking when you're either on the blue side or even if you're on the red side, right? I think so he can be still kept up for maybe the last pick of the first phase.
I see where you are coming from, but at the same time, I feel like I would kind of fix it a little bit differently. I think like if their comp wasn't that dependent on everything being perfect, because CC had to throw her spells together with Trisla's ultimate, it had to be combined. But if you had a little bit different heroes that are not so dependent on each other playing perfectly together, I think it would have worked even without the marksman. But we will see how they will approach it. Zakota, do you believe that's the approach they should take?
I mean, it all depends. It's on the gameplay, it's on the micro and the macros. Because they're playing extremely similar. Memento Mori and MetaShift are playing really similar. There's just a few minor differences. The draft is looking different. Memento Mori is going more for the casual marksman draft. In both games, they had the marksman, they had the Harriet, they had the Granger. They don't usually go for the CC, they don't usually go for the Ruby. We've seen the Esmeralda a couple times, if I'm not mistaken, from Dressy, but still. El Metronio is such a flexible goal laner that's, you know, it's unexpected what he's gonna pick. Because, I mean, you see, it was a really good game for a CC, but they had the Gatot Kachai. No, they had the Grok instead of the Gatot Kachai. The Gatot Kachai was banned out. I think that really got read out by Memento Mori. The plan was melt out. But I think, Warren, I want to ask you. You look extremely similar to your logo. I mean, I've seen your YouTube, I've seen your Discord logo, and the logo looks like Kyoton.
The logo looks like me?
I mean, the W is cut and your eyebrow is a little bit cut as well, so I think, you know, that's a similarity between those two.
Alright, Zakota, but on a more serious note, if we are hopping into the map selection, what do we want to see? Alright, it will be Broken Walls, so that means Grok is suddenly like, you know, much more popular on this map typically because he can build the walls. Alright, hopping onto the Broken Walls. Do we like that, guys? Do we like that scared?
Should be fine, man. Fair enough. I don't think so there's going to be any kind of major problem with the broken walls. But the big thing which I want to focus on is also going to be the fact as to what MetaShift is now going to lock in for their Pel Metronio. Do they still want to keep the exact same idea where, like, yeah, it's fine, we'll still go with the exact same thing with the Lancelot in the jungle, double fighters onto the side lane, but then I want to see God Believer on a late game carry made, something like the Farsa or something like the Lunox. It would work, but I'm pretty sure Memento are gonna ban
it. I don't think they're gonna go for the Farsa ban directly. I think Memento Mori should maybe worry about the Kimi trade-off or the Lunox. I think, and the Eve as well. If they ban out the Eve, we saw already God Believer is one of his best picks. It's not his best pick, you know, it just got thrown out the window, and again, it's gonna get thrown out as well. But with Warpath, you have to respect his Hilda. All the time he plays Hilda, he's putting on a good show. Either way, I think last game was lost just because of that Hilda pick. But Zhuk Shin on first pick, when there's the Lunox, when there's the Farsa, as you said, the Kimi is left open yet again. Is MetaShift gonna go for a more bursty type of composition, or are they gonna go for the same script?
I don't know. Right now they are locking in that Juxin that last time she was banned, and it was banned by them. So they are flipping the script. Honestly, for Fushi, it would make so much sense for him to lock in Kimi. He has been very successful in Kimi, he's a decent Kimi player. And right now, it's kinda, oh, they are not going for that at all. They are locking in Grog. Because they feel like he's the superior roamer. And Samo? Nah, it is Kimi. I knew it. And at least in this future seeing, I was right.
Pick up a CC now. That's probably what MetaShift are now thinking. Bobber can play it, Permetroni can play it. Maybe the Yisun Shin into the jungle and then you lock in the double fighter. There we go, Yisun Shin in the jungle. Spot on coming in for this time around, and you know what? Whenever Sakota approves of something like that, I feel happy.
You did me proud. You did me proud.
Oh my god.
But I mean, right now, this gacha pick is gonna leave out the CC for the enemy team. Is Drassi gonna play it finally? I mean, first time we're gonna see her with the CC pick, if I'm not mistaken. Because if you give it to MetaShift, it's gonna be completely suicide. Because you can put it on the XP, you can put it on the gold, as you said. And you can chain them up together, the AOG, you know, it's a combo as old as time. Same with like the Ali's, Gacha, it's a combo, you know, it's been here forever. But Memento Mori has the possibility to go for a Lapu Lapu, which is a pretty decent pick into the Juk Shin, into the Yisun Shin.
True.
And there it is. There it is. It goes right there, but still. Warren, do you think they're gonna ban the CC or do you think they're gonna let MetaShift have it?
So right now I will be simping hard and watching closely how Samo plays Lapu Lapu, because of course he's my favorite hero right now. So if I didn't have this background, there would be Lapu Lapu. Because Fevos, that's a long story, that's the history, not anymore. But talking about the draft, Uranus being banned makes a lot of sense. Lancelot, yes, of course you picked your jungles, so why leave it to them? That wouldn't make any sense at all. The thing is, I'm not sure if, yes, Lapu could be deadly, but you are playing into Juxin, who probably will be rocking her flicker together with the ultimate, so she's quite mobile, and then you're trying to lock onto Yisun Shin. I don't know if Yisun Shin is the easiest target for Lapu Lapu, but I might be wrong.
It's not the easiest, but he can definitely bug him out, right? So Leave will have to be a bit more careful with his traceless there. That's one of the things. And Lapu is just so very well versed with that individuality and jumping in the enemy backline between 5 people, hopping the skill to instantly, getting those enhanced defenses or the damage reduction instantly, and then going in with the Lance Shaker Bravest Fighters combination. Or rather the Raging Slashes. Those are the few things which you can do pretty well with a Lapu. Now I kind of want to see the answer that should come in from the side of MetaShift. Maybe an Esmeralda.
Edith!
That's what I'm seeing. Edith!
I don't... wait, is it gonna be Edith on the XP or gold? I mean, here it's gonna be a really hard decision because it's... I don't think Edith gold, because Lapu Lapu is better on the gold lane. Edith is gonna fare way better against any XP laner you put her against, but against a gold laner who can outrange her and can wear him down, a Lapu Lapu can go in, you have that expendable ultimate, but with Edith, I don't know. It's gonna be extremely difficult. I even forgot most of her skill names. I mean, I remember what they do, I remember what everything does, but that hero is ancient. And Molina Blitz is more popular than that hero, you know?
Lore accurate. I agree. That's how legitimately the thing is right now. I'm not quite a big fan of the Edith being picked up. It's interesting to see already in the first place as to how that's gonna pan out now on the other side, because let's be honest, whenever you go into that primordial form, that is when you know that the defenses are just so very low. You crowd control her once and it's done. So since we're talking about this crowd control, I kind of want to see something along the similar lines. So maybe even an Esmeralda sounds like a pretty decent pick here, because Sama has the shield, Dracy has also got a shield as well, and as soon as she goes into the primordial form, you can utilize all of that to your advantage if you're Bobber Rusik.
If he decides to go for Esmeralda, yes, then I agree. But at the same time, Esmeralda doesn't really give that much CC. Yes, the ultimate is high in the CC department, but other than that, that's not really that much to it. But At the same time, you could combine it with Mountain Shocker, you could combine it with Wabba Stoned, and God Believer also has a CC of his own. So could be, but I heard from a little elf up my ear that we should be getting a restart.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ladies and gentlemen, a small announcement here. It was to our own surprises as well that Edith was the auto pick, so we'll be rerunning the draft here from that one. And yeah, I know a lot of people might now think, oh my god, that's such a unique one here. But let's be brutally honest, it was not a good pick in this situation. That's why we were constantly talking about it. Now, since it's going to be restarted, people, we both know that it's going to take a lot more time. So the podcast hours continue. But Zakota, we had a look at the first phase of the draft, right? What for your takes on that?
From which side are we taking these things? I mean, I really like the left side. I really like the side of MetaShift. It's just a little bit more way around. You have the Jukshin, Katotkacha, you have the Isunshin, you already have the COD3, you have the COD3 members of the team. And on the other side, you have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Kim, you have the Grok. Again, three really solid picks. However, Jukshin and Katotkacha on the mid lane are a little bit better than the Kimi Grok. Yes, you can argue that because, you know, you have a little bit more crowd control immunity on the Grok and Kimi has a little bit more damage in the early. It's gonna be a little bit awkward to clear as a Jukshin, but keep in mind, as a Jukshin, you have infinite mana in the early game, so you can zone, you can be the best vision, you can be a drone, you can do everything. And, I mean, what would you think that Memento Mori would have picked on the golem instead of the edit? What do you think was the actual pick you wanted? Harif?
Alright, could have been the idea, but then they would be very heavy in the magic damage department. But at the same time, on the other side, they saw two squishy heroes, so maybe they could be going for it, because typically for squishy heroes, there's not really good option in a sense of like one magic defensive item, so maybe that was the idea. But still, Granger was open, so they could have been aiming for Granger, because that was still in the cards, and Racy performed very well on the Granger. But at the same time, you are kind of leaving themselves, or not themselves, but yeah, you are leaving them to kind of tank up the composition towards your Granger, not let him get away so easily. From what we saw, Tracy doesn't really care how beefy you make your front line. She even decided to not go Vorax, she even decided to not go Deep Sea Halberd, and she was just shooting. She just kept shooting and didn't look left, didn't look right, just looked in the front and kept on shooting until the game has been won. Scared we are seeing the heroes being locked in. Do you agree with what I said? Do you think Harriet and Granger will be the heroes? Do you think it will be something else?
I think so. Those are the two priority picks out here for gold lane, for not just Racy, but also for every single person out there, right? So yeah, I don't really see any problems coming in. If anything, yeah, you need someone who can scale pretty well like the Yi Sun-shin does into that mid to late game. And on with the rework of Granger and everything, now he scales pretty decently in the late one, right? So I think so it could be a good pick. Harith, not so much, because you still would have to close in the gap against a Jushin. And you'd rather want to try and stay away, because if you get taunted up by the Gato, if you're getting picked off by the Mountain Shocker of the Yi Sun-shin, then yes, you're basically a sitting duck. And instantly, you can get taken down out. But out on the other side of the spectrum, Zakota, yes, I understand that there's a bit of a problem in dealing with the Jushin Gato combination in mid, but I still feel if you're talking about the poke, Fushi can actually outpoke God Believer.
It all depends on how the first few seconds of the game go. If Wobble gets a good taunt or a really good skill one, just to get that extra damage in, it would change the game completely. But, I mean, it's again, Fredrin, it worked well really last game, but Metron is gonna steal away the Granger. Okay. And what's Bobber gonna pick? That's TC. I mean, it was obvious. TC got to catch. I mean, it was as old as days, man. It's from the Dead Sea ancient scrolls, you know, found in the mountains of Jerusalem. This is how old this scroll has been. But the hard
Jerusalem
as well. But I mean, I really like both of the drafts. I mean, Memento Mori definitely, I think, won this because of the Fredrin Harit. Just obviously we're gonna go for this because they already have a ton of oppressive damage coming from the Lapu Lapu, and the team from MetaShift is really squishy. The only tanky guy really is Gacha, the one who's gonna be the main punching bag, I would say. mean, the new Gacha skin, the punching boxer, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Sponsor me. Yeah, sponsor me.
Yeah,
But still, it's gonna be game number 1. MetaShift vs Memento Mori. Guys, a quick look again at draft. Who do you think won?
Which draft is
You
the
know
better
what, and
one?
I'm gonna allow you to take that. Go ahead.
Which draft is the better one? I mean, I like the side. I like both sides. I think they both have super playable drafts.
But still, either way, guys, it's gonna be game number 2 of this best of 5 series. The winning match here is gonna decide who is gonna get the next one. I mean, it's gonna be a best of 3 after this. It's gonna be really hard to play, but guys, take it away.
Out here, a crucial match for not MetaShift, but also for Memento Mori, because the winner is now gonna move closer to the series point and also towards that slot in the grand finals. You do not want to miss it out, right? Moving all the way from the upper brackets here, as it's MetaShift taking on Memento Mori. Have a look at the items early on. No changes. Everything seems cool. Wobble defense. Warpath has got a lot of movement speed just to try and move around into that river as well as in the jungle. Fushi with a thrill wants to make sure that he deals extra bit of damage, but as rightfully said by Zakota too, one on the mid lane, or rather the river, is right now being controlled by MetaShift.
It has been happening, so Gracie should be fine, but maybe the same cannot be said for buildup as he gets immobilized and smashed against the wall, and he will get first blooded. Gracie with a lead already, and this will be tough boots.
The Grok coming in instantly with that Guardian's barrier. And you know that you can't really undermine the early game damage of Fushi on the Skimmy. So you've got to be pretty careful. Oh, leave me. Able to run back with the Traceless. 4 more seconds for this first turtle now. And Wobble does not have his own Revitalize. So things are not looking pretty. Nice steal from Leave Me.
Yup, that was a nice steal. But maybe God Believer has gotten himself into a little bit of a pickle. He had to flicker. And now the first turtle fight will be happening without his tools of escaping from his certain death, possibly. Oh, gets immobilized just as when I say it. Warpath trying to wall him off, but not really happening. Oh, the fight continues. Taunt going on Fushi as he gets picked off by Wubble, and the fight continues. They go for Warpath, they pick him off too, and 2 kills for MetaShift. And Memento Mori have to only go back to their jungle with tears in their eyes, because they got nothing from this trade.
MetaShift right now controlling the entire momentum. You rightfully mentioned that as well. And this is something that happened in the game number 1 itself, with Fushi and Warpath being the first 2 people to be picked off from Memento Mori. That kind of started off that struggle on the other side. It seems like the same storyline could also be said for this third game that's happening in front of us. So Memento will have to be a little more careful and safe around. Noel is Fredrin. He wants the early farm, early jungle. He wants that early few levels as well. You've got to try and focus on that. His own creeps and everything else are not being stolen by the Yi Sun-shin on the other side, where Leave Me is building up onto his own Hunter Strike.
They are building up to kill Warpath as they finish him off. They try to go for Noel, but Noel will be fine.
AOK coming in for him. As you rightly mentioned, it's going to be fine though, but Warpath being picked off there. Leave Me getting another assist in the mix with Wubble, God Believer having 1-0 and 2. You know that you can't really let these 2 screws absolutely lose. Things could be problematic.
It could be, but Bober has his vengeance popped, so he is fine.
Up.
Taunt goes on Dracy as she gets obliterated in a snick of time.
It's big fun here. Tracy getting picked off onto that Harith. Not something you'd really have wanted to see. And that too, a few seconds before the turtle. Now she's going to be behind in level than Pelmetronio. And we know how strong he is.
Warpath had to use Tectonic Charge defensively, and that's a big cooldown that you will be missing for Memento Mori as you're approaching the possible second turtle fight.
Should be an easy one to take for the side of MetaShift. But Memento Mori, one of them seem to be in the warning
There's
of
the
congestion.
AOG, goes on Warpath, he gets CC'd up, he needs to flicker out, he is still alive, but the rest of the fight is still continuing on. Turtle 4000 HP, 2000, Retribution goes to leave me as he finishes that off, and as well as finishes off Noel. 5 kills for MetaShift, 3000 gold lead.
That's exactly the kind of start they needed. 5 minutes, as you rightly mentioned, with a 3k goal lead. It's almost going to reach towards 1000 per minute if things continue like this. The EXP laners now having their own fun time, while on the other side, it's an absolute chaos into that gold lane. Having a look at Warpath and Wobble-Lubba-Dub-Dub. Really want to see the damage taken department. It's still Warpath who is a little bit ahead, regardless of the fact that Wobble-Lubba-Dub-Dub is the one who's got the Radiant armor early on, just to face tag.
Warpath will be getting pulled in, and now he is in big trouble himself. He needs to use Tectonic Charge defensively, but it's not. It is enough, actually. He keeps his life.
I was not really expecting everyone to come out unscathed from that one. Genuinely thought someone's going to be falling there. But yeah, none of that happening, at least for now. But Purple being almost invaded, bottom,
Now trying to 1v3, Line Shaker flickers onto Pelmetronio, and he forces his own flicker. Pelmetronio will be missing death in the next fight, but Samo will be missing his life right now.
Yeah, that's what I was about to mention as well. Even though Samo's going to be missing this one for the next life, but it's absolutely fine because for this one, they'll be making sure to take that tier 1 down bottom. Racy's been trying to work on her own tier 1 up top, but can't really push all the way forward without knowing the position of everyone else. So just takes up the go crab, returns back. It's like one of the first few times wherein she has died in the series that's been going on for 2 previous games already. 5,000 goal lead.
Memento Mori should fight this fight, I think. Because Flicker not on Pelmetronio, then he has 2 kills. That should have been the go bell for you.
That should have been, but none of that is happening right now. Turtle being secured, and now the orange invaded.
No. He gets CC'd up, and he gets picked off. Bulber finishes him off, and the whole game falls apart. MetaShift are slowly and steadily, or maybe even fastly and steadily, moving towards the goal lead to be the same as the amount of time in the game.
Wow.
They pick off Samo 2, killing spree. Fushi is trying to defend 1v4, but the only thing he can do is get some tower minions.
Nothing apart from that. That shows you the strength of MetaShift right now in this early phase of the game. You make it towards the mid one as well with 8 minutes in.
Warpath gets pulled in and he gets picked off so hard. Oh, Noel with a trade back. So that means there is some kills that you are getting for Memento Mori, but I don't know if it's enough. You are losing so hard. I don't know what happened between the first game and the second game into the third.
In this third one, things are looking just so very good for Memento Mori. Or rather, MetaShift. Controlling fully, Samo.
I just wanted to call you out on that, because I'm not sure if it's looking good for Memento Mori. Maybe they should join the Search Fit Club. Because it looks like they have no stamina, you know? They should be doing some of Zaddle's and Gorinich challenges. Then maybe they would have the skills that they have, apparently. But they don't have the stamina. First 2 games and that's it, Memento Mori. I thought there is more fight left in you.
Pretty sure they're going to bring in a bit more forward as well, because both the ambassadors that you rightly mentioned here are not really any part of the tournament now. One of them entering the top 8, while the second one being into that regular season, the top 16 teams out, but nothing apart from that. MetaShift, fully functional macro management. 7,000 gold lead, taking up the Lord, taking all the farm that has been available on this map, defending every single one of those lanes, taking the tier 2s without any major problems. The skimmy pick in the hands of Fushi has not been working out, at least for this game. And 40 freaking stacks on Sky Piercer for Pelmetronio on this Granger. That's something that could happen whenever you allow Pelmetronio to pick something that is comfortable on.
The difference between Dracy's Granger, that was very good. But Pelmetronio's Granger, damn, he is very, very good as well. And the whole team of MetaShift, it's like you said before, they are a team. You cannot single out a single guy. It's a whole team working together, working efficiently, and right now, this well-oiled machine is trying to finish you off, and AOG connected with the ultimate from Sissy, picks off Noel, and now the rest trying to defend against the Lord. Aura has been already burned, Bobrusik is trying to go in, no Vengeance has been popped, Dracy gets pulled back in together with Grog, Grog has to flicker out, there is still Lord marching onto the base, Crystal, 4000 HP, but this looks like the defense should be successful for now.
Without any inhibitors to work with? I doubt that.
But they will try to do so. The half HP base Crystal minions are still hitting the base, but maybe I spoke too soon. Because MetaShift game home and they are on the match point.
That too way too comfortably out here. You cannot give them the Yi Sun Shin. You cannot give them the Granger. It's one of them, not both of them. As MetaShift, they just decided to yes, man. Instead of the first or the second in which they were running in, this was a straightforward gear 5 fight. Absolutely ludicrous from them. Maintaining that full control, Zakota.
I mean, I have no words. What a clean game coming from MetaShift. This is gonna be a make or break moment for Memento Mori. Either way, they're gonna have to win. Like, it's a best of 3 series. They're gonna have to win 2 games back to back. This could mean just them going to the lower brackets and facing Jackpots. Will have a little bit of an inconvenience, but still, Wabalaba Dub Dub is gonna get that MVP for game number 3. 218 KDA, a pretty nice gameplay, if I can't lie. I mean, wait, let's not be really nitpicky about it, because both teams played good. However, the rotations and the micro plays coming from MetaShift were on another level. Them having the first pick, I think, changed the game for the better.
Or the better or for the worse, if you are in the camp of Memento Mori, I have to disagree with you. I don't think this was played good from both teams. I think this game was played good only from the side of MetaShift. It looked like Memento Mori are completely lost in this game from the beginning to the end. There was almost no saving grace. Yes, there was some moments, but Memento Mori looked very, very confident and very, very capable of fighting back towards MetaShift in the first and second game, and I was like, alright, this series can go to whichever team. But this third game, if this was the opener, I would already be so sad about my predictions, because I would already know it would be 3-0, which of course will not be true, because right now it's 2-1 for MetaShift. They are right now on the match point, but I'm worried that the next game could be the last.
Very well could be. Yeah,
Warren,
go ahead, Zakota.
as I said, Warren, it's a make or break moment for Memento Mori. They either make it to 2-2 equalized and then try to win the best of 1, or they just, completely let it go, they leave it at the front door and try on the lower bracket still. It's gonna be a pretty nice series. I hope Memento Mori goes to a full best of 5 series, because I really enjoy watching their gameplay, and especially Dracy, she's been popping off lately. I mean, she is doing extremely well in all 3 games. I think she played the best on her team. In game number 2, you could maybe give it to Noel, but still, it was a really great match coming in from both teams. On the other side, we have a pretty nice showing of what MetaShift can do, and especially Pelmetronio was once regarded as the best marksman in all of Europe. I mean, the best goal laner. And on Granger, he was completely slaying out. I mean, I think he played it better than Dracy did.
That's what I said before.
Yeah, it's exactly what Warren was mentioning previously as well, that his Granger was a notch ahead of what Dracy was able to pull out in the previous one. And that's not just him, but also the entire team, how how well coordinatedly they were playing too. They were playing like the team, and I'm quoting Warren here. MetaShift know how to win their macros. God believer onto that Jushin. That's something Memento Mori cannot really offer to allow him on in the next game.
I mean, to be honest with you, sometimes I try to block out all the bad things coming from my ears because I was just lowering my sound because it was extremely loud during the cast. I mean, Warren, let's take a real note here. In the when Dracy had the Granger, I think she had a bit of a harder game because of the lance that Ali is trying to go and trying to shut her down. But in this game, the Granger had a little bit of a safe play because the only guy who could really go and kill him is the Lapu Lapu. Or maybe a really lucky ult from Warpath. Just using the Tectonic Charge to shut him down. But it wasn't done here this game. It wasn't even attempted.
You're right. Maybe I was too hasty with that statement. I agree with what you are saying. Yes, Pamatronio had it a little bit easier, but at the same time the game was so much shorter. So maybe just the rest of the team playing so well together gave me the energy, the idea that you know, that the Granger for the side of MetaShift was even better. But hard to say. Definitely should be a hot debate in the chat. I believe that if I would hop in the chat on YouTube or Twitch or wherever we are streaming, TikTok or wherever, I think I would see a very, very hot debate between either Dracy or Pamatronio being the superior Granger. I think both answers would be correct. But right now, it comes down to the teamwork. We said MetaShift were the better team. Well, can Memento Mori pull it back together and be the better team once again? Because, you know, first went to MetaShift, second went to Memento Mori, third went to MetaShift. Let's keep the script. And fourth game, go for Memento Mori and we go for the fifth and see what happens.
Could be very well possible in this situation with how Memento Mori have already proven themselves in the past as well. There were so many points when a lot of people did not really believe in them, right? Everyone thought that, yes, maybe it's just one-time fluke, maybe they just got lucky a couple of times. But then slowly and steadily, the consistency started to kick in. Everyone started to see their whole strength, and we all started to believe in them. Then all the players, we realized that individually they're as good, and now they're starting to work together as a well-knit unit in a team. So all of that started to work out perfectly well. And once the wheels started to turn, right, that's when you finally realize that, all right, Memento Mori, a team up through the upper bracket, not just able to win one, but two back-to-back series, games. You can talk about anything. This team was the only team apart from Wanba who ended up winning 3-0 in the regular season. So yeah, I'm absolutely not counting them out until and unless they're literally thrown down in the lower bracket though. But if there's any team that can do that, then that is MetaShift in this hot form.
And there's a thing I want to say, Warren, before you make any statements. Me and you, both of us are from Europe. Right now, it's only around 10, 11 at night. For Scared, on the other hand, I believe it's 2 or so in the morning. So let's hope it's a full best of 5, 45 minutes game, all three of them. Just so you know, he's going to have a really good night's sleep. And tomorrow he's going to wake up all groggy. I woke up at 2 in the afternoon, you know, and after that, he's gonna repeat it all over tomorrow because tomorrow is gonna be even a more spicier day. I believe it's gonna be the semifinals, and then Sunday is gonna be the finals, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's gonna be some exciting game. But is gonna be the deciding factor. Who is Jackpots gonna face tomorrow? Is it gonna be MetaShift or is it gonna be Memento Mori? This is a question for the ages.
They got on the same page. You know what's peculiar? Scared is living in the future. But he has 0% prediction rate? How is that? It's not adding up, you know? Like, what's going on?
Listen, Warren, listen. Now I'm here, ready to correct you. It is not 0%, alright? It has gone up. And I swear to God, so cool. If you decide to show the prediction chart right now, I'm gonna book the next flight to Russia to bonk you on the head. And not seeing that. But yes, it is not 0%. Alright, it is not 0%. I got the prediction right for the previous game.
Do it, Sokol, do it. Show the prediction rates. Show them.
Don't do
Prove
it,
him
sir.
wrong. Make him go to Russia. So he's gonna feel the cold in those actual Arctic circles. Because in India, I think it's still warm, right? It's still more outside. It's not that cold. You guys are in a more climate, more hot temperature kind of area. Because here in Romania, if I go outside right now, it's, I believe, -3 or -4 degrees. If I go outside, I freeze. You know, just a
Please
minor
go.
inconvenience.
Please step outside. Please step
Just
outside.
it's you know, but I'm immune because I have a really good thyroid, you know, and I don't feel cold that much. That's why I'm wearing all the time a shirt. I'm right now in what's it called? In shorts. I'm in a shirt. When I go outside, you know, it's like I'm chilling. You know, it's like hot outside for me. But what about you, Scare? When you go outside, is it cold or is it hot?
I mean, did you really forget that, we all had the training in the Himalayas as well. We've
Yeah, but
already had all of that.
you are the
So
weaker one. Oh, the prediction
it's
rate. Whoa!
it's
That's not
fine.
correct. Mio is better than me. Hold on, buddy.
Ah, all right. I'm just liking the fact that apart from the first three, then we've got Warren, Kronos, Lushgate, and me. All of us on 17% stock. I like that.
I mean,
Do you know what's the best part about this leaderboard?
What?
That Niche has 0%.
I mean, you cannot blame the guy. He was not here for most of the tournament. He was in China. You were just lazy
Oh,
people, and we were just, yeah, let's watch the streams and go. Let's predict the games. But a surprising thing is that Sint is not at the top, and usually Sint is really correct about the games or the predictions.
I mean, the previous two predictions for him has been, or rather, not the previous two. The previous one has been the only one where we have not really seen him win it entirely, right? He kind of expected Glitch Code to make it all the way back. That did not happen. It was a bit of a surprise for him and only him. The only question was, at what score will Jackpots be winning? Because after seeing how they were playing with Jackie a day before, yeah, it seemed like it should be fairly easy competition for them. If not easy, at least they should be able to close that entire series out. Even if it's a 3-2, that's what you'd really want. You want to see that team up on top. Now, coming back into this one, ladies and gentlemen, and boys, this is one last chance, do or die, Memento Mori. Do you think they should still prioritize the Kimi or Fushi? Because that has posed no problem to MetaShift.
I'm not gonna answer the question, Warren. Please.
I feel like Fushi is very confident on the Kimi, but I agree with you. Yes, it didn't really pose a threat to their opponents, so maybe they should switch things up. If he can play this successfully, something else, then that could be the answer. But at the same time, you would be leaving Kimi to Godbeliever, and as we saw, he is a very, very skillful player himself, so he could probably go for Kimi himself as well. Yes, probably if they are on the blue side again, which that's the question, right? Does Memento Mori go for the red, or do they switch things up? Because it looks like blue side is the happy side for MetaShift, don't you think?
El Zagota.
I don't think there's really a lucky side. There's no luck in ML. Sometimes there is that little tiny piece of luck.
Like they are happy.
A happy
They are
side? I
happy.
thought lucky
Yes.
side you meant.
I mean, happy side. They are happy on the blue
For
side.
me, I mean, it's such a hard say because you cannot be happy because the enemy at the second pick you're gonna get 2 heroes. It's really hard because on the second pick you're gonna get 2 heroes. On the first pick you can get 1 hero, but that 1 hero can be the most broken one in the game. But right now, I don't think there is really one that's extremely at that level. I think a few seasons ago we had when Fredrin was either peak or ban. Peak or ban. You never gave Fredrin away. If you gave Fredrin away, you instantly lost the game.
As well.
Yeah, cheap as well. When you had cheap meta, it was so annoying because that hero was so good. He was doing so many stunts, he was rotating so fast, you cannot keep up with him.
Yeah.
And right now in the current meta, there isn't someone as oppressive as that. Maybe Hilda? Yeah, but I wouldn't place her right there. But guys, I think we're gonna get into game number 4, the possible final one for Memento Mori. Who's gonna take the win over here? It's gonna be pretty spicy, but the draft. What do you think, guys? Anything special? Do you think we're gonna see maybe we're speaking about, I was speaking at least about the Hellcourt experience. I mean, I've seen it played in a few tournaments so far, and you know, it looks fun. It looks good. It looks like it's playable.
Out of
I
all the
don't
things
know.
that you mentioned this evening, I think so your Yi Sun Shin in the golden makes the most sense. So if anything, that is the kind of thing I would rather want to see if I've got to pick one out of your own Pandora's box. So let's just keep it close, right? Let's not turn into Kratos out in this one. Yuzhong being taken out here instantly by Mori. Don't really want to deal with him. They're sticking with the bans that they want. On the other side is the Basha. Since
Am I
Memento are on
seeing
the
things?
blue side, uh-huh.
Oh, Warren is back. Oh,
I
what happened?
had a blackout. I guess I was using electricity from Scared's house, so I guess that's why it went off. But I'm back. Don't worry.
What is the
The
logic behind that?
Yeah, well, how do you? He's all the way on a different continent. How are you stealing electricity from him? You would be more likely to steal from me
He's
or
right
Mitch, you know?
here. He's right here. What do you mean? He's right here.
Sokol now turn off scary at scam, so there's no one there, you know. So yeah, like he looks like a schizophrenic. But we're getting a little bit off point. The bans are gonna be a little bit kind of targeted. I say two roamers are gonna get banned out from the side of Memento.
Dice open.
Still, Lance is open, Isunshin is open. It could be a trade going both ways, but if Memento Mori takes here the Lance, I think giving away the Isunshin is going to allow MetaShift yet again to go for a double fighter composition, because you're going to get the second pick, you're going to get another pick on top of that, which could be either the Kini, it could be either maybe the Juxin, which Wuju's going to take, which is a pretty smart thing. And of course, as we know, Warpath is the drafter for Memento Mori, but for MetaShift, I am not sure. I think it's either Bob Berushik or Leave Me. Or maybe it's both of them. But
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I. All right, Kalia, but I'm not sure if I like what Memento Mori did, because I feel like if they went for Hilda, there is like no, you know, like Grok is banned, Hilda could be very successful, but yeah, of course, now I look like a fool, because they will get Hilda anyway, because MetaShift, they decided to go for Yisunshin and Kalia, which is honestly a little bit surprising for me.
I'll be honest, I think so I still am on board with the Yisunshin Kalia combination, as long as you're able to get in the Farsa. Farsa should be the priority for MetaShift now. Jushin has been picked up already, so they can keep the God Believers pick for the third one, right? You need that pick-off coming in. Limi has already logged in that Yi Sun Shin. That also pairs up pretty well with the Mountain Shocker into the Tsunami Slam. On the other side, Noel locks in an early Joy against a Kalia.
And then Uranus? This is Lunox. God believer. Believe in God and pick Lunox. This is
Lunox Farsa like both work, but yeah, Lunox
I think Lunox is better here.
Lunox
because with Farsa you're standing still. If they pick maybe a Khalid something of a Hilda which just open and no one picked it. Oh. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know. Warren, what do you think? Do you think they should go for the Farsa or for the Lunox?
Right now, it's kind of hard, because both of them could be in some trouble against Joy. Okay, going
Surprise.
for Harid. Damn, you are going 3 squishy heroes for MetaShift? That's pretty, you know, like,
well, squishy.
Bold. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for, because you have Yisunshin, you have Harid, you will possibly have a mid laner. Not possibly, that's practically given, you will have a mid laner. So 3 of your heroes will be super squishy. You have to count with Vabalabadabdab, who have his Tsunami Slants absolutely on point, and never go for anyone else than Noah. Because if this Joy gets unattended, she is gonna run through your backline and delete all of them. There's no surviving that.
Warren,
what's a good?
There's a thing. I think Memento Mori is gonna go for the Esmeralda. I can feel the Esmeralda. Just the aura is emanating. Drace is gonna go for the Esmeralda on the gold lane just to play into the heart a little bit better, and it's gonna work as well because you can go with the Purify for the Kalea.
Wait a second. Hold on. I know you're cooking. Calm down, my guy. Who's gonna deal the physical damage?
There's no need. I mean, they already. That was the thing. They can go. Wait, actually, keep in mind. What if they go for a gold lane Joy and they go for a different jungler on Dex? Because I mean, you're gonna have already too much magical damage. It's either way. It's gonna be. Doesn't matter. You pick one more. It's the same thing. But it was, as you said, a little bit rough, the Joy pick, especially because you have the Lancelot, the Hayabusa was banned out, the Frederick was open. The Akka, I think, would have worked a little bit better because you can counter the Kalea. What are they gonna pick? The Bruno Hilo. I don't like this. Little crowd control again.
No!
Gulu, gulu, gulu.
Do that again?
Gulu, gulu.
Do that again?
No, I'm not doing it again. Stop bullying
The
me.
exact same feeling which you did just a second ago.
Zakota, what do you think about the drafts? You had a lot of emotions about the drafts. What do you think about them now when they are completed? I see so much magic damage for the side of MetaShift, so I feel like itemization for Memento Mori is so easy, especially for Uranus and Hylos.
I think it can go both ways. Both of the teams can build. For magical defense, it's gonna be fine, but still the main damage dealer is gonna be Isushin or MetaShift, and on the other side is gonna be Bruno. Bruno has to be counter extremely hard, and that's why the glue came up into the picture. And of course the Kalea, forcing him to go with a Purify. If the glue goes on top of him, gets him with a grab, slams the wave out of the tower. You know, there's so many plays the glue can make, and especially, it's an even Stevens game. The Uranus and the glue are both heroes you can't really underestimate. At the end of the day, it's all down to the junglers. If the junglers get a really good start, especially the Joy, it's gonna be hard to come back around. But guys, it's gonna be a really hard game number 3. I'm gonna be back on the gassing them because I don't know, I don't like Warren anymore. He's getting a little bit too slow, he's getting old, but scared. What do you think? Who do you think is gonna keep game number 4?
I mean, it's going to be a big play out here, right? Because after such a long time, we are finally seeing God Believer on that game. And I'm pretty sure that this shift into the tide can actually make MetaShift move up on top as we have a look at those emblems as well. Not a lot of changes out there, except for just an extra bit of movement speed on Bobber Roostic this time around.
I don't think I mean, it's normal because it's gonna try to rotate along the river. But yeah, man,
there's a scuffle happening in their own jungle. Warpath getting very, very low. First blood for Babalabadebdeb, and they might be even going for Samo because he lost himself in the woods. They picked him off, rightfully so, and it looks like Memento Mori have nothing left in them. It looks like MetaShift beat everything, every energy, every power to fight back out of them.
It is just, again, the composition that they've also brought in, right? You don't really have anything to deal with the Kimmy coming in on the other side. Yes, Warpath and Fushi can try and clear out the wave in the mid, but guess what? Kalia with a concussive blast can just help out God Believer even better. So you don't have the mid prior, you don't have the river control, you're not allowing Noel to be level 4. He's got to go all the way towards the top lane to even get to that level 4 mark. You can already see the pressure being built up now. Look at mid.
Mountain Choker on 2 members, and that's already very, very, very bad news for Memento Mori because MetaShift should be taking this turtle very, very easily. I don't think there is anything Memento Mori can do. Some will lurk around. He still has his ultimate available, but Glue, ooh, Noel actually stole it away because Samo did his job perfectly. Leave Me gets picked off, and Noel is running away because there is no Tsunami Slam that could be getting him down. Samo
big pick.
Gets picked back in, and he gets slain too. Warpath with a kill. Glorious Pathway gets popped. Bob Barusik trying to survive, or maybe even kill Sam himself, but he cannot quite connect. Warpath, everyone is running from his skill shots. Oh no, they are fine. No, they are not fine.
Oh, Noel is the first one to fall there, man. That is insane. As Bobber still survives, and this is the strength of Kimmy. You can't reach God Believer, and he is going to utterly destroy you.
Samo kind of lost himself over here. He still has Purify, but he didn't use it for Tsunami Slam. I guess it was too close to him, so like he would have to predict. So you cannot really throw you cannot throw the blame on him. That was super hard to play, so he decided, all right, I'm just gonna die. Probably the best. Ooh, flicker action happened in the mid lane. Buildup picks off Warpath, and he needs to run away with the glorious pathway.
Here's the thing with buildup, if Leave Me is not around the corner as well, or if Pelmetronio is not around, you can't really go in for those plays, right? You cannot make those tsunami slams count because you don't have enough damage to burst down the front line, specifically Warpath and Samo. Dracy is running on the Purify either ways, Fushi with the Flicker, but the range on the Jushin is already too high for you to reach her. So you'd have to burn up your own Flicker as well to try and make those surprising plays. That is where I can see Memento Mori slowly build their game up. When Noel farms up well, along with Dracy getting the early items. With a Claw into the mix now, apart from just one Silence Rope to help her with the magic defense, she needs those boots as quickly as possible.
And as quickly as possible, someone runs into this fight. Mountain Choker stops him in his tracks. So Leave Me has enough time to get the turtle going. Now the fight continues. Everyone is in the thick of it. And there's Buildup trying to make some front.
Oh, what a big pull.
Pulls off Warpath back into the fold. So they pick him off.
In between 5 members in the center of the pack. That's the strength of Glue. A lot of people did not really realize how good this pick still is, how viable it is into that EXP lane. Oh.
Noel trying to get something. Yeah, he gets the purple buff, so that's good for him. But for a bit, it looked like he could die.
For a second, yeah, it did. But it's absolutely fine. It's a trade coming in. Up top, tier 1, taken out. Radiant armor is being picked up already by buildup, and now these are the first items which we always talk about. A 2,700 gold lead already. So Memento Mori, they're still far behind in terms of taking their own first items. It's going to be a bit of a trouble coming in, but the Tsunami Slam.
Going for Tsunami Slam. Samo barely surviving, but I think he's out of the harm's way. Bobrusic has something to say about it as he jumps right on his face and decides, no, Samo, you are not getting out of this. Nah, you are.
Yeah, there we go. Absolute double kill coming in already for the Yisun Shin there. And the only win condition is going to be Dracy, as everyone's being taken care of so very well. And look at the zoning coming in from Bobrusic. It is just impeccable.
It's a beautiful word. I heard it twice from you today. I love it. I should have added to my vocabulary. But right now it looks like MetaShift, only things they have in their vocabulary is invade enemy jungle. That's all they do.
That's the thing, man. They know that they've got the advantage. The Kimi in the mid is working perfectly. So why not press it even further? That's exactly what they're doing. I don't think so Memento Mori can steal this one game away from them until and unless MetaShift themselves throw this thing away.
Right now, there is big action happening, but they go for Warpath. He is quite tanky. He's still not alive anymore, but the rest of the fight continues. Someone trying to make some front line, so Kimi can shoot her way through. Not really Kimi, because of course you are playing with Jukshin, but audience, they are playing against Memento Mori, but Memento Mori, they have each other, and that's enough, because they pick up Buildup as Samo makes his retreat.
No problems coming in there as well. Straightforward, backing off from those fights now with the Radiant armor completed from Samo. He should be able to face tank a lot more, but then Leave Me is there as well, right? Hunter Strike completed already. I'm pretty sure he's going to go in for that either Endless Battle. Maybe he's going to try and lock in the Malefic Roar early on. Once that happens, things are going to turn out pretty difficult for you.
Could you do something for me, Scared?
Go for it.
Think about that last fight. Think about it for like 3 seconds.
Okay.
And now look at the gold difference. It doesn't add up, right? Like, the fight has been played so well from Memento Mori, but they are 5,000 gold behind.
Macro. A big macro. That's what I'll say, man. That's a big difference. And look at the itemization of God Believer. He picks up the Divine Glaive.
That picks him up, and Warpath is now the first on the chopping block. God Believer picks him off, and now the onslaught continues, and it doesn't matter. All of them are dealing magic damage, because right now it could have been true damage for all they care.
This is the main reason I mentioned about the items and why I always talk about that on stream. Whenever the condition requires you, you have to change your build. You cannot build it up on the autopilot. And that's exactly what God Believer has done right now. Very early Divine Glaive picked up already by the after the Glowing Wand. He knows that he needs to penetrate through that front line of Warpath, through the front line of Samo. And he's doing it so very well. And with this Lord, it's not even 9 minutes into the game. You've got 7,000 gold lead in your favor. Dracy is the only one who's not died. And guess what? MetaShift don't care about a single carry gold laner.
If someone would tell me that this second game would be done in a fourth game, I would be like, alright, that's a bold statement. But if someone would tell me that the last 2 games will be under 10 minutes, I would call him crazy.
Crazy is just another statement for MetaShift. You can call them crazy as much as you want, because this is literally popping out to be one of the best teams in Europe. And we would have to see if things continue in the way as we move Lord marching up top.
I think the next fight will be just a massacre. 9,000 gold difference. This is so hard to play.
Leave me.
But Noel decided that he still wants to do something about it, but he gets picked up by Kalia, though he was able to keep Leave Me away from the base.
As of now, yes, they are able to defend this Lord. All thanks to every single thing that they've eventually had working for themselves. So it's going to be fine. And now, with all of that said and done, the goal lead is not really lowering down, man. So it still is going to be tough for Memento Mori to deal with. 8,000. If anything, it will increase further. They're moving together like a pack. 33k gold mark reached for MetaShift. Memento Mori only on 25,000 right now. And look at the position of buildup. He's ready. He's ready to pick anyone off.
He's lurking in the bushes. I see
So many items.
blood in his eyes. He's trying to fish for something, him being a fish himself, but, you know, they say... I don't know what I wanted to do there, but I know what Buildup is trying to do in those bushes. He's trying to get someone and kill someone.
Conceal?
Play.
Oh, all right. It's fine. They just wanted to try and steal away the buff, but the retribution has been used up by Noel. And the Lord is now coming in the next 25 seconds, so it should be up on time. But man, oh my god, the recall spams are coming in as well from MetaShift. They know that this game is done. They know what's about to happen here. 12 minutes in this game. 8,500 gold lead as the Lord spawns in the next 5. Map control taken, checked. Every single spell available. All the items now, as we have a look at them, are almost completed with the fleeting time now, building up over towards the dominant sizes where Wabbalabadubdub stands. Easy take of the Lord while Memento Mori. 3 people work together to take the tier 1 up top. And that's where the Lord will come from. That means even more time for it to clear out that wave and move forward. That is just nasty stacking.
Actually, call me crazy, but I think it might be playable. Because if you think about it, the 9,000 gold lead is scary. But on the carries, it's just 3,000. It's just one item.
Read that one more time.
But right now, Warpath is getting pulled in, but that means Tsunami Slam is gone and done. There is Glue pulling him back in. That will be the first guy to die. But Vabalabado is getting picked off. Samo leads the charge, and Racy tries to make a ruckus, but she cannot quite reach them. She will at least reach Bulber, and this means they could possibly defend the Lord. This buys them even more time. I know they're losing by hard, by big margin, but they might be able to defend the Lord. 3000 HP. Lord has been taken care of almost, but unfortunately, MetaShift will be taken care of. Mid lane tower and the top lane tower too. And Leave Me continues the onslaught, goes for Samo. Samo is quite tanky, but is he HP enough? Gracie surviving by a sliver of her health.
Just by trying to stay alive by the skin of their teeth. I absolutely agree, man. This is getting way too difficult for them to handle. And on the back of it now, it's still Memento Mori, barely breathing. Goal lead now 10,000 in favor of MetaShift. 33k gold mark reached for Memento Mori, but MetaShift now will have enough gold to go for those last items too. That means the Winter Crowns, Immortalities, the carries would be able to go in for some of those swaps as well. Genius Wand being picked up by God Believer, and I like it. You've got 3 people who deal the magic damage. So it's not just one person who'll benefit off of that. It's 3 in total.
It's funny you say that, because do you know who was the first to build Ingenious Wand? Genius Wand? It was actually Noel. And Noel is right now on the receiving end. They're receiving a lot of fun and giggles, I guess, coming from MetaShift, as they are just goofing around, because they know this game is in their pockets. I'm just sad that this game looks like it appears to have an anticlimactic ending, if you catch my drift. At least you can join the Search Fit Club, so you have the stamina as Bober has to just keep smashing. You know, like. Do you know how hard that must be? Like, do you know how many times he swings his hands? My hands would be sore from that.
Kind of agree. But you know what? Both the ambassadors of the Search Fit Club have got a few challenges set up for you people, ladies and gentlemen. And I know you don't want to miss out on those. So make sure you quickly catch that action, because right now, the one in front of us between MetaShift, Memento Mori, this seems to be coming on to its conclusion, or maybe at the biggest climactic point out here, as the far lane is still controlled by MetaShift. Look at the big chunky wave down bot, and Tracy will have to go for the clear there. Means a green signal for the Lord.
The Lord has been started, 20,000 HP. It's almost gone. Wu gets the retribution of probably MetaShift, because no one else is really there. Samo gets pulled in, but this is the last fight that could be deciding the end of this game. But looks like it will be taken by MetaShift, because they get 2, and they might be going for more. Dracy is trying to survive. Fushi and Noel and Dracy, 3 against 5. Can they defend the base?
Seems pretty difficult out there. Lord marching from mid, 15 seconds for them to reach out, and 20 for the next 2 to stand up alive. No minion wave as well for the next 40 seconds. Everything is falling for MetaShift. Every piece of the jigsaw seems complete, Warren.
But they still try to hope. They try to defend, but it is not enough, because they had hope. But this game was hopeless.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you've got the very first grand finalist as well of the MLBB European Championship 2025 regular season. Put your hands together for MetaShift.
I mean, scared. In what way would I put my hands together? In a praying motion? Like, am I holding hands? Am I shaking my own hand? Like, how would I put my hands together? Come on, Scared. Answer the question.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, it's called clapping. You said do this. It's praying.
It's just a fancy way of saying it.
Oh yes. Welcome. You're so. Oh yes. But Scared. What an amazing series.
We can actually do. Did you realize? Like, we can shake our hands actually.
Incredible! Wow. But I want to go again. I'm meeting Jesus just for a second.
But like,
Scared. Warren, you are the, the lowest caster here, Scared has got the prediction right, the 3-1 prediction, the only guy to do it.
sometimes it happens, man. Sometimes
Oh.
I'm a believer. I'm an Bobo Rusik believer. I feel he's
But
one of the
that
long
means-
lost twins of Zakota as well, and he plays pretty good.
Do you know what that means? That means that Scared is, I think, 4th.
No,
So
third.
he's
tied for third.
He is third. That's great. But right now we shouldn't be talking about Scared. Okay, Scared. We
cool
keep
with it,
your
right?
glazing for the later stages. Right now we should be talking about MetaShift. But before we glaze MetaShift, rightfully so, we should talk a little bit about what happens to Memento Mori, because they are not out. They will be meeting tomorrow against their opponents, and that will be Jackpots that you saw today. So that should be a blast. But right now, let's glaze MetaShift, because what a game this was. And especially those last 2 games, I mentioned it even during the last game. Though, yes, this one didn't end so quickly as the one before, but still 3-14. The first 2 games were completely different than what we got in those last 2. It looked like Memento Mori either stayed the same level and MetaShift just improved in the series, or Memento Mori lost their breath. It looked like they ran up the stairs and they didn't have no more breath to keep on going.
How many steps are we talking about? I'm after like 200, 300 steps, I'm over, man. Like if I'm climbing stairs. But like, what kind of stairs are we talking about? The big stairs, the normal stairs, Warren, you're really not specific enough, but still, as you said, what a great run coming from Memento Mori. The second game was their best game yet, but still, the third one was also a game to look at. But at the end of the day, MetaShift just has a little bit more experience as a squad together and playing in a bit more higher risk tournaments outside of Surge, so you can see where they're getting the gameplay from. They played a little bit in Russian server, in Russian tournaments, so it's a completely different game out there. They have different rules, they have a bigger hero pool if I'm not mistaken, because they use the Brave system, correct me if I'm wrong. But at the end of the day, there is still another server from Memento Mori, so guys, make sure you clock in tomorrow. It's gonna be an amazing show, the semi-final if I'm not mistaken, between Memento Mori and Jackpots.
Boys are so excited for the semi-finals that we've got to still talk about the post-game statistics, people. And then there's also an interview. I have no clue why I'm losing the word out there, but you know what? It's absolutely fine. Because in the beginning, you is
Guys,
the because.
guys.
You is the because. Alright,
But
Zakota,
guys-
you heard the man.
Guys, there is gonna be a big surprise. We're gonna have 2 guests, not 1. We're gonna have Dazai, TZ, and Pelmetronio joining us on the casting desk here to answer us some questions, to just get a few insights of what happened.
Yeah, not instantly though. They're gonna take a few more seconds. They're gonna take their sweet time out, because I've absolutely got one big question, right? Jackpot Walkie has been constantly mentioning about a few things, so I need that question to be answered. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's bring our guest out here. Pelmetronio, my man, how are you feeling out being on top? The first team to qualify.
I'm fine,
How are you
I'm fine. Very happy.
All right, Zakota, take it over.
Well, Pelmetronio, again, congratulations for being the first team to make it to the very big grand finals. I know you guys and Jackpots have a little bit of beef, you being an ex-member of Jackpots. How are you feeling about possibly matching them in the finals?
I think Memento Mori win Jackpots, I think.
Oh, okay. Another question, if you don't mind, Pelmetronio. You guys were playing in a Russian tournament. You guys were playing on the Russian server for a little bit. Did that change your gameplay? Or is it still the same old gameplay you guys had?
Ну что? До
Ти
конца.
зрозумів? Ти зрозумів?
Ні, я до конца не понял.
Ну, ви граєте на ру-сервері так само, ру-туріки, можливо, чи це змінило якось ваш геймплей? Якось покращило, погіршило, не знаю.
Да. Наш геймплей стал лучше, явно. Из-за того, что мы играем на MS. У нас кнопки типа лучше жмутся. Так что да. Можешь?
I mean, he's telling that yes, their gameplay improved, of course. Mainly though because of MS. Тебе ж нижче MS там, да?
Не, выше, намного выше.
Выше? So they have higher MS, that's why they became stronger. I don't I don't find logical connection here, but okay.
Alright, fair. Dakota, any more questions that you have?
No, take it away, Scared.
Oh my god, you know what? I'm a sweet guy. Warren, it's your turn.
Right, well, how lovely of you. Thank you so much for that. I will start with maybe a spicy one, but of course keep it formal and keep it respectful. But where do you think your strengths are better than Dracy ones? Because yeah, this head-to-head was there, Dracy compared to you. So where do you feel like you outplay her and you are better than her? Because today we saw you perform, and as a team you were better. But also in this head-to-head, it felt like, especially with that Granger, it felt like you are at least the same game. So where do you feel like you are better than Dracy is?
Де ти думаєш, ти обігруєш Дрейсі? Чому ти її саме виграв? Де ти краще, де вона гірше? Які твої думки?
У меня лучше лайнинг стадия. 100% я изменю всегда с ней. Я читаю ее ротацию, когда она стягивается, когда нет. И она очень много ошибается на мид-стадии. У нее с этим проблемы.
So he has better laning. He always outpokes Dracy on lane. He can also easily read her rotations. Like throughout the game, wherever she goes to mid lane or not, he already knows it. And Dracy is making a lot of mistakes in mid game, in fights, in rotations. That's where he outplays her.
Pretty insightful answer and pretty long answer. Thank you for that. And well, Palmetronio, I was talking to you before about your spicy picks. Is there still something? Yeah, you showed us CC a couple of times, but is there still something that's still in your pocket and we will see it in the grand final? Something crazy.
Коротше, вони вже побачили кучу цікавих піків від тебе, Пельметроніо, від твоєї команди. Чи будуть ще якісь цікаві піки від вас, може якісь заготовочки?
Есть парочку заготовок. Опять же, мы оставили, не использовали эту игру, потому что, ну, такие стандартные пики больше привычные для нас были. Но
На
еще есть.
які лейни заготовочки, на які лейни?
На голду. Еще на голду есть парочку.
Okay. So they have some surprising picks, but for gold lane only, not for other lanes. Yeah, few, like 1, 2, they still have. Right now they making like more standard picks.
All right, and if I can add third question to wrap it up, that will be, what would be your message towards anyone that will match you in the finals? Because right now your spot has been locked in, so you are just waiting there, waiting for your opponent to show up. So what will be your message to whoever stands against you in the finals?
Що ти скажеш тим, хто до тебе прийдуть в фінал?
Мы ждем любого, никого не боимся. Типа, без разницы. 0 страха. И выиграем любого.
So the message is, they wait for anyone, they are not scared, they will win anyway.
All right. Big, bold, confident words coming in from you, Pelmetronio.
Can
If
I
you
ask
had to
one
make a-
question more?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask why he thinks his team is stronger than other teams. What is their strong sides of the team? Not only one player.
I was about to ask that. Yeah, go ahead.
Окей. Пельметроніо, скажи, чому ти думаєш, твоя команда сильніша за інші? Де ви краще? Що робить вас такими унікальними?
Я бы сказал, уверенность, наигрывание игр и больше опыта буквально. Чем
So the answer is they are more confident, they have more matches played, they have...
и нет, как оно? Нестабильность, не совершаем ошибок, как оно называется, забыл.
Дисципліна?
Дисциплина, да.
So yeah, they have more games together, they have more experience, and they make less mistakes than other. They trained to make less mistakes than other. Discipline.
Okay, fair, perfect, and that makes sense as well. Now, Pelmetronio, who do you think is winning the lower bracket finals? Will it be Memento Mori or will it be Jackpots?
Memento Mori win, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
Memento Mori win, yeah.
All right,
Volky,
and now
Volky is so good.
I was just about to ask you, Dracy in the gold lane or Walkie in the gold lane?
Woki is not.
I think Daisy better. Daisy better.
All right, that is absolutely fair. Now, Zakota, I know you've got one last question remaining. Go for it, and then we end it up.
Pelmetronio, you with MetaShift, you are considered the best squad in Europe at the time. Are you guys gonna stay a team for more time? And are you guys interested in getting maybe a coach or an analyst to help you improve your gameplay?
Чи ви будете далі свою команду зберігати і рухатись кудись далі, і можливо будете мати якогось тренера, аналітика, чи це лише на цей турік?
Нет, мы сначала выиграем этот турик, а дальше уже будем отталкиваться. Но, скорее всего, останемся таким же составом. Будем ждать больше турниров и больше событий в мобле.
Як на рахунок тренера, аналітика, щось типу того?
Тренер, возможно, будет, но я не уверен тоже в этом. Аналитика не надо нам, явно.
Okay. So he tells that they will remain with this squad and play other tournaments after this one. They think about getting a coach, of course, but that's like the way it goes. They don't know how it will happen, but they're gonna play with this rooster. They're still gonna participate in other tournaments, not only in this one, after winning this one, of course. But what he told as well, that they don't need analysts for their team. I don't know why. They probably just hate them. I don't have answer to that question now.
Okay.
Scared. Any other
Right.
questions?
No, I'm absolutely done, man. We can let Pelmetronio rest now. All right, my guys, man, it was absolutely fun, Pelmetronio. Thank you so much for hopping here for the interview. Congratulations for the win, and I wish you all the very best for the future. And also, shout out to Dazai as well for being here helping us out with the translation. Now, Pelmetronio, before you sign off, any message for your fans? You can speak it in your own language.
Опять же, спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает. Мы видим поддержку. И болейте дальше за нас. Мы выиграем этот турнир.
Do you want a translation?
It's
Go
fine.
for it, you know
It's
what?
for his
It's alright,
fans, I
it's
think.
Or go for it, Scare. Wants you to go for
I
it.
wanna
go
hear
for
it.
as well.
Okay, he said thanks for support and keep cheering for us, keep supporting us, guys. They are thankful for that.
So sweet, my man. All right. Thank you so much, boys. Thank you so much, Dazai. Thank you so much, Pelmetronio. Congratulations. Good night, my man.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Sweet people, man.
That
Absolutely
was-
sweet people here.
Yeah, yeah. I loved it. I love the analysis, and yeah, it definitely feels like MetaShift are just a bit better than their opponents. I don't know by how much. I don't think it's like gigantically. They are just better. They have it a little bit more nailed down, and I really feel what Pelmetronio said about the discipline. It really feels like they are probably that's it. That's the edge they have. The discipline. That's how it feels.
Yes.
Because even when they lose, even when they are losing the game, they are still hanging on tight, and you can always expect them to try to come back and a lot of times succeed in that.
What do you think, Dakota?
And the discipline is, of course, one of the most important things for a player to have, because if you've no discipline, you're gonna make you're gonna make mistakes all the time. Discipline is what differentiates you from the normal player. All pro players have a ton of discipline and tournaments. In ranked games, they're gonna be a bit more relaxed, but in tournaments, a mistake means a chance to lose. And a chance to lose is never good. You always want to go for the win, no matter what. Doesn't matter. Your team maybe doesn't have the best explainer in the world. It doesn't matter. He's still on your team. He made it that far. He is there. Same goes for every single team out here. I mean, they all made it this far. Only huge props to them. Huge props to Glitch Code. Huge props to Jackpots. Huge props to every single team who made it this far into the playoffs. The top, I believe, 16 teams, if I'm mistaken, or top 8.
Yeah.
I cannot count. I'm extremely tired. But man, what a series today. Two beautiful series back to back, both ended in the exact same way.
Yes, 3-1. Just one game being taken by the other team and then everything being closed out. Ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the most beautiful days that we've seen out for this playoffs. The entire journey hopping in for all of these teams. Memento, Mori. You could say that until they met MetaShift, they were uncrowned kings. But MetaShift also on the other side is a team that has yet to lose a single series. They've always been winning and now are just one win away in the best of 7 grand finals, waiting on 14th of December for their opponents, which would be either Memento Mori once again, or it's going to be Jackpots from the lower brackets. Warren, tell me your expectations before we sign off.
I love that you handed me the board because I have a lot of emotions about this matchup. It's super important to take into consideration their history, their shared history, because both of them beat Glitch Code. One of them put Glitch Code in the loser bracket, that being, of course, Memento Mori, but then in the loser bracket, Jackpots were the team that eliminated Glitch Code. But if we take the raw stats, Memento Mori were able to win over Glitch Code without a single lost map. Whereas Jackpots, they beat Glitch Code, yes, and they had a fantastic form. They lost the one map. So if we look at this power scaling, what it is telling me is Memento Mori should be the favorite coming into this clash. But honestly, the confidence is attacking me from the screen whenever I have Voki on the interview. He just says confidence. He gives confidence, or he has confidence aura. That's all I'm gonna say. So like, if he is this confident, anything can be possible. I don't even know what's gonna happen tomorrow, but probably not any of you viewers know that. So definitely tune in for tomorrow. What time do we start, Zakota?
I want to keep it a secret. I mean, we're going to start, of course, at the same exact time as today. I believe it's going to be at 17 CAT plus 1, if I'm not mistaken.
5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m. CAT plus 1. Best of 5 series. The grand final on the other hand is going to be Sunday, 14th of December, starting again at 5 p.m. But it's going to be a best of 7 series. So it could go so many ways. Man, guys. What are your predictions for tomorrow? Let's get them on stream today. I'm gonna say mine out first because I know you guys are a bit shy. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a full best of 5 series, 3 games to Jackpots, 2 games to Memento Mori.
Ooh. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. I think so. 3-2 Memento Mori.
I'm gonna support my believer scared. Insane that Memento Mori will win it 3-2. I'm sorry, Walkie, I love your confidence, but I just believe Memento Mori have it in the bag. But honestly, it would be crazy. Just imagine this scenario, because let's think about it. Memento Mori are not even from the Thunder division. Neither is MetaShift. They got through in the last chance qualifier. The only Titan from the Thunder division still fighting for survival, still fighting and dreaming about lifting the trophy of this tournament that is just Jackpots.
Yep. With all that, ladies and gentlemen, said and done, Zakota, send me your final few words before we hop off of the stream, because it's been a long 1 more, or rather 2 more days of entertainment there. So before we hop off, any last few words?
And I don't have many words to say besides thank you to the team, thank you for guys joining me today on the desk, of course, thank you to the organizer, thank you to Surge for making this possible for us to have these moments to watch and enjoy these games here. I'm Zakota, joined here by Scared and Warren. Today we delivered, and I hope tomorrow the other guys are going to deliver even a better job. Thank you to the team, thank you to Sokol, thank you to Cardinal, thank you to the producer team. I'm Zakota.